Hello once again, welcome to the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island in the Bahamas, hosting the inaugural PokerStars Championship, Day 5 of the main event. That's right, the penultimate day of the tournament as we play down from 16 to the final 6. I am James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. It is time for the piece de resistance, heading to the final table of the PokerStars Championship, first event ever.
Yes, just today and tomorrow to go. Remember, we are cards up for the final day, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Join us on Saturday as we play down to a winner. Should be an exciting day as we play from 2 tables to 1. Look forward to your contributions over the course of the day. The hashtag on Twitter, PokerStarsTV. And of course, if you're watching at twitch.tv/PokerStars, we've got the live chat, which Joe's keeping a tab on. You can also watch us on the PokerStars YouTube channel and of course on Facebook Live. Hope you've been enjoying the action from the Bahamas so far. If you missed day 4, here's what happened. Last time in the Bahamas, we saw 32 players enter the arena. A host of big names still in. And Nick Maymone was celebrating 2 milestones, his 30th birthday and starting the day with a chip lead. Twitch sensation Jamie Staples had one of the shortest stacks and couldn't spin it up. But he departed with his best ever live result.
So close, guys, but 27. Big thanks to everyone that was watching me on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. You guys are the best.
One of 3 previous champs also hit the rail. Spaniard Adrian Mateos went out in 18th place. The other 2 previous champs, Jason Mercier and John DeBella, had contrasting days. DeBella surviving the day with the 3rd biggest stack, Mercier with the shortest. And out of nowhere came Michael Gentili. He battled starter day chip leader Nick Maymone all day and eventually KO'd the birthday boy. And he ended the day with 3.7 million chips. So he's the biggest stack in the room as we look at the final 16. Now the betting market is about to close on the main event. Gentili is the favorite, 4-1. Mercier the long shot at 33-1. The market will close soon, but it will reopen at the first break, which is around 45 minutes time. So we've got 2 tables in action. And of course, we have the feature table for your entertainment purposes. There will be a redraw when we get to 9. And of course, we'll play through until we get down to 6. So let's have a look at the lineup on the main stage. For the start of the day, we have got Jason Mercier, who is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
We've got the chip leader, Michael Gentili. We've also got Cliff Josephy, Christian Harder, and John DeBella, who won this tournament in 2012. And we spoke to him after play finished last night.
Still a lot of good players in the field, still. I mean, if it was a little bit different final 18, I'd talk differently, but really good players in the field. So it's going to be tough, and best player is going to win. I was playing casually and kept satelliting into the 10K events online, but when PokerStars stopped, I just came out here that year with $1,000 in my pocket, satellited in, and won the whole thing. So that's when I decided to become pro. It's my only job right now, yeah, but do I consider myself a professional? Still not, no. I don't think so. Well, actually, yes, my tax return says I am, so I am. It's going to be a lot of focus. No drinking tonight, or not a lot of drinking, and really just pick your spots. I got to pick my spot at the right time, and if there's even the slightest doubt in my head, I just got to throw the cards away and wait for the next hand.
I'm wondering if he actually just walked away from that interview backwards with all the backpedaling he did.
Let's head down to the floor. Kate's going to get the action started.
A very warm welcome to all 16 players remaining in PokerStars Championship main event. Players, we're going to be playing another 44 minutes left of level number 23 with a small blind 12,000, big blind 24,000, and an ante of 4,000. The button has been drawn to seat number 8. We're scheduled to play down to the final table tonight. I would like to wish you a great day. And dealers, begin to deal, please, now.
So yes, we still have half of level 23 to play out. Then we'll take our first break of the day and into level 24 and beyond, playing down to the final 6. The good news is During the breaks today,
Comes out, he's dancing, he goes,
poker
book,
in the
I got
ears
the
and
smallest
eyes.
in the world.
The inaugural episode,
The guy
sort
with the
of.
smallest pecker goes
Yes,
in.
the in-vision version
He's in
of
there
the
for 10
podcast
minutes.
will be
He's in there for 30
entertaining you
minutes.
during
He's
the
in there for
tournament
an
breaks
hour.
today
And the other
on
guy's like,
PokerStars
"What's the hell?" Bobby
TV.
comes out, he's pissed off, he stomps the ground, punches the wall.
Can we talk about how much I love John DeBella?
He is such a likable
They
guy.
went back and looked at the records for 10 years. He goes, and I don't have the smallest penis in the world. And by the way, who's this Cliff Josephine?
Now that's a penis joke I could get behind.
That was an easy to read one. Yeah, exactly.
So 12,000, 24,000 with a 4,000 ante. 16 remaining from the 738 who started.
I just love that interview with John we played. He's like, I'm not going to drink. All right, I'm not going to drink that much. I'm not a professional. Well, I guess I am according to the IRS. And also what I really liked is that he said, the best player is going to win. You say that ahead of time, and that way when you win, you don't have to say it.
Hey, baby.
So it looks like an under-the-gun raise here from Rodrigo Cordoba. DeBella has flattered the raise. And it looks like Michael Bartholomew will call as well out of the big blind. So three-way to the flop on the first hand of the day. 10-9-5 with 2 diamonds. Rodrigo Cordoba is from Argentina. Total live earnings of nearly $21,000.
Checks. See Jason Mercer's wife in the background. Looks like she just delivered the old bucks.
So John DeBella, best known for winning the main event here in the Bahamas in 2012. Total live earnings of $2.4 million. He bets 115,000, and the action is now on Bartholomew, who spent a bit of time on our feature table. Came 140th in this tournament in 2013, winning 15K. He folds to DeBella's bet. Remember, Cordoba was the pre-flop aggressor.
He's going to fold too.
Oh, I told you I was due for some big hands.
DeBella with kings. Just flatted pre. He is playing a stack of 1.4 million, just shy of 60 big blinds, above the average, which is 1.38 million.
I'd like to give a quick congratulations to Corpus Colossus on Twitch for having the first Annoying Nerd Comment of the Hour award.
Breakfast is a shout-out.
Actually, the best player is statistically advantaged, but probably won't win. Also, I'm really fun at parties. I pretty much don't like any statement that starts with actually.
A couple of quick comments on Twitter. The hashtag PokerStars TV. Go Johnny Backs, hashtag B. Stan from Reader. He sends greetings from Morocco and says, go. Johnny Backs, you are the best. Cliff Josephine, around average with 1.32 million at the start of the day. So the chip leader, Michael Gentili, opens here to 55,000. What do we know about Michael? Won close to $500,000 by coming second in a World Series of Poker event last summer. It was event 59, a 5K, no limit hold'em event. This is his first cash on our tour. Live earnings of $666,000.
Cordoba back in the mix.
Defends his big blind to Gentili's raise, and we go heads up to the flop. That flop, 10-5 deuce.
Quite similar to the last flop.
Gentili continuing this 10 high flop for 60,000.
Not much more than his pre-flop raise.
It's 60K into 154K.
Eye twitching on Twitch, asking, are we playing How Many Steps to Someone's Hotel Room today? No, we're not, but we are going to play How Much Does It Cost Bahamas edition.
Look forward to that as we get a check raise from Cordoba. 160,000. What kind of hands is he repping on that board?
Great question, James. Sets, you don't expect him to defend with 10-5 or deuce-5 or 10-deuce. Maybe if they're suited. I suppose he could check raise a good 10. Or it could be just a bluff raise, thinking his opponent's going to continue with his entire range, isn't going to have a lot most of the time, is going to fold.
Gentili folds. Cordoba chips up to 1.86 million. To the other table, where Pedro Baptista is all in with jacks against Erasmus Glacel's ace-king.
What a race.
A big race, and Baptista is the player at risk. Needs jacks to hold.
Like Ford versus Chevy, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
That's an ace-high flop. And Baptista is going to need to hit a jack on the river to survive. No dice, and we are down to 15.
Up and down day for Rasmus yesterday. Looks like it's only up so far for him today.
Hello to Stuart James Dawson. He tweets to say, evening guys, just gone 5 p.m. on Friday night in London, or in the UK. Chinese ordered, beer in the fridge. You guys, welcome to the weekend. And Brad says he's enjoying day 5 from the comfort of his apartment with the discomfort of a broken humerus.
Not funny in the slightest. Stuart James Dawson, I'm happy you're with us, but I feel bad that you have to eat English Chinese food. Loved a lot of things about living in the UK. Chinese food, not one of them.
Depends which restaurant you go to. The problem is, Joe, your idea of Chinese food is very, very different to most people's.
Correct.
There's some great authentic Chinese restaurants in the UK.
Ugh, no, God.
You like the dirty ones that you get on the streets of New York.
Correct. The ones that as soon as you hang up the phone, they're knocking on your door to deliver it.
Jason Mercier opens to 51,000. A call from Cordoba in the small blind.
Jason either stressed out about this hand or that croissant not agreeing with him.
And thank you to KevMath for the hashtag fun fact. We talked about Gentili being a runner-up in a World Series 5K event. The player who finished 3rd in that tournament, Natasha Mercier, née Barber.
I do like the folks who've pointed out that Gentili sounds like Gentili. Because even you saying at that time, even though I knew who you were talking about, I was like, oh, Jennifer Tilly?
Mercier continuing a flop of 8-8-5 for 43,000. Mr. Mo tweets, go, go, Mercier, go, go. Mercier for the win. And greetings from Belgium. That's a call from Cordoba. Taking us to the turn. Deuce of clubs.
I just love every hand that Jason Mercier is involved in. I feel like there's so much you can learn. Not that you can't learn from these other players, but you know when you see Jason playing a hand that he knows what he's doing. Jason's left himself a pot-sized bet.
By the way, while we're reading comments on Twitter and Joe's having fun with some of the comments on Twitch, I want to send a quick hello to Matt Store and let you know, Matt, that we got your email. Thank you very much for the kind words. Hope you're feeling in a good place today.
A pleasure, Matt.
So Cordoba now leads turn for 64,000. A reminder that Jason is the shortest stack in the tournament. He has fewer than 10 big blinds behind.
Unless you've got the absolute stones here, you don't love this. You don't love being the aggressor and then all of a sudden your opponent comes out firing. Jason's forced to ditch it.
Jason Mercier very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Cordoba, second in chips at this table, 2 million and 84 big blind stack. So obviously only 2 tables left in the tournament, 8 players on the main stage, 7 out in the field. Alexei Opelikin in the 1 seat. Nadia Magnus in seat 2. Michael Vella, Ryan Reese, Alan Allison, Alan Shine, aka the Cockroach, and Rasmus Gleisel. Obviously Opelikin actually in the 2 seat because we lost Pedro from the 1 hole.
This is crazy. I could name every player still left in this event. That's rare. I think we're going to have a pretty cool final table.
Yeah, Liam asks on Twitter, when we get to the final table, will we have cards up? Tomorrow, Liam. Final 6, playing down to a champion. You'll have whole cards all day long. Today remains cards down, no delay.
It's better to think of it as cards up on the final day rather than the final table.
As we always say, is really not as simple as just flicking a switch.
You got to run that giant cable.
Cliff Josephy raising here to 55,000.
They're still dragging it along the bottom of the ocean right now.
Cliff has 2 World Series of Poker bracelets. Probably best known, though, for his 3rd place finish in the main event last year.
Probably best known for backing every single player from a period of probably 2006 to 2009.
Raise and take it. So every day of our live stream from the Bahamas, we've been running our card hunt competition, and we're going to do the same thing later on. But if you entered yesterday, we're now going to reveal the names of the winners. Starting with the winner of the $530 Panama satellite ticket, Ed Rush won. Congratulations to you. 3 runners-up get $82 feeder satellite tickets. La Placinta, Mama Kamala, and Zidono. So congratulations to you 4. More chances to win today.
Was mine submitted in time? Did mine go through? Was I part of the drawing?
I'm gonna say no.
Sounds. Look, that one's on me. I didn't submit till this morning, so.
The wrong side of the board.
The directions were pretty clear. I just thought mine was worth submitting anyway.
Because I was crushing at halftime and I would have bet the second half. But I just, no internet, can't watch anything. I had like the Nets +4 or something. They were winning at 9, by 7 at the half. They lost by 9.
Now, Joe, I know we've got a game of How Much Did It Cost Bahamas edition coming up a bit later on. I also have a game that I want to play in the next 30 minutes, probably just before we go on break. Would you be so kind as to allow me to steal a piece of merchandise from your sack?
Oh, please. I don't want to take any of that garbage home.
Okay, so we'll kick off our first.
And that's good because mine's for Twitch.
on-air competition. Yeah, I'll do mine on Twitter then. Hashtag PokerStars TV. But I'll give you the details on the contest in the next 15 minutes.
Should have bet the other side too. There. Have a nice free roll.
Yeah, Daniel's pretty upset today.
Another man down.
Another man down.
Ryan.
Looks like Ryan's out.
I mean,
Poor guy.
I hope I jinxed you on your own. I'm just kidding.
That hand was raise and take it for Christian Harder, who made the final table of the Bahamas main event in 2008. The year that Elke won the trophy. Action folded here to Rodrigo Cordoba.
Lux on Twitch asks, is there a free roll tournament with a bounty on your heads today? My lovely commentators, yes, there is.
Yeah, we'll reveal the free roll password relatively soon. It will be kicking off at 3:15 Eastern Time. That's 9:15 p.m. Central European Time. And the usual rules apply. $2,000 in the prize pool, plus the special New Year Bahamas bonus of $100 bounties on Joe, Matt, and myself.
Look. Here she comes.
Like having those on my
Oh, no.
Well, if we're losing a player from the feature table, that means you must have lost a player from the outer table. Let's tell you what happened. The all-in triangle in front of Ryan Reese, the 2003 World Series winner. Ace-5 for Michael Vella. Reese at risk, ahead for now. Five on the flop. So only a king saving Ryan Reese from elimination. And that will see Ryan out in 15th place.
The road to winning a poker tournament is paved with suckouts.
$32,200 as one of the big names falls. And we see Cliff Josephy moved to the outer table. He was due to take the big blind on the next hand, so he goes out to balance the tables. 2 tables of 7 with 14 remaining.
Looks like we're going to have a blind-on-blind confrontation. Michael Gentili. Marcin Kopowski. Looks like a slightly aged Glenn Howerton from Always Sunny.
A 10-6-5 flop. So we got the chip leader here against one of the below average stacks. Kapkowski with around 35 big blinds.
Mikey checks.
So we talked about this a lot yesterday when he was on the feature table. Kapkowski, $410 in live earnings. Not much more known about him. With no C-bet from Gentili, Kapkowski makes it 60K.
In the past, the PCA was a tournament where we would create new superstars, new poker celebrities, and I think the PokerStars Championship is going to be the same deal.
10 on the turn, pairing the board. Gentili checks a second time. 268,000 in the middle. Queen of Hearts. By the way, we just saw Ryan Reese cash out for $32,200. It's the same payout for the next few bust outs. The next money jump is when we get to 11.
This is interesting. That Gentili opted not to continue flop. Didn't bet turn. He check called flop, didn't bet turn, now leads river.
110,000.
I mean, I guess what makes the most sense is that he was so strong on the flop that he didn't want to chase away his customer, or that he caught a queen. If he just floated the flop with a queen in his hand.
By the way, you see Elise stealing our feature table today.
I do.
And Lee H. Jones has just written a great piece for the PokerStars blog about Elise's ukulele playing. Videos are included. If you follow the guys on Twitter at PokerStars blog, you'll get a link to that article. Plus, of course, the guys are providing live updates, not just from the main event, but from the 25K high roller as well.
I know some people are a little sick of it. I find something inherently charming about ukulele. I just think it's super cute.
That's a raise from Kapkowski. Fistful of green with some blue on top.
Yeah, like I said, it's a pretty interesting line Gentili's chosen to take here.
It's a min raise to 220,000. A reminder that green chips are 25K, blue chips are 5K.
The karma got the best of Spence for leaving.
If it walks like a 10 and it talks like a 10, I feel like this is a 10 a lot.
Actually, it kind of worked out pretty well for him.
We'll never know.
Michael folds. And Kapkowski is now back up over the million mark, 1.1 million.
James, John Delano tweets in and says, at this rate, we'll be done before dinner. Actually, we are contractually obligated to continue through dinner as it is one of our sponsors.
You live close to Spence?
Glad they stayed with us for the rebrand. Scott Adamson
or,
says, do you guys know where your next broadcast location will be? Yes, Scott, we will be in Panama in mid-March, the next stop on the tour. And when we get to Panama, we'll have more of our PokerStars TV free rolls for you.
Darko, yeah.
But
Today's starts not too long, just under 3 hours time. Registration is open right now. If you search PokerStars TV in the tournament lobby, you'll find the game. $2,000 in the prize pool, plus there's more. New Year bonus, something special just for the Bahamas. $100 bounties on J. Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, and Waster. The password you need to register for this game is Poker in the Ears.
Nice.
The new name of our weekly podcast. Subscribe on iTunes or download from SoundCloud. And remember, the first installment of Poker in the Ears and Eyes, the Envision version of the podcast, will be available to watch in 20 minutes' time as Jason Mercier moves all in here, shoving for 178K.
Kapkowski giving it a think.
178, sure, it's pretty nice.
Scott's great, I love it.
Kapkowski folds. Michael Bartholomew in the big blind.
Gotta let the king three-suited go.
I looked at the board.
It's only right.
Table of the, the one.
I gotta call you.
Every year.
He says, I've got to call you.
Joe Kuther was up there. I'm like, and I saw him like a week later. I'm like,
Showdown, and Jason Mercier is at risk with ace-8 against Bartholomew's ace-9. Mercier dominated.
Biggest trophy away when you want. You see the picture?
Yeah.
It's like 5 feet high. Completely ridiculous.
Domination nation, but some chance of chop.
What the hell?
He sang it already.
California guy. He won the bike the week after.
That's fine, bro. You can lose it too.
It's true.
Say his name.
Those spades.
I take a chop over that.
That's the winner's
Spades and
mindset, though.
diamonds. Super live.
I said one of us is gonna get knocked out first, and one of us is gonna win it. He's like, I agree.
Yes, they are super.
I got knocked out first, and he won it. And he won the bike a week later.
The flop is Queen 7-4. The ace of hearts
look
in
good.
Bartholomew's hand. Jason Mercier losing equity fast.
Yeah, some straight draws. some
Lots
flush
of folks
draws,
calling for an 8 on Twitch.
Okay.
Board pairs on the turn, and now there's a 50% chance that you're going to hear some
Exactly.
singing.
We get to hear the Stapes already in the song. You should be like, I have
over the
more chop outs
loudspeakers
than
in here, like,
or more cards that
everyone loves the chop.
Opportunities. No.
No
deuce,
chop.
3, 5, 6, or 9.
Jason Mercier is out
Good luck, guys.
in 14th place. $32,200. Sadly,
Agony of defeat.
we lose the last remaining member of Team PokerStars Pro.
Thanks, man.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
See you, Jay.
Bye, Jason. Hope you're not too sad being rich and having a beautiful wife.
Maybe next year.
Keep trying.
Yeah.
Michael Bartholomew is officially the shortest stack at the table now, but he's playing 41 big blinds. Could be a while until we see another elimination, but you never know. Cooler than carnage.
I got greedy.
Never that far away. But everyone playing a 7-figure stack up on the feature table. And of course, we've got 7 players out in the field on the other table with 13 now remaining.
So I want to clear something up from yesterday. Jason was telling a story about, I misunderstood. I couldn't really tell what he was saying. Jason was saying that he did not cash in his first 5 times playing in the Bahamas in the main event, but then cashed in the next 4. And it's just sort of a tale that you guys can learn from, in that poker's really tough sometimes, and you may go a really long time without cashing. And of course, you should analyze your game, and you should take a look at it, and you should try to improve. But like, tournament poker's brutal.
Yeah.
Stick with it if that's what you choose to do. I choose not to stick with it. However, some of you are very dedicated, and results aren't always indicative of skill level. That goes for anything, to be honest. I mean, I still get booed off stage.
So the chip leader has opened from the cutoff to 55,000, and Kapkowski 3 bets from the button to 125K.
I tried to make some assumptions about Kapkowski yesterday, the guy who's only cashed for $410 in his life, and I think that those assumptions were mostly wrong. His skill level appears to be greater than someone who has those sorts of results.
Cordoba with a decision in the big blind.
TJ's full hammer's gone.
I don't see him.
So you see him, you go see him later.
Mad Bro on Twitch says, I don't like Joe getting serious. It feels wrong. Haha, go back to being a creep.
I'll text him. Just make sure that's his. Yep.
Four bet alert. Cordoba re-raises from the big blind to 265,000. The original raiser has folded. It's back on Kapkowski.
He's got a very awkward stack size for playing a 4-bet pot. I hate that 30 to 40 big blind stack size. It's just, bleh. You actually have to know what you're doing.
Didn't we establish that he probably does know what he's doing?
True.
Does have the advantage of position. It's only another 140,000 to call.
Yep. A little more than 10% of his remaining stack. And he's getting a decent price on it. What's it going to be, Dennis? Remarkably calm. Look at that poker in the ears and mouth.
He folds to the 4-bet.
Could explain why he was so calm if he knew he was going to fold eventually.
Cordoba up to 2.3 million now. So I said I would set the competition. Now the competition is related to the podcast. Remember, in 30 minutes time, we're going to go on break and we're going to screen the first installment of Poker in the Ears and Eyes. Now, I want to be really clear here. This competition doesn't open until the podcast starts airing.
Okay.
I want you to guess. I want you to actually get the answer
Bananas.
from the podcast.
Oh.
Now, this is going to be for Twitter only, hashtag PokerStars TV. Very simply, I want you to identify which movie I am repping with my nerdy t-shirt.
You know, even I didn't know that.
So look out for the t-shirt I'm wearing, work out which movie it's from, and just tweet the name of the movie, hashtag PokerStars TV. Now remember, no guesses in advance. You have to watch the podcast during the break and tweet what you think the answer is.
Do you want to give it to the first couple of people who get it right?
Sure.
I still got a lot of things in my sack.
I don't think I'm going to be on the next level, so I better give you the answer, Joe.
Okay. I'll try not to read it out loud as you write it. Oh, okay, that's what I thought.
And for the avoidance of doubt, it is a movie. Under the gun raise from John DeBella, 3-bet from chip leader Michael Gentili. 53K becomes 135K. Action has been folded back around to DeBella.
Better, less confusing. Michael Gentili. It's over, Johnny. It's over.
Gentili up to 3.4 million. Well, we spoke to Michael before the start of play today and asked him how he feels coming into day 5 as chip leader.
I'm feeling pretty good coming in as the chip leader. Definitely was a few good levels there to end the day. No complaints, ran pretty good, picked up some hands at the right time. Yeah, I'm just not counting my chickens before they hatch though, still a long way to go, and there's a lot of poker to be played, so. Yeah, I've been playing since like 2014. I started playing mostly online. I've only been playing live for the last year and a half, and I've had some pretty good results. So had some good scores online last year, and then I had a really good turnout in the 5K at the World Series this summer. So this kind of is very similar to that. Feel the same way as I did before. So kind of is nice knowing that you know like what it feels like to be there already instead of having it be the first time. You know. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing on the more conservative side early on and kind of try and wait it out a level or two so the blinds can pick up and then all the other stacks can get more close together and I'll have more leverage once it gets closer to the final table bubble and be able to apply the pressure then.
Hey, Mikey, you gonna be chip leader? You gonna give away your strategy in an interview?
140 big blinds for the chip leader. We played just over half an hour of poker today. We've already lost 3 players. 13 remaining in the Bahamas main event. And just to be clear on the competition rules, you cannot guess now. You have to wait until we start showing the podcast during the break. 1 guess per viewer.
Oh, Hornchurch Steve, you blew it!
You do not get to send in multiple tweets. 1 guess or 1 correct answer if you do know the answer per viewer. Hashtag PokerStars TV. 8 minutes to go until we bring you our first break of the day and that first installment of the podcast, Poker in the Ears, which coincidentally is the password for today's free roll. Poker in the Ears, all lowercase, all one word. We'll get you into that game.
You know, I don't think I give the hard sell enough for people to subscribe to Poker in the Ears, or what was formerly known as EPT. What was it called?
EPT Not Live.
It was EPT Not Live. EPT Not Live. You know what? It's a fun show, and there's... Look, if you want poker strategy, you're not going to get it. But there's a lot of stories, a lot of things that happen off the air that aren't really... that I can't tell on this particular show.
And if you do subscribe, by the way, or did subscribe before, you'll notice that the feed is updated already. New logo, new name with all the old episodes still in there.
We're allowed to say the F word. We're allowed to say the S word. We're allowed to say the G word.
Gambling?
Yeah. No. G word. Well, you have to listen to the podcast if you want to know what the G word is. Anyway, we tell some pretty off-color stories that don't make it onto our regular poker broadcast. So if you like some fun stuff from behind the scenes, it's a pretty fun show.
And you'll find it on iTunes. Just search Poker in the Ears. Also on Stitcher. We have a SoundCloud page, soundcloud.com/Poker in the Ears. And it's also available at PokerStars.com/podcast. So DeBella raises small to big, gets a fold from Michael Gentili. DeBella playing 1.3 million, slightly below average. Average stack now being 1.7 million. And blinds will go up, of course, in 6.5 minutes' time when we kick off level 24. Blinds will be 15,000 and 30,000.
Oh, yeah.
And you're from Toronto?
Yeah, near Toronto.
I heard.
You play all the LAPT stuff?
No, I play one LAPT.
Just one?
Yeah.
I heard they're really soft.
Yeah. They're good. And one BSO pay.
That's
Brazil.
Brazil series of poker?
I feel like it's got to be way more frustrating to bust
that?
from a field where you feel like everybody is a worse player than you.
RPTs, the Russian poker tour.
Wow.
There was only 2. They held Moscow and St. Petersburg. They only held 2.
That was interesting.
Yeah, it was. It was super strange. It was just like the whole rail, like people are just smoking on the rail.
Help me out here, Joe. Ricardo Alvarez has tweeted some pronunciation advice for our Argentinian friend. The problem is, the 2 examples he's given look exactly the same to me.
And she was going.
Seems pretty straightforward, Rodrigo Cordoba.
She was going for 2 weeks, and I was.
He's saying it's Cordoba, not Cordoba.
Go to St. Petersburg for 2 weeks, and then like the next day on Stars.
Cordoba,
IPT,
not Cordoba, I think is what he's saying.
Sure enough, it was Russian poker tour.
I think he's saying you're putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Pretty random trip, that was for sure.
I think.
That series didn't last very long.
Like Dagobah. Cordoba. It's not Dagoba.
I see. That, Ricardo, I really appreciate the tweet, but
put it in Star Wars terms for you.
It wasn't really
What's that?
clear.
Yeah.
They're trying to make it one of their big ones. Like
Yeah. Oh, sorry. They had. They've had a couple of events.
Oh, I see. Hold on.
And a couple buddies that live in Costa Rica have gone and said it was ridiculous.
V
Cash
is
games
a
and
B
everything
in
are just
Spanish.
insane.
What?
No, someone on our boss and someone on Twitch are both saying V is a B in Spanish, but there's no V in his name.
So the
Am I missing a V? Is there a V there that I don't see? Am I not seeing the V?
There's a B.
Is there a V to see?
Oh, yeah.
Does the B become a V?
Cordova?
Yeah,
Well, why didn't
I think
that guy
so.
write it then? He's Ricardo's talking about the.
Oh, screw this. I'm just going to call him Rodrigo.
Rodrigo.
They just rebranded everything as PokerStars
Yeah,
Championships
yeah.
or PokerStars.
Oh, right,
Festivals.
yeah.
I mean, they didn't really axe it, maybe. But
Double down.
Wrong game.
I know.
Raise and take it for the chip leader. So as we come towards the end of this level with just 3 minutes left on the clock, a reminder of the competition we're going to run from the break onwards. When you get to see the podcast, you'll notice I'm wearing one of my nerdy t-shirts referencing a movie. Which movie am I referencing? As soon as we start airing the podcast, the competition will open. 1 entry per viewer, hashtag PokerStars TV.
First 3 folks to get it, we'll ship you an ungrateful Christmas re-gift from Stape Sack.
Thank you, Mr. Mo, for the shout-out. Craig Young has a bad lookalike suggestion. Marcin Kapkowski is Mike McDonald in 20 years' time.
I still like mine. Glenn Howerton from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Did you see this tweet here from Baldy?
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, we announced it back in Barcelona when we announced the PokerStars Championship.
Huh. Well, now it's started, I guess, huh?
Indeed it has. Yeah, it's a special Player of the Year race, which is going to track the results of the best performing players at each stop. And there's going to be a 100K winner-takes-all finale to that contest. Details available at PokerStarsLive.com.
I think they go to 5,000.
what's up? 12.
So a reminder that you can watch the podcast during the break. Just keep watching the stream. You don't need to go anywhere else. And remember, you must use the hashtag PokerStarsTV. Tagging myself, Joe, or Matt doesn't count unless you also include the hashtag.
You don't have to do anything but do nothing to watch the podcast. So it's Kapkowski versus Rodrigo. It's actually Rodrigo, not Rodrigo.
Isn't a G an L? Well, Rodrigo folds to Kapkowski's continuation bet. And I think we're going to squeeze in one more hand of the level, one more hand at 12.24. No, he looks nothing like Mike McDonald.
But he does look like Dennis from Always Sunny. Where's Sweet D, huh? Where's Frank? Where's Charlie? Where's Mac? This is a cute photo from Gabriella.
John DeBella under the gun. Opens to 54,000. Folded around to Bartholomew on the button. He passes.
I'm gonna go get my keys on the break. Start jingling my keys at that guy.
Christian Harder's big blind. He calls. Heads up to the final flop of this level. 7-4-3, 2 hearts.
Harder checks. Action on the pre-flop razor. Johnny DeBella.
64,000 into 144,000.
Looks like we're going to war.
Christian Harder calls.
It's uncanny how often this happens. Last hand before a break.
9 of diamonds on the turn.
Blind under the gun. John's just gonna keep on firing. 272,000 in the middle. This looks like it's gonna be right around half pot.
$128,000.
DeBella said he was going to have some big hands today. He showed kings once already. He's repping pretty strong right now. Pretty strong pre-flop hand. Harder's range pretty wide. He's going to defend probably all of his suited connectors, his suited one gappers. Lots of ways for him to have a piece of that flop.
Harder folds. DeBella wins the last hand of the level. Meanwhile, there is significant action on the other table. Alexei Opelikan has moved all in. Decision is on Alan Shine. And Shine has called. Opelikan has 9s. Shine, ace, queen. Classic race underway. And 9s hold, so that will see Opelikan double up through Alan Shine.
Was that on the flop it went in, or did we just miss the flop being dealt?
And it seems that Shine was covered by Opelikan, and that means Shine busts in 13th place, and we are down to 12.
Wow.
2 tables of 6 remain, including our feature table. Blinds up to 15,000, 30,000 when we come back from break. And during the break, it's part 1 of Poker in the Ears and Eyes. Enjoy.
You've seen their TV shows. You've watched their webcasts. Now, Hartigan, Stapes and Broughton invite you to Poker in the Ears.
Wow, hello my babies, and welcome to Poker in the Ears. Did I get that right?
Force of habit nearly got you there.
Well, I actually had EPT Not Live written down up until about 3 minutes ago.
Strictly speaking, Poker in the Ears and Eyes.
And Eyes, that's right. There it is, right up there. And you can see Broughton, his name was in the intro and everything. How do you feel, buddy?
I feel like I've arrived, finally.
That's basically the only change to this show I think that's happening. It's the same old crap. Just a couple of new.
Just 3 of us.
Yeah, just 3 of us now. Just Matt's name added to the marquee. I am Uncle Daddy Joe Stapleton. That is my work wife, James Hartigan. And that is my work abusive stepfather, Matt Broughton, who was doing some really good abusive stepfathering right up until
until we went.
We recorded today. Bye-bye, EPT. Hello, PokerStars Championship. Hello. So what has actually changed? Got some logos changed, some signage.
New graphics on the live stream.
Some of the names of shit, maybe.
The carpet hasn't changed, sadly.
Still the same old carpet. I love it. You know why? Hides the vomit. That's something I need in my house. It's kind of like my school when I was a kid, my elementary school. They changed it from PS 23, Public School 23, to eventually became the Albany School of Humanities.
Well, that sounds much nicer.
Yeah, but it was, the same crappy water fountains and shoddy craftsmanship of the building, and just they added like 3 Spanish classes. And that was it. So that's what we're doing here on the EPT, which is now the PokerStars Championship. Welcome, everybody. Coming up on today's show, the same types of things we used to talk about on the old show. We got some funny stories from Prague and the way home, Christmas. There is a Facebook friend request I would like for you guys to either approve or disapprove.
Okay.
We've all finally seen Rogue One, sort of. More on that later on. Lots of things happening here in the Bahamas. Hashtag Stars Fun. We got to play around with the VR setup. They bought a little VR machine, and me and James and Matt got to play around with that.
Which one is this? Because there's different. This is the HTC
Vive.
Vive,
right? And I think this is the same one that Liv and Igor have, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, well, that will explain why Liv Berea has been crushing this game.
Yeah, I saw her. She's on the top 10 list over there. Other Stars Fun, which we're not a part of right now, the Jason Mercier. I think they hold a basketball tournament specifically for Jason. Did you see his tweets, by the way, last night, where he was like, he went to bed like 4 hours ago, and he's got a basketball tournament, and then he's got this tournament because he made day 3 with a lot of chips.
He is still in the main event.
I don't love his chances in any of those situations. And finally, we do have a spin and go winner / super fan here on the show today to challenge me to trivia on the films of Monty Python. His name is Richard Fremantle, and I'm really hoping he can get me a job hosting American Idol next year.
I'm not sure whether he's connected to that Fremantle.
How many Fremantles could there be?
3.
Right? Exactly.
So you're only 2 to 1 against them.
Exactly. There's some distant relative of his should be able to help me out. I would take a lesser show. Something below American Idol is fine. Somewhere between the PokerStars Championship and American Idol is fine with me. Let's close out Prague. Actually, before we do that, we usually do social media to kick things off.
Yeah.
I was hoping you guys could help me approve a friend request that came through on Facebook for me. Now, I get a lot of fake Facebook friend requests. I have a couple of, like, we'll call them fans, who accept friend requests from all, those fake hot girls.
No, I don't even know the fake hot girls. Jim.
I'm not on Facebook.
Right, you're not on Facebook. So what happens all the time is that you get these friend requests from, like, incredibly hot girls that have 4 friends.
Okay.
And they are from your hometown always, somehow.
So what are they, like spam bots?
Yeah, it's spam bots. And then you go, like, I don't like to deny anyone, especially hot girls. So occasionally I'll be like, let's just make sure this is fake. And then there'll be, like, a link for porn, like at the top Facebook post.
Oh, it's a win-win scenario for you, really.
I guess so, but I can find porn on my own. I don't really need like a fake Facebook friend to direct me to porn. I'm pretty good on finding it myself. But because I have one friend who accepts everyone, it always comes up like, this person's a mutual friend. So I'm like, oh, maybe.
Just maybe.
Maybe it's real. But this came through. This is a guy named who's holding a pistol in his hand, and his
Sorry. He looks like he's wearing a balaclava, no shirt, and he's holding an automatic pistol.
And the only other photo he has is of him holding a small child while having a cigarette.
Correct. But This is what, all of this is scary enough, but then you look over here to what his post was on December 23rd. PokerStars. That's it. So what do you think, guys? Should I accept this friend request or?
Yeah, I would definitely go for it.
No.
I think this is
a naked dude with a gun.
The thing is, he's been a member since 2012, so he's legit.
Yeah, he's been around. And he's obviously a fan.
He might be someone you want on your side at some point in the
That's
very
what
near
I was
future.
thinking, right? This guy will either be my ultimate demise or will maybe prevent my ultimate demise.
How far away from where you live does he live?
I don't know.
In hours, because that's what you want to know is what kind of a head start
now
are you going to have.
Well, the gun leads me to believe he might be American. Everything else, less so.
Some people would call me a pessimist. I like to think of myself as a cynical realist. He will be your undoing.
Okay, fair enough. Let's get rid of the imagery of that the evil piece of machinery in his hand. Let's talk about something happier or sort of sad in a way. Let's close out Prague. We did our last show from the middle of Prague.
Yeah.
And we didn't really cover the end of the EPT. And I was wondering, James, is there anywhere that people can watch online the closing package? Now, if you guys weren't watching, the end of Prague, there was this beautiful video montage that was put together by Gary, yes, from our post-production department. It was awesome, and James and I both got a little emotional. I actually was so emotional that I didn't quite get emotional, but I couldn't look at anybody after it was over. Like I couldn't look at James. Like James and I hugged, and we went like this. And then I couldn't look at Matt because I knew mostly because he was just gonna make fun of me. And then what really did it for me is that we got a camera guy over here. He's kind of a tough guy. Frank over here. He's kind of a tough guy. And when I saw him and he was tearing up, I was like,
it's gonna be
and
okay.
That was it.
There were a lot of memories in there, and it focused on a lot of the faces that we've seen on the tour, friends of ours, colleagues of ours. It is available to watch at PokerStars.tv.
Yeah, and that's also what did it for me, too, is that there were a lot of people that weren't working on the tour anymore, and seeing them and the fact that they were that people had the good memory and the good sense enough to include them in that, and it wasn't just all about like who's around right now. And there were so many. I'm sure there may have been one or two people left out of it, but like everyone was included. Matt's voice is in it.
I know, that surprised me. I thought I'm never going to be in this. I'm just never going to be in this. And then there was my voice.
Yeah.
I was the last voice ever heard.
It's true, but of course, being a cyborg, you were completely unmoved by it.
No, I liked it. The thing is, I thought it was beautiful because ordinarily those packages are made for the viewers. It's like all the fanboys, the big names. Whereas that was kind of like an internal piece.
Yeah,
of,
that was.
This one is for you guys, and I thought it was lovely. I just couldn't get teary-eyed because I thought, well, you're the ones that chose to do this. Like, no one said you got to change the name and change the color and change the logo. And I was like, I can't believe we've chosen to do this. It's all our own fault. I'm thinking, well, man up then, own it. But no, it was a beautiful piece of film. That much I do have to concede, even as a cyborg.
I've definitely done that a few times in my life, like broken up with a girl and then cried during it.
Yeah.
And she's like, what are you doing? Like, you did this. You're choosing. I'm like, I know, it's still sad. It's still hard to say goodbye. Had a fun little party afterward. That was cool.
Yeah.
I had a date show up who was way too tall for me.
It's just hilarious.
She was over 5. She was over 5'7".
Well, she was like 6'1", I think, probably, and it probably looked ridiculous. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, she literally was crouching down to talk to you because no, it sounds worse than it is. Because you're obviously in a noisy bar, you need to be quite close to someone or to hear what they're saying. So rather than just standing talking normally, it's that kind of like,
what's that, love? What's that?
Well, the most.
I was just saying I love you. What's that?
Exactly. I was just trying to kiss you. And I've tried one other time in my life to kiss a girl who is taller than me, and it's just not a good feeling. And so about 3 a.m., she was like, let's go to another bar. And I was like, now I saw James and Francine and like all our coworkers were like partying in the lobby still, and I kind of wanted to hang out with them. And I was like, I'm not going all the way to another bar with this girl unless something's going to happen. And so I just went for it, and she turned her head, and I was like, you know what? I think maybe I'm not going to go to that other bar. Oh, interesting. That's, I guess, means time to move on. I had a very weird experience at the airport. It wasn't that weird, but this is hilarious, to be honest, at the airport on the way home for Christmas at Heathrow. I'm in line for security, and there's this guy who's wearing boots, and he looks in Europe, you don't have to take your shoes off at the airport, but in the US you do pretty much no matter what. You got to take your shoes off. And this guy goes, do I have to take my boots off? And the fellow working at the airport, which by the way, in Heathrow, they're all really nice, right? They'll answer your questions. They're not shouting at you. They're like, oh, he's like, let me take a look at your boots. How do they have any metal on them? And the dude looked like he was wearing like normal boots. He rolls his pant leg up. The boots go up to here, and there are metal straps and buckles. They were robo boots. They were like, he was like a mech warrior. I was like, how in the world did you think you weren't gonna have to take those off? Like, I could hear him unclasping them, and it was like ka-chink, ka-chink, ka-chink. Why would you even ask that? I didn't know such things existed. I think maybe he actually had like a medical problem.
I was going to say, it must be a medical product, right?
I mean, put it this way: when he took them off, did he then fall over?
Well, I heard him talking about like an injury with his date. Like he was talking about like
okay.
some skiing injury or something from years ago. But do you ever feel like when you're flying that you're flying with people that haven't flown for like 20 years? You're like, how do you not know this?
I've got a story that's about people that haven't flown in 60 years, so I can't really comment on that particular element.
Well,
I got to my seat, and I had the aisle seat of the middle three, because I like to get up and walk around on a long flight, and a pretty girl comes along, and she's checking out the aisles, and I'm thinking, because, you know, you're sitting there going, am I going to get the NFL guy? Am I going to get, like, the screaming kid? And
that's nice to say NFL guy. What you really mean is American.
No, I just had this picture
the
in my head.
spillover.
The guy that's just enormous. And she comes and we make eye contact, and she starts putting her stuff in, and she gives me some, not in a flirty way, but I think we just smile at each other in a, oh, thank God for that. And she sits down and says hello, and literally, as soon as we've said hello to each other, the flight attendant comes and crouches next to her and has the conversation going, as you're traveling on your own, would you mind moving? Because there's a couple that want to. So she's immediately gone up. So I've got to go through the whole sweat again of who am I going to get. And then
Swingers, hello, couple.
The oldest couple in the history of man come doddering along, and it's like the culmination of 80 years together has come to a head today. This woman is like, sit down, no, sit there, no, move along, no, don't sit on that. We'll move the blanket, we'll pick up the pillows, and it's like she has lost all love for this old guy who's totally doddery and sits next to me, and he starts fumbling with his seatbelt. So I'm like, here, let me help you with that, sir. I'm thinking, well, I'm going to be the nice guy here. But as time passes, it becomes clear this guy is much more confused than I had him down for. Because every time I get up during the next 9 hours, as soon as he sees my seatbelt, he picks it up and is trying to plug it into his own seatbelt. And I'm like, no, that's mine, sir. And it gets to the point where every time I move, I have to hide my seatbelt because this guy just keeps going for it. He's got it in his head. And then
You're just waiting for the pilot to come and be like, everyone, we've got a couple of folks on the plane today. It's their first time ever on an aircraft.
It did seem a bit like it was like, oh my God, we're in the air, something. But at one point, it culminates where he gets a drink, immediately forgets that he's got a drink and goes to ask someone for a drink and knocks a whole cup of apple juice down these very jeans that I didn't bring a spare pair of. And I'm like, oh God. And now I'm thinking, I can't get angry with this guy because if it was you, I'm like, Joe, for God's sake, man. Whereas this guy's like, what? And I'm like, oh, no, it's absolutely not a problem at all, sir. It's all in my shoes.
You can't even get mad, yeah.
I can't. I go and get a whole bunch of tissues from the loos, and I'm trying to clean myself up. The wife has clearly said, you've just knocked your drink over. But this guy has not quite put it together, so he's now offering me his drink. And I don't want to go,
Yeah,
no,
can you even it out? Can you get this side for me now, too, please?
So I'm kind of going, no, I don't want to drink. It's that you've spilt your whole drink on my leg.
Wouldn't this be amazing? Well, you were on this flight, too, right?
Yeah, this is our
I
flight.
wish I could be in a situation where Matt's forced to be nice because he really doesn't try at all when he's here.
But the great thing is, so he steps away from this couple to obviously use the bathroom to clean himself up, and that gives him the opportunity to basically talk to me, not in earshot of this couple, so he can basically just offer.
And I get back, and the guy still keeps offering me drinks. I'm like, no, you don't understand. And then later on, when the hot drinks arrive, I am out of there, and I spend about an hour standing watching him, waiting for him to drink this thing. And every time he catches my eye, he offers me that drink as well. And I'm like, this is awful. Meanwhile, he's also taking my seatbelt because every time I start, and it just became a nightmare. I got through it with
it's
no
only
more.
a 10-hour flight,
It's
right?
only a 10-hour flight. But when we get here and they're saying, and of course we have an 84-year-old qualifier who's flown over special, I'm thinking, oh no. Oh no. Please. But it turned out it was not him, and I survived. But I have now got scratch and sniff apple flavored jeans. So if anyone wants to try that, just come and the knee is particularly doused.
I can't wait. James,
so, yeah.
Any good Christmas, New Year's?
I had a very relaxing Christmas, to be honest. You mentioned Rogue One?
Yeah.
Did get to see Rogue One. You obviously saw it as well, Matt.
Yes, I did.
Thought that the first half was a little bit uneven. Didn't like the planet hopping at the start.
By the way, if spoiler, we may say some spoilers. Just
no, I'm
spoilers?
not. No
Okay.
spoilers. No spoilers.
I don't want any spoilers. You know why?
No, you.
Well, I went to the movies to see Rogue One.
But.
However, okay, really quickly, I had a really bad Christmas. Lots of family drama. I got dumped a couple days after Christmas. Like, I was trying to get back together with the only person I've actually cared about in the last few years. And she was like, guess what? You took too long. I'm seeing somebody else. Sayonara. Like 2 days after Christmas. And so,
I tell you what, Joe, that guy in the crane does not want you to tell this story. He's determined.
He's been on.
Determined to interrupt this broadcast.
This is when 4'11" Gabby tells this guy who's has a job to do to knock it off. I really don't care. I'm used to telling my stories around people who don't give a shit. So anyway, I hit Tinder super hard, like on December 28th, and I end up finding this Tinder date to go see Rogue One with me. And we have a few beers before the movie, which, of course, always leads to having to go to the bathroom. So about halfway through the movie, she goes to the bathroom. When she comes back, I can tell she's, like, not really that into the movie. She's, like, super bored, right? Well, I don't know if she's bored. She's more into me than she is into the movie, which to me says she's not really enjoying the movie very much.
Haven't you made the cardinal sin of taking a first date to a movie?
It wasn't a first date.
Really want to see?
It wasn't a first date.
Okay.
I'd already seen her once before, and she was relatively normal. However, when she came back from the bathroom, I don't know if it was the beer, I don't know what happened in the bathroom, but she is all over me, like touching me and rubbing my leg.
See, I'd be just like, sit yourself down, love. I'm watching Star Wars.
I did
Absolutely.
that, but then that only seemed to make it worse and amplify her advances.
In which case, get out. I'm watching Star Wars.
Well, I was left with the ultimate nerd Sophie's choice, basically, at one point. Well, eventually she starts kissing, like, my ear, my neck, and moaning really loudly to the point where, like, look, I don't really mind if we were in the theater alone. It would be fine, but, like, there's people on both sides of us, and I just don't want to ruin the experience for other people. Ruin the experience for me, fine, just not for the strangers.
No, it's not fine to ruin it for you either. This is blatantly unacceptable behavior.
And that's why I had the ultimate nerd Sophie's choice, which is Star Wars or sex.
Star Wars.
Well, in this particular case, I did. The problem is I had already seen this before, but I hadn't seen this before. And so had it been like the first time ever for both of them.
And also there are several screenings a day, whereas
this may be the last time I ever have an opportunity to see this.
Special edition.
This special edition over here. This galaxy far, far away. And so I did.
You walked out of the movie.
I did. I walked out of Rogue One. And look, like I said, if it had been just me, I wouldn't have done that. But I didn't want. She wasn't going to stop. It was either that, and and if she had walked out, and I know you would have been fine with this, it would have ruined the experience for me because I would have been thinking about this the whole time. That was weird, or why didn't I go?
Yeah, but she's some random you met on a dating
Of course,
app.
I'm not wouldn't be heartbroken for her. It just would taint the experience. Taint. Different kinds. It would have just messed up my experience of the movie there, so I left with her.
So basically, you only saw the first half of the movie, which, as I was saying, is probably the weakest half, where it's kind of a bit confusing in places, it's a bit dull, and it really comes alive in the second half, which is quite frankly excellent, and the last kind of the big finale
the bit you
is
missed.
Awesome.
Well, here's the worst part. When I got her home, it was so awkward that my Death Star wasn't even fully operational. So. Couldn't even use the Force.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PokerStars Championship Bahamas from the Atlantis Resort here on Paradise Island. Hope you enjoyed that first ever poker in the ears. More of that to come as the day goes on. This is our feature table. This is how the boys and girls are lining up. There's just boys. Michael Gentili is top of this with 3.3 million. Rodrigo Cordoba, 2.1. John DeBella, 1.5. Christian Harder, 1.17. Marcin Kapowski, 1 million. And Michael Bartholomew, 920,000. We are now at 15,000, 30,000 with a 5K ante. Shuffle up and deal.
Hi.
I'm so sorry. Do you know what? I felt like I really wanted to get all of that information out before the game started.
You nailed it. What's up? Hello, my babies.
So, now, hang on a minute. Hi, I'm Matt Broughton. That's Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Sorry, I feel like you've only just recently been speaking, but of course it was a video of you speaking.
We've got some prizes to give away. James Hardigan gave you a challenge. You had to identify what nerdy movie he was referencing with his shirt. That movie was Westworld, which Paul Walsh, Jack Jones, and Ryan Rutherford were the first three to identify. Well done, guys.
6 calls.
I'm going to reach into my not my stack. That's what these guys have.
Yeah,
I have a sack.
You wish you had a stack.
I'm going to reach into my sack after this hand and pull out some random ungrateful Christmas re-gifts for you three.
I recently watched the original Westworld movie because I realized I hadn't watched it since I was a kid.
Does it hold up?
No. It's pretty thin. There's some good stuff about it, but I think it's a great example of how much better we are at exploiting good storylines now, how good we are at making like a quite thin premise. Because the premise is a robot theme park. I mean, it's basically Jurassic Park.
It's sort of ripping himself off when he does Jurassic Park, yeah.
But when you look at what a great job they did of turning exactly that same idea as Only Dinosaurs into a movie, compared to that, I think that's going to get remade anytime now, and it'll be much bigger. I was amazed at how little really happens, and how little jeopardy there is. And I remembered your Brynner being much scarier.
Yulbrenner's kind of robotic to begin with, so it's a good fit for him.
Yeah, there's lots about it that I found charming, but it's not the film I remembered. Incidentally, referring back to that first part of Poker in the Ears, Poker in the Ears, also today's 3-year-old password, top left of your screen, all one word, lowercase. Get yourself registered for that. Right now we have got, how many people have we got? We've got 17,700, so still plenty of space. That's going to kick off in 2 hours' time. We have maxed out every single day so far. $2,000 added to the prize pool and $100 bounties on myself, Joe Stapleton, and James Hartigan. I can also tell you that we're going to be joined at the top of this level by Jason Mercier, of course, out in 14th spot here as we play down. Just 12 players remaining now. He's going to come and join us for a little while.
I'm going to go reach in my sack real quick.
Okay. It's at this point in the broadcast I can tell you how lucky you are that we're not in vision, because it's not good. When Joe starts rummaging around with his sack, it's not something that you guys at home need. Marcin Kapowski has raised this up under the gun, 65,000. Joe has just left the area. He'll be back.
210,000.
So I've come back from my sack with some prizes, but also a prize for everyone in the audience.
Was he in your sack?
I caught him digging around in my sack a second ago.
You did not.
Hello, Jason Mercier.
What's up, dude?
Congratulations.
What is that, dice rolling?
Clapping. You just have gambling on the brain,
Oh,
huh? It's just every noise you hear.
I think that those were dice.
What? You play a lot of Yahtzee at home, shaking those dice up in the cup?
I haven't been, but that's actually kind of a good game. I like playing Yahtzee.
Yahtzee's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Plus, you get to yell Yahtzee, and it's actually applicable.
That's what I was going to say, but I figured that you would just say it. So that's fine.
We get that a lot here. If you think of something corny, just wait 12 seconds and Joe will probably fill in the gaps.
12 seems like a long time to wait.
Yeah,
I'm quick with the corn. Oh.
Just to let you know what happened, incidentally, it was Michael actually re-raised, made it 210,000. We got 465,000 in the middle, 10, 8, 8, 2 diamonds. Thank you very much.
So, Jason, 14th place.
I'm just so excited with my finish.
He's looking at me with excited eyes.
Yeah.
I assume that you are disappointed.
Of course.
But
very disappointed.
But there are worse ways to kick off your account with the PokerStars Championship.
I could have gotten knocked out on the first hand.
You could have.
And then played a bunch of other tournaments and lost all of them as well.
Were there any hands where you should have gotten knocked out and you didn't?
No, not a single one.
You just played them all perfectly?
I don't think I was at risk of getting knocked out until my final bust-out hand, actually.
I go through phases of being in and out of love with poker, and I have to say for this particular event, Jason, it was, and I mean this in all earnestness, it was a joy watching you play. It was really cool seeing you go deep again. I was really pulling for you.
I appreciate that, man. Is there a punchline? I
No,
feel like there's a
no
punchline.
punchline. Nope. No rope-a-dope this time.
No, yeah, it was a good experience. I mean, it was the 4th year in a row that I cashed the event, and I've gone deeper each year. So I think if I'm able to play next year, I can get top 13.
Yeah, if only the PokerStars Championship Bahamas goes on for another 7 or 8 years, you might get there.
Yeah, I might be guaranteed #1 spot.
I was going to ask if you've done the Excel sheet projections, if you've worked out by what year you're definitely going to win it. There's got to be some maths behind all of this.
There's got to be an algorithm, yeah.
Yeah, I think 2030 I'm locked in at first place.
Meanwhile, this has gone crazy because Marcin Kapowski has shoved all in, and there's no insta-fold from Michael.
835.
Post-flop, Michael, who had re-raised pre, bet 24,000. And now he has made the call. Pocket 5 for Kapowski, called by the Queens.
Well,
easy peasy.
5s are in real rough shape.
They have the 5 draw.
They do have the 5 draw.
Just checking the suits. Yep, that's it.
Or the 8-8 to chop.
Will 8-8 chop it?
No.
No.
No, that's...
I'm glad I'm not the only one that can misread a
I was
board
testing
occasionally.
you.
Yeah, is that what it was? We'll let you get away with that one.
Oh.
2 outs, 1 card. Godspeed.
They could chop it with no, they can't chop.
And that is it, boys and girls. And Marcin Kapowski is out of there.
I can't believe I wasn't able to chop that ace-8 versus ace-9, by the way.
I was pulling for you, buddy.
I was just thinking about you guys back here singing the song, Everybody Loves a Chop Pot.
It would have been a joy.
It's that easy.
But,
It was a somber, it was like sung in a minor key when it happened to you, though. It was...
Everybody loves a
That
chop.
was pretty.
It was like a monk, monk's chant.
Yeah, what?
Top of our feature table now, 4.42 million for Michael Gently.
Jason, all those years it was the PCA, and you went 0 for 5, right? You said in your first 5 PCA main events.
Yep.
Did you ever consider not trying the 6th time?
I didn't because as a PokerStars pro, this is one of the events that I had to play
Got it.
every year. So, but I think after I busted for the 5th year in a row without cashing, you know, probably in some absurd fashion, I was like, you know what? I guess I'll just never cash this tournament. I'm pretty sure I said that word for word.
I understand that happening after you bust the 5th time. When you're starting the 6th time, is that on your mind?
Not really. I mean, you know, you're just kind of hopping in the tournament and like, well, let's see how it goes, you know. And then, you know, things like started off really well the 6th time that I played, and I was able to scrape into the money barely.
That was
and
easy.
then
That was easy.
the last 3 years I've been
And unexpected.
very, you know, relatively deep. I got 40th, 20th, and now 14th. So.
Does mindset play a role at all in your poker game? Like when you got it in bad just then, dominated, you were like, you were talking about chops and you're like, or I could just win it, bro.
I don't think it really affects the cards.
Sure.
But yeah, there is something to be said about just being confident, you know, in all aspects of your game. So, you know, when you get all in and you have a coin flip, just being confident that, you know, whether or not you win this hand, you're going to be playing good afterwards anyways, and it just translates into good things happening for you.
2 in a row.
I asked that question just because I think it's helpful for a lot of folks out there who are aspiring poker players and who struggle sometimes probably with their own mindsets, their own attitudes.
It definitely plays an impact.
So let me take care of this house cleaning real quick. To the 3 folks, Ryan Ruffy, Paragon Poker, and Hamish TPB, who correctly guessed Westworld as the t-shirt James was wearing in Poker in the Ears and Eyes. Ryan Ruffy, you've won yourself a pair of ladies' London socks.
Nice. Yes.
London, sorry, Union Jack, not London specifically, the UK. Paragon Poker, you've won yourself a gag gift, 49 sheets of a paper tantrum. You just get to fill out this little form here.
Nice.
If you're having a bad day, check some boxes.
Wow, that is super handy.
Yeah, do you want this instead?
I do not, actually.
And Paul Walsh, you've won yourself 2 giant googly eyes. You can put them on anything you want. It's instant comedy.
Oh, and the example was given like put it on a trash can, put it on a mailbox, put it on the back of an armchair. It will immediately bring character to inanimate objects. It's what we do with Hartigan every morning.
Congratulations, guys. Looks like we're going to see DeBella Harder, the sequel.
Yep, a raise from John under the gun. Christian calls 170,000 on an ace king 4 rainbow flop. 11 players left from the original 738. How did we get here so quick?
Well, I flew from Fort Lauderdale. It was
Oh wow, that's got like a ground speed of 500
nice
miles an hour, so that
short flight.
That'll do it. That'll do it every time. Joe's off down the post office. He really takes the competition prize stuff real seriously. He's just getting some jiffy bags, just licking the envelope.
Paying the postage.
It's really expensive when Joe says, I want to run this competition. Just pretty much everyone at PokerStars just goes, oh, God, just know the shipping. And
I do not ask permission to run the competition.
it's always easier to just stitch the company up and let them clear up than ask.
Yes, exactly.
There'll be a lot of forms and paperwork and email exchanges.
It's funny because they come with me from New York to Los Angeles to the Bahamas and then back to the UK, and then they mail them to the places they're going.
Superb.
It's a global economy, Matt.
It's a beautiful thing. I would say, like, why don't you just take some pictures of them before you come out here? But then we wouldn't get to see you rummaging in your sack.
Correct. So how's this hand played out? DeBella the Razor.
Yeah.
Continued flop.
Yeah.
For about a third of the pot.
Yeah.
Check, check on the turn.
Yeah.
Harder leads river.
Yeah.
DeBella folds.
Yeah.
Jason, were you able to pick up anything on your opponents while you were at the table? Did you manage to get a good overview of their various styles?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I played against, well, not too much today, but I played against most everyone at the table already at some point in the tournament. So I felt like I had a good grasp of how everyone was playing.
And when you have this grasp, do you make like a judgment too? Do you go, you're terrible, you're okay, you're pretty good?
In my head
Yeah.
sometimes, yeah, for sure. But I don't really share that with
You don't want to say if
everyone.
any of these people are terrible?
No, I would prefer not to comment if I thought that.
Under the gun raise from Michael, 65,000.
There's two Michaels.
Well, that's true. But there's
Gentili.
only one that's under the gun.
Well, depends on. I mean,
All in.
under the gun one, you know?
Well, I didn't say under the gun one, did I? I said under the gun. Can we get this guy out of here? It's just
Such a troll.
So just totally dismantling the entire broadcast. The other Michael has now gone all in.
Bartholomew.
Good name. It's a strong name.
I think it's 920.
I've actually known him for quite some time. I met him in 2008 in Monte Carlo.
915?
He's a good dude.
915,000.
Canadians, right?
Yeah, and he busted me. That bastard.
Well, the interesting news is Christian Harder
is interested.
Certainly. You can see there one of the new deadly all-in triangles. A lot of conversation with the dealers about how much they fear for their foreheads.
Wow.
Wow.
I think Bartholomew has jacks or ace-king. Christian has aces.
Whoops.
Christian does have the aces.
Yikes.
Nines.
So that's pretty much jacks.
No, it's not.
Yeah, we make 2s going.
So you're doing just as well against aces as jacks are.
They're actually doing a little better.
Right, because they can make a straight a little easier.
Yes.
Michael Bartholomew
And he has
all in
a live heart draw.
and at risk.
Super, not that live.
Backdoor sweat.
Well, he needs a jack, 8 or 6 to pick up outs. 9 to just take the massive lead.
Pretty good at this.
King, not helpful.
Now only a 9.
Hold on, wait. 1.
Pause the action.
Yes, both 9s. Help him.
Any chop outs?
No chop outs.
Ka-ching, and that is great news for Christian Harder. Bad news for Michael Bartholomew, who leaves us in 11th place.
Here, I'll troll him a little, Jason, since he knocked you out.
$42,400 for his efforts, though, so it's not all bad news.
That's incredibly mean.
Hey, he had a big score here, and you said he's a nice guy. We love him. You know, he's from Canada. Jason, did you ever hear the story of how Canada was named?
No.
I tell you what, let's come back to this revelation because
Oh,
we've
man.
got some actual business to take care of. As we announce the details of today's card hunt, you know that we are giving away a $530 ticket to a PokerStars Championship Panama satellite. What you need to do, boys and girls, is first of all spark up the client and get today's card hunt challenge underway. Go about your business completing the pieces of that puzzle, and as you do so, win a hand with the 7 of hearts. Needs to be one of your whole cards as you complete that challenge. When you have both completed the challenge and done that hand, tweet the hand ID and your player ID at #PokerStarsWin. We will draw the winner at random, and we have 3 runners-up prizes of $82 feeder tickets. So once again, the 7 of hearts is your magic card. Good luck, everyone. So Joe, tell us again, what's this thing about Canada?
So Canada, Jason, what happened was these 2 Canadian guys, although they weren't Canadian yet, they discovered Canada. And one of them said, he said, well, what should we name it? And the one guy goes, well, I think it should have a C, eh? And I think it should have an N, eh? And I think it should have a D, eh? And that's how they named it Canada.
I don't understand. Could you tell me that one again?
Sure. So the one guy... They knew what letters they wanted, you know.
Oh, they wanted a C, eh?
Exactly. And then they wanted
a D.
Well, yeah, not yet
After.
though. You're getting ahead of yourself in the story. They would have loved to skip right to the
A
D.
Cadena.
Right.
That would have been a Cadena.
If the N came next, yes.
Yeah.
We're balancing our tables. We got to balance my quote-unquote humor.
Can you imagine, Jason, the first time I heard this joke, of which I've now heard 16 or 17 times, was when we had Randy Lou, if you're familiar with him.
Nano Noko.
Yeah, via Skype. Can you imagine how confusing that joke was?
To him?
To everyone. Like, Joey's at his very best telling a poor joke to someone across Skype with a bad internet connection. That's when you really get the full flavor of Joe's ability.
Yeah.
It took 16 hours to finish the joke.
I'm not sure Randy knew it was a joke, nor did the audience.
No, and he didn't want to laugh at it in case it was you trying to be like clever and intelligent, but also he didn't want to laugh because it wasn't funny.
Maybe he thought it might have been true, eh?
There's a really good shot Randy thought it was true.
Michael Vella is the player being balanced from the outer table, joining us. See Cliff Joe's feed there. Nadia, Gandalf.
Speaking of bad jokes.
Oh, dear. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot Michael yesterday scintillated the table by telling a series of quite dreadful jokes.
John DeBella actually told the same joke in the same seat today to start the day. Did you guys notice
It was the
that?
same joke? Because I actually liked the joke that John told. The one
Which one? About the pecker?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, that's what... Yeah, John told that joke.
Who the hell is Cliff Josephy?
Well, yeah, but this guy with the Yankees hat...
He told the same joke?
He told that joke first, and that's where I think John DeBella got it from.
I can't wait for them to tell it to each other right now. This will be amazing.
Well, I think he already did. I think that's what happened yesterday. He told him yesterday at the table.
Well, Michael's going to be John's
He
new
actually
table
used,
mate.
He used my name, which was a little disheartening. Are those the midgets laughing in the background?
I think I like telling jokes at the table, though. I didn't love that joke, but
I wasn't really a fan of that one too much.
Because you were the butt of it, or just in general you didn't like it?
In general. It was too easy to see, and it took too long.
The one I heard was a long way to go. Not like the Canada joke, which right there.
Yeah. A.
It's not exactly my A material.
I understand that you're already about to leave us, Jason. I think I have to let you go. We managed to nab you, but only for a short while.
I just wanted to pop in and say hello.
That's very nice.
We appreciate it, and I think the fans appreciate it too.
Tell you guys what I probably thought the guy had on the 10-8-8, you know, what his range was.
9s or ace-king. That was a narrow-ass range.
Not on that one. It's fine. No worries, guys.
Jason, I've been working on a song parody about you.
Okay.
You know that song, Your Love is Like Bad Medicine?
By
I
Rihanna?
can't sing it. No, I think it's like Poison or something, or
Yeah.
one of those hair bands from the 80s.
Bad medicine is what I need.
Your shove is like bad regicin because you're a bad reg.
Oh, I get it. Does this mean I'm allowed to leave now?
Yes. Goodbye, Jason.
Thanks for your time. Sorry about Joe.
See you guys.
Jason acts like he's miserable here, but he's usually very excited.
His
to come
eyes are
in.
sparkling with joy.
I'm having the time of my life.
Bye, Jason.
All right, see you guys next time.
And he cannot get out of here fast enough. Look, check this out. He's up.
Whoa. Man, he moves.
So 9 we go to 1 table, correct? Yeah, that's what I've been told.
If I had a company and I had a company website and I needed a voiceover, definitely Jason, just to come in and kind of groan his way through the incredible services and products that are provided by the company.
So, like, I don't know. You can buy this, I guess.
Click on register or don't.
Whatever.
I always feel like I've let Jason down slightly if he doesn't come along right when we're in the halfway through one of my really dreadful competitions. That seemed to be the trend, is that just when I'd started one of my really ridiculous competitions, and then I'd just get a little note saying, Jason's going to be joining us in a few minutes, and you go, oh no, there's no way I can wrap this competition up. And he'd land, and the Twitter feed would just be full of pictures of cats wearing MASH, and they'd had to make legs out of foil, and it was one of my, and he'd just be like, but you know what Jason's like? He'd just like, yeah, okay, I'll go along with this.
Catch us up on the action in this hand. This is 3-bet pre-flop. Christian Harder went for a pretty big pre-flop 3-bet, almost a 3x. And he did continue the flop. Pretty small, 140K to 430,000. And now Cordoba, not Cordoba, but Cordoba.
Cordoba.
Just giving it a think, getting a really good price. And makes the call. We got the white chips in play now.
A few of them heard it already.
These two have nearly even stacks. 5 of hearts on the turn.
Bon Jovi instantly bad medicine. Being confirmed
Yes.
by 6,000 people. Thanks for playing. No prize attached. Well, Christian Harder decides what to do here. Worth pointing out now, next payout 42,400, and then it steps up 8th and 9th get 56,000, and then it's increments all the way up to that top prize of $480,000. One more elimination and we will draw for our final lineup.
265.
265 into 710.
I'm going to answer this question once this hour. Wild Mongrel on Twitch. No hole cards. I thought at final table will be hole cards. Only on the final day. And also, we are not at the final table yet. But we will have hole cards up tomorrow, where we will most likely come back with 6 players.
Most likely.
And go. Another small bet here from Christian Harder. 265 into 710. And he gets called again. I don't really, it's not really like a bluff betting size, so he must really like his hand.
Yeah, it's been consistent throughout. You see there. Re-raise pre, bet out after a check, bet out again after a check on the turn. Now we get the 7 of clubs, 1.24 million in the middle.
Hard to imagine either player's got an 8 in his hand, so we can kind of get rid of that since this was a 3-bet pre-flop.
You know what you've done, Joe? You've completely forgotten about quads.
I have forgotten about quads, that's true. There could be 2 8s in someone's hands, probably more likely than someone having an 8.
I was mostly teasing. It's pretty remote, but yeah.
Look, we saw quads once on the broadcast already this week. It does happen. This really feels like overpair versus overpair. No draws on the flop. Hardly any draws on the turn. There aren't very many hands that Charter can value bet 3 full streets. Aces and kings are about it, I think. I think even if I had queens at this point and I got stationed twice, I might be pretty worried about it.
I feel your pain. 530,000 into the 1.24. Again, see how the action has gone. Is Christian Harder has not taken his foot off the pedal since the very beginning of this. There's a raise from Cordova. Got 3-bet. Check bet call, check bet call, and once again we got the check bet.
If I'm Cordoba, I'm not even loving kings right now.
I mean, I guess any of the reasonable pocket pairs that just love a low flop and just want to keep pounding on the pot while they think they're ahead, he doesn't have to be that huge. Do you know what I'm saying?
Do you think that this could be something like 6s turned into a bluff?
No, I think this might just be legitimately like 10s or jacks, or do you know what I mean? Like just
From Harder?
Yeah.
I just think it's hard to value bet a hand like 10s or jacks 3 times.
But with an opponent who's called you progressively through every single street, it's like check, call, check. Call.
That's exactly why I think it's hard to value bet it, because what's calling you?
Well, I don't know. Whatever has been calling you thus far. No, but you know, I mean, joking aside, you go, well, this guy's got something, but...
Hey, man, if you have a stellar read and you think a guy's going to call you down with ace high and you can value bet 10s this whole way, I'd just be afraid if I have 10s that he's got jacks or queens.
What if you got jacks? You might be hoping he's got 10s.
True, but that's super narrow.
That's the way I live my life, Joe. Super narrow. That's what they call me back home.
I live my life a quarter mile at a time. Ride or die.
You know you're a pretty weak table when everybody's turned the other way facing watching that face.
I mean, I'm just being devil's advocate, obviously, boys and girls. Don't get too carried away. I really hope he calls. I just desperately want to see these hands.
Bashka Mask on Twitch asks, is there any chance he re-raised with an 8 in his hand? Yeah, there's a chance.
For sure.
People can get kind of weird and sticky. You can kind of be like pre-flop bluffing with a hand like ace-8.
I mean, some people
7-8.
Some people, yeah, I was just going to say, some people love things like 7-8, and like they just re-raise with it just to completely blow your mind with their range. And then a miracle like this happens, and it's lightning in a bottle, and sometimes they get away from it, and all of a sudden we could see like Cordova who just like shove and go, haha. Well, of course it was Christian that re-raised that we're talking about, but you get my gif. Whatever happened to commas?
It's pretty tough to discern all those zeros, isn't it? It kind of hurts the eyes.
The White Russian, I mean, it could be a billion.
Look at that. They sheepishly drop off, embarrassed.
Again, watch out, Matt's criticizing our lack of use of commas in.
That's a call.
He's called it.
Yeah.
Aces. Oh, Rodrigo, please show us. No. Wow. We bring you all the big hands here.
Is that really back-to-back aces for Charter?
So you double.
By the way, that's the only hand I'm gonna get right all year, everybody. So I'll see myself.
Back to back.
Okay, can we see if Mr. Stapleton wants any food on the way out? Just the usual caviar. Let's see what that does to our table. Well, actually, it doesn't do physically anything to the table. It's made of quite a strong material. But the players have indeed been affected. Christian Harder now 3.5 million. Rodrigo Cordova 1.165. Still got an hour on this level.
I've been told I can't go.
Oh, I didn't think we'd ever see you again.
I really wish I'd insulted fewer people on the way out.
Because I saw you punch a couple of them just like right in the face. I mean, those girls have been so kind to you over the years.
Turns out I don't get paid if I don't stay.
Okay. So I'm joined now in the booth by Joe Stapleton.
All right, before I look at it.
Hello, my babies. I'm back.
Oh, look, here are the chips. Oh,
well,
that's easier. Blue Lagoon, I have no idea what drink that is. Caipirinha is delicious and worth 25,000. White Russian. One day I'll tell you about the game I invented in Vegas called White Russian Roulette. You can make a lot of money and get very drunk. Let's just leave it at that.
Last night I bought 3 Goombay Smash just so I could buy 1 drink for a particular dealer I was sweet on, and she left while I was waiting at the bar, and then a bunch of dude dealers drank them.
I saw that. I didn't want to mention it because it seemed like a really pretty hard fail even for you.
It was really, it was too good not to mention.
It's because I walked past the bar thinking, why is Joe with all these guys going, get me out of here, buying them all drinks? And I realized there must have been a girl that you were going to impress by, hey, I'm the most generous guy in the world, let me buy your drinks. She went, well, I'm going to bed now, I'll leave you guys to like party. So let's pick this one up, boys and girls. Oh no, let's not, because it's finished. Christian raised C-bet and won.
They were only queens.
That's why when Joe, I heard earlier on, telling people to make sure that you do subscribe to Poker in the Ears. Because it's all this behind the scenes stuff. Day to day, I mean, this is just poker, but what you really need to know about is what happens on the way here and on the way away from here. PokerStars podcast has a new name, and it's the same old hosts with the same old jokes.
Hey! Who wrote this?
James and Joe, and sometimes Matt, tell tales from the poker circuit, interview their celebrity poker-playing friends, good use of the hyphen.
Not true.
And give listeners chances, give listeners the chance, would be the correct way to say that, to come on air, nice hyphen, and win prizes. Subscribe on iTunes or download from soundcloud.co/pokerinthears.
Matt Broughton approves of your use of punctuation.
Once a proofreader, always a proofreader.
C-date raises to 200,000. C4.
Chris Allen asks, any chance of a shout out to a longtime viewer? In a word? No. Thank you for your question. Michael Vella opened this pot. He's been 3-bet by the other Michael. Wow, we had 3 Michaels at this table, potentially.
What was the question? Do you have it?
We did lose Canadian Michael.
Didn't laugh at me. Haven't seen me play games in a while.
A raise from Michael Vella, a re-raise from Michael Gentili, and it's all over.
Nice one. Pretty nice one. Tough to call from this small, you know. Let me go 3 ways.
By the way, I meant to apologize to Aaron Bass, who had a legit question about the size of the shove when we saw the pocket nines.
Yeah, sorry.
But Jason was already, we knew he had to head off, and so I just thought I'm not really going to get the chance to throw this at him. I do apologize. Generally speaking, we get our guests for a bit longer, and we're more than happy to throw questions at them. But Jason, having just been knocked out, wanted to come in. Very kind of him. We do appreciate it, but obviously not exactly in the right frame of mind to spend an hour with us chewing over the table he'd just been knocked off.
Let's be honest. He's married now. We get him for less time.
He said it wouldn't change anything. He said, no, I'll still hang out with you guys exactly as much. And then we just never heard from him. And then he just wasn't free. And then he said, well, I got to clear it with the boss.
Now he just pops in.
The thing is, I've had some great news because I recently had an email saying that there are lots of Russian beauties that want to date me.
Like 4.2.
No.
Apparently, I could find love with a beautiful Russian woman.
Are you serious?
I know. I don't know if it's like a lottery and I've just been lucky, or
That's
whether
great.
maybe I signed up.
Are those
for
all
something.
links to the?
He raised.
I guess so. I haven't opened it up yet, but I can't wait.
Man, I run so bad.
I wasn't even looking.
Do you think in Russia they get emails about American beauties? I want to date them.
Well, if they say a fat, overweight, older than you man is, you could find love with a 55-year-old fat millionaire.
They're all over the place.
You need two halves to every business concern. That was a cheeky little bet and win for Rodrigo.
Turn the hat around.
A good-looking lad with a huge head of hair. Got a lot going for him. The fact that he's our shortest stack doesn't really matter because he's still got 39 big blinds and 55 minutes on the clock. So, in no real trouble.
Seat 8, that's 65.
65,000 from the cutoff. Small blind Christian Harder is out of there. Just John DeBella on the big. Gonna be taking a look at this flop by the look of that.
Seat 6, call.
He does indeed call. Jack 6-6.
Seat 6 checks. Seat 8 bets 55.
Michael Gentili. I think he'd really like that hand. We ain't gonna find out though.
Not until tomorrow. Don't forget, boys and girls, the way things are going to roll right now, we got to lose one more player, and then we take a break and draw for the seat arrangement for the last 9 players. They'll all come to one table, and that will be the last seat draw of the entire tournament because we will hopefully play down to 6 today, come back tomorrow, and then it will be cards up coverage from 1 p.m. Eastern time. They will not redraw again at any point once they form that final 9. Cards up treat. And we will crown our first ever PokerStars Championship champion.
That seems not the best thought out.
6 folds.
What am I gonna say?
A PokerStars Championship champion.
Congratulations to the first PokerStars Championship champion.
Well, I would get the word champion out the way early.
The
As a
champion
copywriter.
of the first PokerStars
Let's hear
Championship.
it for the first champion of the PokerStars Championship. I would get the make sure the 2 champion words are
Put
well
some
away from each
distance
other.
between
Yeah.
you. I think I'm probably just gonna go with winner.
Yeah.
How about a big round of applause for the winner of the first PokerStars Championship?
Or the first PokerStars Championship winner. See, if you're going to get rid of the word champion and use winner, then you're
It
fine.
opens up all kinds of options.
Let's go with that one. Let's go with that one.
I gotta write that down now.
Sometimes you just have to completely redesign a sentence when it's not working for you. Just stop trying to like make it work.
Let me see if I have a heart. I don't. You can take it.
I didn't have a heart either.
Yeah?
I had the queen.
Don't sell yourself short to Bella. You got plenty of heart, kid. I think that when he won a few years ago, he had promised his kids if he won, he was going to buy them Porsches. I
Is
wonder what the promise is this year.
And I wonder if he's looking to adopt any 46-year-old children. I was thinking, you know, all the a lot of our gang are Twitch viewers now. You know, the way the mediums come in and out of fashion is that the one thing we're lacking, and we're not really pandering to our Twitch audience, is normally there's like some techno music playing really softly in the background. And I'm just thinking that really, I'm going to see if I can find some royalty-free techno, because Lex does it on his stream, Jason does it on his, Jamie. We just need some like pumping techno tunes, just really low in the mix, but just so that when it's a bit quiet, things don't feel quite so awkward. Who's your favorite techno artist? Who do you want me to like look for? You've probably got a few. I mean, don't give me like top 10, just like maybe
Just one. It's really hard to narrow it down. I'm a big fan of DJ Paul Van Lasquez.
Paul Van Lasquez.
Yes.
Oh, DJ Lasquez. Yeah, man. Hell, is sweet. Yeah, hit me up. It's been out one time on the ones and twos.
I went to a club in Prague, and the girl I was with was like, I was getting kind of tired. And the girl I was with was like, let's stay for one more song. We left 2 hours later.
Hey, you know, those guys can mix. They
I mean,
can-
look,
they
it was a good song. That word that was in it was great.
Great timing. William says, I think you two guys need to have a comedy show. We certainly need something, William. I'm not entirely sure it's a comedy show. Good luck. Great stream. Thank you very much, William. Don't forget, hashtag PokerStars TV is the new place as of 2017 to get in touch with us.
All right, let's pick up the action here. John DeBella, the man with the heart. The man who's already won a main event here in the Bahamas. Made it 65,000 pre-flop. He continued for 80,000 on the flop. Check on the turn. There's your board. 6 of clubs is your river card. Gentili looking like he wants to lead this river. The betting lead is up for grabs. He checks, though. Well, my reads are done for the year.
I mean, you've had one real big result in the last level, I think.
That's all it
probably
takes in poker. You can just have one big result a year.
Yeah, but your one didn't pay out over 23 million euros, did it? No. So that's not really the sort of result you can bank. See a little bit. While nothing's going on, a little bit of techno in the
Right.
background, that would totally break it.
Do they talk over the techno, or do they sit there and think a lot on the streams?
No, they talk over it. It's really low in the mix. It's
Okay.
really low down. It's like,
That's good, because I was thinking of starting a Scrabble stream. And so I need some pointers.
that could be good.
Let's
Yep.
start. Let's
Sorry.
think about some hands that. Oh,
No,
okay.
no.
I was just about to.
Do you know what? That was
start
really valiant of
speculating.
you there. I want to shake your hand, Joe, because
Thanks.
you look like I was like doing silly noises and stuff, and I was just about to riff on the Scrabble thing, and then you went in your head. You went, no, let's do our job here. And then just as you're like, let's think about a range of eyes folded, and you just look so crestfallen. It's.
I was disappointed. I was ready to start speculating, taking guesses.
See, but you know what you've done there? You've done that classic gambler thing where you've had a big result, you got a bit lucky, and now you think
Now
you're the
move it
boss.
up in stakes.
You're saying, well, you know, now I'm going to bet double on
down,
twice as
keep it
many
in.
numbers.
Actions folded around to Michael Vella,
7 raise to 65.
who, as much as I gave him a hard time for the joke he told yesterday, I do like characters at the table. I like people who are having fun out there.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to find much of an audience here. It's all pretty serious right now. Everyone with the eye on the prize.
Hey, I won a pot.
Well done to you, sir.
Break the seal. Table's too damn quiet. Somebody tell a joke.
See?
That's your job.
All right.
Exactly.
Jesus, Moses, and this old guy are playing golf.
Yes!
All right. Beautiful par 3, island par 3. All you can see is water and the green out there. Matter of fact, you got to get a helicopter to get to the green. Jesus steps up, hits his tee shot, 40 yards short, in the water. Moses is cracking up. He's laughing. Ah, you suck, you suck. You can't play golf. Jesus walks across the water, stands on top of the water, walks across, chips it out of the green, knocks it in the hole. They're like, wow, that's awesome. Wait till the hand's over. We'll continue.
Love it.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
I can't wait.
Quite literally.
I have a feeling what Moses is going to do.
You have an idea, don't you?
Ruin it.
7 fold.
Remarkably, Jesus' ball stayed on top of the water because he's Jesus, right?
Key part of the story.
Yeah. He didn't mention that, did he?
Who's the third person?
Jesus, Moses, and I've forgotten already.
Oh, man.
He'll recap. He'll recap. We've got a graphic that recaps all the jokes. So that if you could just get that
Pre-flop
up.
Jesus, Moses.
Ball, water, walking. Post-flop.
This one's suitable for airing, so when I tell it, you guys can air it.
We're live.
Queen, queen, deuce. See, I would be dreadful if I was in charge of the graphics because, as you might imagine, I can type quite quickly. So I would be rattling off everything every 5 seconds. Anything that amused me would be on the screen.
We're being told that the third person is an old guy. Thank you, Director Dan.
Okay, so Jesus, Moses, and this old guy play golf.
I feel like the old guy is going to be key.
Yeah.
It feels like it's going to be a crucial part of the story. I think that the funny thing that happens in this is going to be the old guy.
Yeah, I think so. I think because we're not meant to. Well, we already forgot about him, and that's the beauty
Right,
of the
yeah.
way he set the joke up.
He's going to come from like out of nowhere.
We're not even thinking about. We're so sure we know what Jesus and Moses are doing that the old guy is going to blow our minds. Meanwhile, post flop. Rodrigo Cordoba has made it 35,000, been called by Christian, and now after the 6 of hearts on the turn, Rodrigo has made it 80,000. Bit over half pot.
.21 Leo 21 on Twitch says Joe Stapleton equals Archie, the guy from Dr. House in the 6th season who share room with Dr. House in the mental clinic. Thank you.
What?
This is the most specific lookalike ever. As Cordoba's bet gets through, Charter folds.
So Moses steps up.
Right. Yeah.
He hits his shot. About 20 yards short of the green, but his ball sinks right to the bottom. Jesus, cracking up, laughing at him. You think you can't play this game? You should have stuck back with the scriptures, whatever it may be. Oh, you know Moses, he just parts the sea, walks right on out there, chips it up, knocks it in. No problem. The old guy gets up, relatively old, and hits the ball halfway there in the water.
My setup?
Ball goes in the water, a fish grabs it, jumps up in the air. As the fish jumps up, grabs the ball. A bird comes flying by, catches the fish, swims over the green, drops the fish, the fish hits the thing, ball pops out, goes right in the hole. Jesus turns to the old guy and says, "Nice shot, Dad."
That's cute.
I'm so glad you're here.
I knew God was a man.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was always on the cards.
Confirmed.
I'm gonna have to remember that one too.
That one you can tell anyway, right?
Yeah.
Kids like
Michael
that.
Vella,
Tell that one
he's a funny fella.
I'm gonna tell my priest that one.
He'll love that one.
Oh yeah.
He'll love it.
Stuart James Dawson on Twitter, very pleased to get to the punchline. He was just about to take a break to the toilet. I'm sitting here busting, but I need to know the punchline. You just don't leave when a joke has been set up. It's just hanging there.
Rob writes in on Twitter to say, Vela is a great guy, loves life, recently went through serious cancer treatments and beat it, known him for years. All right, so he's on a lucky streak, I guess.
I guess that's one of those things, a bit of perspective in your life, and you want to make the best of everything and having as much fun as you possibly can. Good on him.
No more jokes for you.
You don't appreciate them.
Come on, really? I gotta start defending. That's pushing me off some really good hands. Show me kings.
You can pick a one if you want.
Huh?
You can pick one. If you want.
Queens are better. Queens are better than mine. Better than mine two. My two were good, but they weren't that good.
It's nice he just assumes the other one's a queen.
I hope we would have had a mess.
Why not?
Not even that good.
He's in a good spot right now. Michael Vella, 1.8 million, about 60 big blinds, 40 minutes on the level. Life is
A
good.
lot of harm's way. I had 10 9 of spades.
Hand 33 on the day. Remind you, we're at 15,000, 30,000 with a 5K ante. 10 players left from our original 738. Next payout, 42,400. And then it jumps to 56,260. We have got 2 tables of 5 playing right now. And when we lose one more player, we will consolidate all the remaining players onto one table, do one final seat draw, and that is how everyone will stay right the way through until we crown our first winner of the PokerStars Championship. Bahamas kicking things off, Panama next.
I check.
Oh, check in the dark. Classic.
I love the dark check.
Love it. Did it once, felt good. Everyone looked at me like I was a clown, but it felt good. That's how you get rid of being out of position, kids, yeah?
In the golf joke, why doesn't he just hit the hole in one? She's a show off.
Because if it said Jesus, Moses, and God play golf, then you would just go, he does this, and golf just... And God just looks at everyone and they all die. And he wins.
5 of diamonds on the turn.
Well, you asked me. $330,000 in the middle. Michael Vella has checked this time, not so in the dark, just out in the open where everyone can see him. Check, check. There's a little bit, I don't know what Michael's little face there was trying to make it look like, was he trying to make it look like he was disappointed
He
by
seems
the fact?
very unhappy about something.
Yeah, it was almost like as if he's trying to sell it to Rodrigo that his check was meant to induce a bet, is my guess. I've seen this before 15 years ago. And that is a little pretend tell. Make you seem stronger than you are. Whatever it was, it's done the job. And Michael Vella is up to exactly 2 million.
Here's some chip movement throughout the course of the day today. Michael Gentili having a pretty good day. He's added almost 600K to his stack, but it's Christian Harder who is just murdering today. 2.2 million up from the start of the day. The only quote-unquote loser at the table is Rodrigo Cordoba, down nearly $750,000 from where he started.
Yeah, but again, relative to the blinds, 35 big blinds, so still pretty comfortable. Not quite yet into that sub 30 big blind awkward stack. We've got ourselves a king 6-5 2-spade flop after John DeBella raised to 65,000. Got the call from Michael Gentili in the big blind. A quick hello to Artem Korolev, previous super fan on back. God, can you remember when Poker in the Ears used to be called, oh, what was it, at EPT Not Live? And he says he's taking a walk instead of using the tube just so he can hear. Well, not us, but Michael Vella, certainly. Good to have you with us.
It's nice to see, you know, this is where we get the most turnout of Americans here in the Bahamas, so it's nice to get that little American flavor.
What, cheese?
More cheese, exactly.
That's what you mean by American flavor, isn't it?
You saw
I
me.
need you to play that hand with me.
I haven't seen you without cheese yet this trip. Every time I look at you, there's cheese. There's like either cheese in the packet, cheese on the plate, cheese on pasta.
It's because I'm trying to avoid meat these days.
Right. I've got a funny feeling that if you substitute all the meat you used to eat with an equal amount of cheese, you'll be dead by like March.
To be fair, a lot of what I'm eating isn't
Go ahead, boys.
even legally cheese. It's like cheese with an asterisk.
Cheese.
I mean, any cheese that you can spread with a piece of plastic.
I mean, melted cheese, but not just like cheese that's been on a shelf in a plastic packet for a month, and then when you open it, it's immediately spreadable. That's not good. It's like when they did the experiments with margarine, where they open margarine. And margarine is the only substance that if you leave in the middle of a forest, no animals will go near it. No
Really?
insects will touch it. You can come back to it a month later and it'll be exactly as it was. Nothing in nature will go near it.
Yeah, that sounds shady.
So maybe don't eat that. And your strange plastic spreadable cheese, I've got a funny feeling, is right up there. Although it might be that you come back and the forest is just dead. There's, like there's an aerial view and
there's
there's
just
a circle.
Yeah, like a crop circle.
Exactly. Maybe that's what crop circles are. It's where aliens have been overhead and they've dropped some of their cheese out of the window. They've sampled the gourmet.
It's just a handy snack dropped out.
I have got from America. I have been there and got this cheese that's spreadable. You can't eat that. Throw it out the window. And that's how crop circles come.
This is not allowed back at our home planet. Like interplanetary customs makes them chuck it out the window on the way.
I love coming here for the cheese. How much have you got? They get a bottle of vodka. They get some spreadable cheese. Get some dirty mags. But they have to dump them before they
fireworks.
go
Don't forget fireworks.
Fireworks. They never get through customs with those. 35 minutes. And that's 35 minutes and 18 seconds, if you want to be specific about it, left on this level.
Check this out, my babies. Michael Vella limping.
We haven't seen this.
Since 2 days ago.
Since Mr. Shine. I was sad to see Mr. Shine leave. He was good fun.
Lots of fun players left in this tournament. I was sad to see Jason go today, but...
yeah. But we are pretty blessed. Still a great lineup. Even though we're down to the last 10, still plenty of big characters. Some amazing players. And also, dare I say it out loud, I think we've got some pretty decent, speedy players as well. So I think we could be in for a pretty action-packed final table. When we get down to that last 8, I don't think we're going to spend a lot of our footage just staring at people, staring at people.
Usually have it.
You usually do. Not always, but usually.
How long do you think it's going to take?
To get to 6?
Yeah. Another 3 levels, maybe. There's 2.
Very
2
meticulous about the placement of his cards. Something tells me he's going to be playing this hand.
50K big blind or...
Good spot, Joe. John DeBello looks like he's going to defend here. May even do more than defend.
All right, here we go.
185,000 over the top of the 65K raise originally from Rodrigo on the button.
That hair, though, huh?
I'm very jealous.
Like that coif.
The thing is, even when I had a lot of hair, the problem is mine never went like that. Mine just went out. I
Yeah,
got
mine
like
goes out
a
too.
big kind of like light bulb kind of shape. It's not attractive. People stop me in the street and say, "All right, Sheila." I'd be like, "No, I'm not Sheila." And they go, "Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else." Not a true story.
It's actually Rosemary.
Exactly. Peggy.
Rodrigue is going nowhere, it seems.
Nice watch. Got a lot of time for this young man, just based on his hair and his watch.
I thought that was a watch pun. You have a lot of time for him.
No.
I'm on.
He is all in.
Well,
Emmeline.
You said you thought he liked his hand. He likes it way more than we were expecting. Prepared to put his tournament life on the line.
He may be doing that with all of his hands, but usually when someone's like puts their cards like that, they're just make sure
like
that nothing bad happens to
exactly.
these.
Oh, just leave them gently. Don't want to break them because they look really nice right now. Oh!
Wow, that was like 3 decisions in the course of like a second and a half. It was call fold, call fold. I think that's a good fold by John DeBella.
Do you have, Joe, in the United States of America?
I love these questions. Go on.
So your boys signed Bautista?
They have
Your
girls
baseball
called
fan at all?
Peggy. Is
I don't
Peggy a
watch
name in
too much, just the
America?
playoffs.
Not so much now, but you know, in the.
I don't know.
And
but
is
I
it
heard
like
he
a
was signed.
standalone name or an abbreviation of Margaret?
My buddy's a nut job Cleveland Indian fan.
Both.
When I say nut
Okay.
job, he got married with
I only
the
asked because
Cleveland
a
shirt
friend
on
of
his
mine
face.
recently
His
was
bedroom
horrified
just
to
a
find out
disaster
that
off
her
Cleveland.
great aunt, who was
I bet him
Peggy,
$100 they signing
and was
Carson,
called
whatever his
Margaret.
name is.
She always thought she was called
And,
Peggy because her real
no,
name was
they don't wanna
Margaret.
spend that money.
Turns out it's because she had a peg leg.
I think you bet the $100.
So great Auntie Peggy wasn't called Peggy because of the Margaret thing. It's because
Oh,
as a child she had a peg leg.
Was her name also Margaret?
Yes.
Well, you'll have
But
retirement first.
that's what I'm saying. And therefore you just assume that she was called Peg.
She's a double Peggy.
She was called Peg because you think, well, she's called Peg, Auntie Peg, because she is Auntie Peggy, because she's Auntie Margaret. No,
Damn these social justice warriors who won't let us call people by their physical deformities anymore. I mean, weren't things so much better back then?
Auntie Peg because she's got a peg leg.
I had an Uncle Slowy.
Grandpa Vodka. Christian Harder has raised this one from the button. Michael Vella's big blind under attack.
I hope he wins this pot because he gets a little chirpy when he rakes chips.
Yeah, I don't know why, but looking at Michael Vella's stack, I don't know why, but I get the impression that Michael Vella is feeling like he's being picked on or things aren't going his way.
He said as much.
That'll be why I have the impression.
Yeah, he said, I got to start defending. I'm folding some pretty good hands here.
Yeah. Yeah, and he was very pleased when he won his first hand, break the seal and all that sort of stuff. But you look at the guy who's got 59 big blinds and think, well, life must be pretty sweet.
I think sometimes when you are a less experienced player, and I'm not saying that Michael is, but I go through this myself, is that you don't feel like if you're not constantly stacking chips that you're losing ground. And technically that is true.
Yes.
But you get impatient and you feel like, oh, I got to win a pot soon. I got to win a pot soon. And I think that Michael may be experiencing some of this impatience.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially if you feel like you are getting picked on. You are
Yeah.
getting bullied.
Yeah.
Card smash.
Snap, popple, and crack, yeah. Feel like I'm having Rice Krispies in the morning.
Also, it's slightly awkward, but you know a while back you said the name Rosemary?
Yes.
Well, Rosemary is on Twitter. She said, did you call me? I was getting coffee. Right,
Rosemary Lefebvre?
Yeah. No, we were just saying the word Rosemary. Sorry if that caused any confusion.
Hey, you can't change the race.
Told you, once he starts stacking chips, he gets a little chatty.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Nope. Looked like Gentile was thinking about a little out of position move, but he folded. Heads up to this flop. Tabella in position. Charter with the betting lead. Continuation bet gets called by DeBella. I think the Jack-9 board is going to hit hands that DeBella is going to flat call with on the button a fair amount. You'd also probably flat call most pairs. Some decent suited aces. Christian betting more than half the pot. Yep.
And And John DeBella, for not the first time this orbit, reluctantly giving it up.
Was it Michael Velo limping that made you think of Peggy?
No, no. The end. Let's take a look. There's a lot of chips on our featured table. Just looking at some of the guys. This is what's on our second table. Rasmus Glassel has got 1.7 million. Cliff Josephy there to the right of your screen, 1.2 million. The bearded Alan Allison, 2.2. He is the chip leader on that second table out in the field. Alexei Alvekin is 2.1. And Nadia Magnus, 1.85 million. So when you realize that our chip table leader here, Michael Gentili, is 4.29 million, and Christian Harder behind him with 3.6. So, in fact, the second table's biggest chip stack, only about equal to our third here. We got all the chips. We've got all the chips. We've got all the chips.
I'm just taking a peek at where Alan Allison finished last year. He finished... Maybe it was 2 years ago he went deep in the main event. He finished 16th in the main event in 2014.
Wow.
So he has eclipsed that.
Yep.
Good for him.
A lot of people putting in their personal bests.
Now, unfortunately, back then it was a 10K event, so his 16th place finish was good for 80K. He's got a long way to go if he wants to beat that.
Yeah.
He's going to need to finish 6th or better.
There's a big jump between 7th and 6th.
Yeah,
Just looking
really.
at the crowds. 76,400 for 7th. 103,780.
I'm gonna walk you the whole way. Hey, I'm gonna come sit on the rail.
Big jumps.
Appreciate it. Thank
Steep. And again, you've got to bear that in mind when these guys start slowing down, being a bit more ponderous about things, is you've got to appreciate some of these prize jumps are really spectacular. So a raise from John from the cutoff, 65,000, gets the call from Rodrigo. Yep, and then a check, a continuation bet from John. Called again. Rodrigo does seem to love the check calls. John DeBella in no way slowing down whatsoever. Open things up, continue to post flop, and now still firing 135,000 into a 340,000 pot. Rodrigo still coming along. 610,000 in the middle now. And a king of spades.
Interesting look DeBella gave Cordoba as he made that call. Cordoba checks. DeBella checks behind. And ace-6 is good for half.
Well, isn't it funny? Low cards in your hand, and they're going to split this one. They're going to chop it up. And you know what they say, Joe?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
See what I mean?
I'm on to you. When I'm chasing you, though, I'm like trying to get a feel for where you're going.
Just want to say hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and welcome to Spear, who says work is done. Time for poker. Hello, gents. Hello, Spear. Nice to have you along. Greg says, I'm at work and can't help but anticipate the evening meal. What do you suggest for the final meal of the day? I'm going to suggest mackerel spaghetti. So what you're going to need to do is you're going to need some onions, some garlic, some mushrooms, a little bit of ginger. And then if you get some tins of mackerel that come in sunflower oil, is drain that oil out and use that oil to cook all that stuff in. It's going to smell incredible. Chop up the mackerel, get that in there. Do yourself a bit of spaghetti. Mix it all together, absolutely delicious. If you want to go absolutely crazy, you can also get some breadcrumbs and just fry them in a little olive oil real quickly with a bit of chili and garlic. Put that to the side and then sprinkle that over the top. Thanks for your question.
You do, you're right. You absolutely do. thought about that hand for a long time last night. If I go into the tank there for a while and I shift.
You asked. Actually, I got to tell you, Joe. I don't know. I think I was on with you when I teasingly was trying to troll Christine Mashman and the ideas at PokerStars. I got a message from her because I jokingly on the air the other day suggested that our head of ideation and innovation, as well as receiving your ideas, would help you with ideas. And she sent me a message and said somebody sent me an email saying, "Hi, ideas. I've got a date on Friday, but I've also been asked out for drinks with the boys. Any ideas how I can deal with it?" But even funny was that then she said, I replied and said to him, "Well, why don't you suggest drinks earlier with the girl? Say it's going to be a short date. She might appreciate that because you've both got a way out of it if it doesn't work off. You still get to go and see the boys without lying to her, and then if things work out, you can see her again." And I thought that was just fantastic. So I was trolling, but good job, Christine, and thanks, viewers.
So keep them coming.
Yeah, so ideas at PokerStars.com. If you need any ideas for food, dating advice, woodwork tips, fashion, anything you want. Made me laugh.
Well, that was nice of her to write back.
I know.
And sound advice.
Sound advice. I thought it was pretty smart.
What I always do is I always say I have something to do after the date anyway, and then that even if I don't, because then you can get out of it. But then if you do like them, and you can act like you're blowing off the boys.
Yeah.
You know, I was supposed to go to this movie premiere.
Yeah.
George Clooney, and you know what? I'm having fun with you. I'm just going to skip it.
Beautiful. What an insincere vampire you are. Okay, let's tell you about this hand and hope it doesn't finish before my sentence. John DeBella raised, got the call from Christian. We went to the flop and it was check, check. We got to the turn. Christian checked, John DeBella bet 65,000.
Nice call.
We got ourselves a 300,000 pot, and then after the river, a check and a bet and a call. And King 6 versus the Jack High. Was that Jack High? Not sure. I think he was chasing something. Gotta tell you, you might remember this is our 6'8" spin and go qualifier, Herrera Jania, who finished in 127th and turned his 10 bucks into 7,260. The thing is, he isn't even close to the camera. He's actually a really long way away from the camera. He is just that big. He's actually sitting behind those women. It's an optical illusion.
Herrera Janian, he's 6'8".
Enough
Yeah.
you can make 100 grand a day.
I think there's a good chance he's hit. Railing Michael Vella. I don't know if they were previously chums or if they bumped into each other at some point playing on the tables and became friends. Believe it or not, it happens. If you take your headphones out, sunglasses off, and hoodie down, you can make friends at the table.
I just didn't recognize him not at the top of the Empire State Building.
Yeah, do you know what? Without the biplane in his hand to give it some scale, I wasn't sure if it was him or his younger brother. Don't forget, instantly, somebody's sent in to hashtag PokerStars TV, how do you work a lathe? Don't forget, it's ideas at PokerStars.com. Oh, here he is against some normal humans.
Well, the guy sitting to his right,
who must
is
ordinarily,
6'1".
yeah, I was going to say, who must ordinarily really fancy himself.
No.
Must be feeling like Pee Wee Herman. Some bit of glamour in the audience. Ah, and the attractive lady in the black dress is Michael Vella's lady.
Man, he really is running good.
Yeah, he's doing okay.
Redhead's on my kryptonite, Broughton. I mean, assuming Superman wants to make out with kryptonite.
You have a weakness for redheads.
Yes, that's
right.
it.
Yes,
That's
me
what
too.
I was trying to say.
Me too. It's funny because in America they're like, you know, raven-haired beauties, where in Britain they're like ginger. It's like I always loved Ginger Spice was always my favorite, but I can never say out loud because I get teased.
God, no, I think it's something special, not something weird.
Magical.
Yeah. You're watching PokerStars TV.
Under the gun raise from Michael Gentili, 65,000, called on the button by Christian Harder.
We've got ourselves a king 8-5, 2 spade flop, 200,000 in the middle. Ideas at PokerStars.com. Keep them coming. A bet of 70,000. Canada versus the US of A. Gets the call. We've got a pot of 340,000. A second club, the queen of clubs. 2 clubs, 2 spades now down on the board.
Small flop bet. Bigger turn bet relative to the size of the pot. I usually find that when somebody increases the size of their relative bet size on the turn, it's because they're trying to get a fold.
They gradually ramp it up and up, kind of disproportionately, to try and have more impact and go, well, if that didn't work, let's try this.
Well, that's kind of a rookie move, though, and so I'm not sure that Gentili's really a rookie. He seems to know what he's doing. Could also be based on the read that you have. You know, if you have a strong hand and you think your opponent also has a strong hand, and you think that you can get more value by increasing your bet size, that's another reason to do it. But now he checks, which leads me to believe that he is giving up.
You think the 200 was like, look, I'm going to bet real big here, and if that don't work, then I'm just going to go, oh, well, let's save it for another hand.
Do my best here to speak in generalities, of course. You know, there's any number of actualities that don't have to be what I'm saying. He could be looking to check raise here. Who knows? It's a chunky bet, though, from Christian Harder. I think we're going to see Gentili give this a think and a fold. And fold he does.
Well, you saw a little crawler across the bottom of your screen there, mentioning about the PokerStars Festival London, the first PokerStars Festival indeed of 2017, hitting the Hippodrome Casino, 22nd to the 29th of January, 22 events, including the 400,000 guaranteed main event.
Cool.
Massive players party in Lola's underground casino. Wow.
Lola's is cool. I like the Hippodrome a lot. I've spent a lot of time there when I lived in London. Really fun place.
Sorry, I misread that as Lola's underground casino. I'm thinking, why would you have an underground casino? Lola's is under the ground of the casino, is really, I guess, what we're saying there.
And there's a big satellite happening on Sunday the 15th. It's 2 days from now. 10 seats guaranteed. 10 p.m. UK time. There's spin and goes you can play to win your way into that.
1.2.
And there's a gift for everyone who plays the main event.
No, there isn't a gift, Joe. There's a very cool gift.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah?
A very cool gift. It's a hip flask.
No, it isn't a hip flask. It's a leather-covered hip flask, Joe.
It's got a cup.
No. It's got an inbuilt detachable telescopic cup. stupid.
There's a high roller.
I'm just going to leave you.
Wow, there's a super deep. This sounds really cool. There's a 3-day super deep stack event. You start with 50,000 chips for 275-pound buy-in.
That's the one I want to try and play in.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
It really depends how my schedule lands when I get back from here, but that's the one. I can't do the weekend one because I already have work, but the one that happens Monday to Wednesday.
This might be the first time I've missed living in London. Would definitely go for that.
Yeah, that sounds good fun. I'm going to do all I can to get involved in that. Do get down there. If I see you, don't come and talk to me. I don't really like you.
He's talking to me specifically, not you people.
An undergun raise by Rodrigo Cordoba. 65,000. Called by Michael Gentili in the big blind. Check, check, post flop. A 10 of spades on the turn. Pairing the board. In fact, now a double paired board. 7s and 10s. 170,000. Check, check. We get to see the goods. Jack Queen.
Oh. Pipped. Just pipped.
Well, that's annoying. Hang on. What? Hang on. Didn't they both have king there?
No, Queen Jack and King Jack.
Oh, Queen Jack and King Jack. Sorry, I thought it was King Jack and King Queen. I was thinking, how on earth didn't they get split? King High, good enough. Also worth mentioning, incidentally, just still thinking about the London Festival, is the £400,000 guarantee main event has 4-day ones.
Cool.
So if you're trying to work your work schedule around getting day one in before the weekend, you can pick from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Re-entry on the 25th, 26th, 27th. Lots of details. If you go to PokerStarsLive.com, you will see that's very nicely arranged between the championship events and the festival events, and you can get all the information there.
I mean, you can't give me a card higher than 7. I can't play.
What a drop off though, huh? 2 million to 480,000. Yeah. I mean,
Right Hearted is asking on Twitter. Twitter?
No, they paid 20%.
Is it going to one table after the next knockout? Yes, it is. As mentioned, when we get down to 9, consolidate the 2 tables, do one last table draw, and that's how it will stay. Even when we get down to 8, which is our official final table lineup, and we hope to play down to 6 so that tomorrow we can come back and have a nice juicy day, 6-handed cards up coverage from 1 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah. 3-handed. I think it was very lame first. Something like that.
This is unraised pot, blind on blind. And after no betting on the flop, Gentili taking a stab on the turn.
He gently takes a stab, gently wins.
I'm ready for my rush.
I've no idea why, but Ben Martin on Twitter has suddenly go, I'll go heads up with either of you at any time, guys. Name the team, the place, the stakes. What?
No.
What?
How about no?
What?
I choose not to run.
McFly. And the thing is, Joe, you won't believe it. It turns out he's got a big bit of metal under his shirt. So when he gets shot, it doesn't hurt him.
It doesn't do it.
It's unbelievable. It's incredible. What an incredible bit of story.
It's kind of like a take on the Kobayashi Maru, really. It's changing the rules of the game.
The other way this time.
Cheeky.
Same exact 2 cards. Exact same 2.
Sam, you've asked your question politely. We'll take care of you. Says on Twitter, you must have been asked a million times, and I'm sorry. What's the buy-in for this? Whisper it so we don't annoy anyone else. It's $5K. $5,000 buy-in.
Yeah. Good job.
Button versus big blind. Actions check to the pre-flop Razor. Michael Gentili I'm only saying it like that, Matt, because it sounds like when you say Jen Tilly that Jennifer Tilly's playing.
Yeah, I hear you. Six minutes left on this level. Call from Christian. Currently our chip leader on this feature table. One of the 2 remaining tables left. 2 tables of 5 in action right now.
Check it down. Is it 10-9 and 10-9? Sure is.
Well, they're going to split this one. It's what we like to call a chop pot. And you know what they say, Joe? Everyone loves a chop pot. I went really low there, just in case you caught me.
I like it. That's the one you raised me off of.
Trying to see where you can bet on this.
Easier to play it in position.
What, on BetStars?
Yeah.
Much easier.
You go to poker.
It's under poker.
Yeah. Well, I take it you're talking about. Oh, what, on the PokerStars client?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I've only actually been onto the
It's the
main
first
site.
time I've ever clicked any of the other tabs.
Oh, right.
PCA 2011, the inaugural Super High Roller. Bryn Kenny came up short. 4 years later, history repeated itself. Now, he's back at the final table, hoping 3rd time's a charm.
It's pretty annoying to just never get to finally hold the trophy. But if you think that you're gonna come in second, you're just done already. You just want to win, so it's just like battle mode.
But he's going to battle against some of the best in the game. 2 online high-stakes specialists. Italy's most successful player, the reigning World Series main event champ, and one of the hottest tournament talents in the world. Can Bryn Kenny overcome and finally find redemption? Bahamas, where the Atlantis Resort and Casino is playing host to the PokerStars.net PCA 2016. Players have arrived from all over the world for poker's preeminent party, and as usual, the festival begins with the 100K Super High Roller. Now, we're down to our final table, where the last man standing will take home almost $1.7 million.
Sunshine.
Bryn Kenny has been on a heater in this event, and his bittersweet history here will be a distant memory if he can seal the deal.
When you get so close, you're just thinking about winning. You want to hold up the trophy when all your friends are watching you. My plan for this final table is kind of play just in the trenches, pop out every once in a while.
But in the super high roller, it's never easy. Ankush Mandavia is snapping at Kenny's heels. He's had some big scores recently, but isn't letting success go to his head.
It's just an honor to be competing with all these guys to play them. I've been lucky enough to make a final table, so I'm hoping to capitalize on that.
Lying in third is online wizard Ike Haxton. He's got 8 figures in live cashes to his name, and he's guaranteed to spread fear whenever he sits down at a poker table. The reigning World Series of Poker main event title holder Joe McKeon comes into this event 4th in chips.
Super high rollers are always going to be tough. The players are just so great. It definitely gets your mind thinking when you're playing them.
Mustafa Canet won the EPT Barcelona High Roller this season and is now looking to make his mark at the PCA.
It's really nice to win this kind of tournament because the competition is pretty high. We are all friends, but there is big ego between us, so it means a lot.
And you can never rule out David Peters. With almost $10 million in live earnings, he's proved he knows how to take down a title or two. Game face is on. Let's play some cards.
Joe, you won the Risk World Championship?
Hasbro recognizes it, so they called it the championship because they thought they'd get away with it.
Bryn's looking for new games to play
I was
for a
wondering,
living.
like, how you qualify for like the World Championship of Risk, like how much is first?
There's been like 4 years where they haven't had it, so that's how important it is to the world.
Quite.
No money in Risk. Everybody's solid.
Well, it's almost an all-American final table. Canet was a short stack for most of the penultimate day, but managed to survive with some timely double-ups. Kenny's the chip leader, but Haxton, McKeon and Mandavia are very close behind. Blinds, 30,000, 60,000 with a 10,000 ante.
I think the favorite here has got to be Ike Haxton. I mean, not really, but everyone always asks me to pick a favorite.
Well, Ike is in the big blind in this hand. It's been folded around to Mustafa Canet on the button, and he's got aces.
You know, it only looks like he's dressed up. He's got shorts on under that.
Canet raises. Makes it 125,000. Ike, who came second in the 2007 PCA main event, has Jack-8 off.
And Mustafa's button raise will look less credible than a news story from realtruthernews.org.
Ike defends.
Very easy common defend for Ike.
Wow, what a flop. Top set for Canet. Royal flush draw for Ike.
Pretty sick.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Canet continues for 125,000.
With this super nut royal draw, Ike could sail off here.
He just calls.
I think it's probably because he's doing so bad against the king of clubs.
The turn is the 7 of clubs. Ike with the second nut flush. He is now a 77% favorite.
Strange board, strange situation.
Action's been checked to Canet.
I mean, you got top set, but ugh.
He checks it back. The rivers, the queen of hearts pairing the board. That's a boat for Canet.
That is a reassuring card. And this hand is about to be a mind melt.
590,000 in the middle. Canet the effective stack with 1.4 million behind. Looks like Ike's betting for value. 450k.
Mustafa only need worry about a flopped royal and rivered quad, so my guess is he's going to be raising here all day, every day.
All in.
He shoves.
Oh, Ike is in a very interesting spot where he can only beat a stone bluff. And Mustafa's actually pretty dang likely to be sly in the family stone bluffing here.
It'll cost Ike half of what he's got to call.
You win.
Let's it go.
Show me the bluff. It'll be a lot of fun.
Don't do it. Or do. I don't know why I care.
Mustafa Kanat, who won the first ever one-day super high roller on the tour, chips up.
I even had the den blocker most. I still fold.
I didn't show my cards yet, so no one can say nothing to me.
Why would Ike need a 10th blocker? What's he got against 10ths?
Everyone loves camping. Apart from me, I prefer to stay in a hotel. Ankush Mandavia is on the button. He folds. Round to Kanat in the small blind. Queen 5 off. He calls.
Don't give this joker a free look at the flop. Actually do. Again, I'm not sure why I care.
Bryn Kenny checks his option. And he flops 2 pair.
Nobody likes to hear I told you so, so I'll just say I told you this would happen.
Kanat's gonna bluff at it. 100,000.
So far, 100,000 into the abyss. Hopefully the hemorrhaging stops here.
Kenny calls. The turn card is a queen. Kanat now with a pair.
Oh no.
But he slows down, he checks. Bryn does the betting, 165,000.
This is really bad for Mustafa. It's pretty hard for Bryn to have a hand that's beating a queen. He would have raised most of his aces pre-flop.
Kanat counts out the call and makes the call.
The abyss keeps getting full of his chips.
And it's a 4 on the river. That's a full house for Bryn Kenny.
Another terrible card for Mustafa. He's now basically chopping against all other queens.
He's checked. Bryn is betting into 790,000. He makes it 345,000.
It's just so hard for Mustafa to be losing here. Pretty good shot he calls.
He calls.
Full house.
Family Matters. What? Sorry, I thought we were just naming 90s American Friday night sitcoms.
Bryn Kenny extends his chip lead. He earned more than $2 million in 2015, and a decent chunk of that came from his 3rd place finish in this event last year.
What? Did you see that? What was that sorcery? That was legit.
Blinds are 5,100. It's been folded around to Ike Haxton, who's on the button with a 15 big blind stack. Ike with 10-9 suited.
He's got 19 of spades. That's pretty good.
All in.
Ike shoves. David Peters folds.
Call.
Joe McKeon calls. Ike at risk and a 2-1 underdog.
At least his spades are oh, no, that's awkward. Why'd I say that?
We're gonna get an 8 high flop here, and he's gonna be dead on the turn.
3 spades, 8 high flop?
No.
Ace 4-2, all red cards?
Yeah, not that either.
Here comes the flop. And it's ace high.
That's a bad start.
Pretty close to what Joe called for.
8 of spades.
Yeah, that's fair. You're right, most of it needs to turn around.
The turn card is a 10.
Take a spade on the river now.
Little bit of hope for Ike.
Spade would be great.
For me,
Maxton has...
no 8, back in action.
So Daniel in good shape to double up and work his way right back into this match. Only an 8 will give Mike the million.
Your heart's got to be pumping right now.
Yeah, it is. We go to the river. 8-8, and Mike wins! Oh my gosh!
Congratulations. Oh my God. The 8 is your lucky card. Huh?
Thank you.
The 8 is your lucky card, my wife.
Mike Kozowski. At 3, more Negreanu as he and Phil Ivey face off in the final of Shark Cage Season 2.
Like the Pacquiao-Mayweather fight.
Yeah, that's what this is.
That's what it's like? I do like Floyd. Let's move. Check, check, check.
That don't look like Floyd to me.
Huh? No.
The first and only time these poker greats have played heads up in a tournament.
You're on a nice run there, Jerome.
Thanks, Kid Poker.
Okay. I like playing with you. It's fun.
You
It's a lot
enjoying
more-
it? You enjoying
now
it now?
I'm enjoying it way more.
I'm all in.
Phil shoves!
I call.
And Daniel calls!
Set.
Set's good.
This could be it!
Oh, I win. Oh, no, you need a 6. Never mind.
Yeah.
I didn't see that part. But I'm in good shape right now. I'm ahead.
Best shape of his life.
You never know.
Yeah.
Phil needs a 6.
You don't want to win like that anyway, catching a 6. Huh? You don't care, right? Just however it happens? That would be dirty. He won't. He doesn't want to win that way. He'd throw it back. If a 6 comes, he'd just throw it back.
I sure would.
He'd be like, you know what? No, I don't want it. I can't win like that. Bad for my reputation.
The river card is a 10. Daniel takes it down.
Applause for both of these fantastic. 1-0. Whoa! Shit. Good game.
At 2, even more Negreanu. In 2013, he made the final table of the EPT9 Grand Final alongside Steve O'Dwyer, Johnny Lodden, and former champs Jason Mercier and Jake Cody. It's a lineup many still consider to be
the greatest EPT final table in history.
This is the greatest final table that poker has ever seen.
I follow a lot of poker around the world, and I haven't seen a final table this stacked in anything.
To be crowned the EPT champion at the grand final, this is once in a lifetime.
And it did not disappoint.
Where's my money?
And while we didn't crown our first 2-time champ, Steve O'Dwyer did get his long overdue victory. It's an 8 on the river. It's quads for O'Dwyer that see him triumph here in Monaco and win the EPT9 Grand Final main event.
So Steve, cheers.
What about mowing down the sickest final table that's ever been assembled?
That's, I don't know. I have no words for that either. It's just, I can't believe I won.
And we're sticking with the EPT for the greatest PokerStars moment of all time. After 9 years and nearly 100 main events, we'd never seen a 2-time winner on the tour. Until Victoria Coren Mitchell, the first woman to win an EPT trophy, made the final table of EPT 10 San Remo.
Fandaro just calls, playing the aces deceptively. Oh boy.
2-pair for Vicky.
Stop it.
Vicky now a huge favorite. Roughly a 3-1 favorite over Fandaro. And from Fandaro's perspective, he is an absolute monster here.
And he's really under-repped it as well, so he's going to convince himself that...
I mean, Vicky could be betting anything.
Yeah, exactly. He does raise.
And with authorita.
A check raise from Giacomo Fandaro.
This is not a time where you want to make a rookie mistake, realize the guy's got more chips, or it's not your turn to act. She's just kind of overthinking everything right now.
Vicky just called. We're going to the turn. It's a 10. So Fandaro now picks up a gut shot to a straight.
And this board's starting to get kind of dangerous for Queen Jack. Now, we know that she's got a lock on the hand for a moment, but against Ace King, she's not doing so hot.
Well, Fandaro's equity hasn't changed since the flop.
Fandaro can hit a set. He can counterfeit Vicky's hand with a 7 or a 10.
Remember, he check raised the flop, but he does not continue to bet on the turn. He checks to Vicky.
You really just can't do that much with
is
it.
going to be first to act.
Action is on Maris Olsvik. Not going to play this one. Craig Hopkins also folding. Glenn Shawnee.
It's folded around to
Didn't
Glenn.
look particularly happy with that hand.
105.
Elke's got ace-king, and he's
Elke
raising.
raises, he
Makes
makes
it
it
105,000 to play.
Oh, 105, excuse me. 105.
About how much are you playing with? More than you. What? More than you. Yeah. See, that's a good answer. I was intimidated. I was scared by it.
I think Elke's been playing this hand fast and trying to make them think he's being overly aggressive to get action with his ace-king, but I guess it backfired that time.
Now, Jacques Zajac has Jack-Queen.
Jack-Queen, it's suited, it's a pretty looking hand, but again, if Elke has a real hand, he's got Queen-high beat.
Yeah, this guy knows Elke, though. He knows he can play any two cards.
That's true. He does know him, and it is very true that Elke can play any two cards when the time is right. And he can act like this, too, all relaxed and confident and you know, trying to sell you that he's got a monster hand.
Why so much? It's not much. It's 2040.
That's true. It's only like a 2.5 big blind raise. It's about what I would make it at this level, and it's less than a lot of people would.
I guess if you've got Jacques' chip stack, it looks like a lot.
That's true. He looks like he looks like he still has 500,000 chips, so you know, if he thinks Elke is bluffing, he can shove in right now, and Elke will have to lay the hand down.
Are you gonna read?
I saw your foot.
Very nervous, even though he's 70% favorite.
I'd be nervous too because, you know, 30% is just isn't a comfortable number when you know you're going to lose and go broke that often.
All right, let's see the flop. One time. One actual
Wants
time.
those kings to hold up, but there's the ace in the door. Unbelievable.
7 of clubs, 7 of spades, ace of clubs. One time my whole life.
That takes Connor down to just one out, one king in the deck, and he has to catch it if he wants to win this. He's got no other outs, no backdoor flush draws, no backdoor straight draw.
Jack of diamonds on the turn.
Just a king. There is only one in the deck.
Oh. All right, river card, please. Flip it.
But it's a queen on the river.
On the turn.
And it's very unfortunate for Connor Allison. Again, he got his money in when he was ahead, but that's not going to help him feel any better here when he realizes that he was so close to $2 million, and instead he's only going to get a few tens of thousands. But even there, $2.5 million. It's not desperation time yet. He has over 15 big blinds. But with over 20 million chips on the table, the average player has over 5 million. So even if he doubles up, David is still just going to be the average stack again.
Now Elke's raised with ace-deuce, as one would expect on a four-handed table.
Yeah, you're the chip leader. You've got an ace and only 3 opponents. You're not going to throw away an ace, and calling with it is probably a mistake because you don't want to give a free flop to everyone.
What about David Pham here? Defending his big blind with queen 5, but it's paid off for him because he's just hit 2 pair.
Well, he's got queen 5 suited. He knows Elke can have any kind of hand at all. Queen high alone will be the best hand some of the time against Elke's range.
Jack of diamonds on the turn.
I don't know about checking that flop, though. I would have bet there and hoped that Elke had a king.
David checks.
He's checking again, and Elke's picked up the diamond draw on the turn. And a straight draw, of course.
Yeah, Elke has a ton of outs now, and David is obviously checking to trap. He's been looking for Elke to make a move, and he's going to come over the top.
700,000.
I would expect an all-in right here. Or does he even have enough to go all in? Well, I guess he does. He started with over $2.5 million. So he definitely has enough to make a nice-sized raise here. And I would expect him to be all in at this point.
I'm all in. David announces all in.
He's made the move. And that's what, another 1.3 million to Elke?
Well, and Elke knows he's behind here. The question is 12 outs enough? Any diamond, any 10, that's good. A 10 might only be a split pot because David might have an ace himself. He might have ace king, ace queen, something like that. So Elke has to do a little math here and figure out, do I have enough outs to make this call?
2,015,000, David announces.
Well, that means that there's $2 million in front of David and there's about 1.7 million in the pot. So Elke is getting less than 2 to 1 on this call. This should be a fold by him. Unless he has some reason to think that he's ahead, he should be folding.
He can't think he's ahead. He knows he's drawing at the straight or the flush.
He should. He should know that he's just drawing, that there's almost no chance he's ahead.
Well, he's made the call. He's decided to gamble.
David shows a queen of clubs, 5.
David Pham shows he's in front with 2 pairs. Elke looking to hit a diamond or a 10 on the river to knock out the dragon.
He turns over ace of diamonds, deuce of diamonds.
Definitely a marginal call at best, but he probably is thinking, you know what, I got lots of outs and I want to take out my toughest opponent.
Right, let's go ahead and see the river card.
It's what's called gambling. And the gamble pays off. He hits a diamond on the river. He's eliminated David Pham.
And you can see the pain on David's face. He's like, why did he call? To be honest, though, once he saw the hand, he wants the call. He's enough of a favorite. He needs to double up.
David Pham starting the day as chip leader. He is our 4th place finisher. He gets $600,000. Is there any stopping Elke? Now he has such a huge chip lead at our final table. Pocket 8s.
I love pocket 8s. But again, he doesn't have quite the right ones. 8 of spades, 8 of diamonds is what he really wants right now.
I don't think he's going to argue.
I'm all in.
Hafa Khan moves all in.
How much?
Hafa's going all in.
It's like 5. Whoa, actually.
With 9-3 offsuit, Elke says call immediately. Any pair heads up is pretty good and normally in front.
Hafi's went all in. He's
one overcard for Hafa Khan. Can you explain that play?
Well, Khan's just making a move. He's just decided Elke's being so aggressive that I'm going to have to fight back eventually. Might as well do it now. But you saw when Elke called, though, Hafa Khan was counting how much it was going to be, and all of a sudden he realized how much he had. It's like more than he thought he had.
All right, let's go
He
ahead
saw
and see
that
the
hesitation.
flop,
He saw weakness. Call.
Hafa Khan needing to hit a 9, or it's over.
Flop comes down. Deuce of diamonds.
Yep, no help there, really. He's got some backdoor straight draws, but Elke's still way in
Still
front
in the
here.
lead with his 2-8.
He got caught making a
All right, let's
move,
see the
and now
turn.
he's going to need to get very lucky, or we're going to have a champion.
Turn is the 4
That
of
card really
diamonds.
opens things up. Now Con can make a straight with an
Open
ace,
straight, 2, 3,
and he
4,
can
5,
catch a 9 for a higher pair.
All right.
Lots of outs here. 16% is all, but still several outs. More than Elke wants to sweat.
But the 4 is a blank. Elke's 8's hold up, and he is the winner. He will be crowned champion here in the Bahamas. Afa Khan is the runner-up. He gets just over $1 million, but Bertrand Elke Gropelier from Team PokerStars Pro will collect that check for $2 million. The champion of the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure. That EPT title, which he came so close to claiming in Copenhagen last season, is finally his.
Play PokerStars.net Spin and Go Neymar Junior Edition, and you could win a 5-ounce solid gold poker chip in just a few minutes for free. Go for gold and win big fast with the Neymar Junior Edition Spin and Go from PokerStars.net.
Welcome back to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Championship as our live coverage of Day 5 of the main event continues. Apologies for the technical difficulties that we've been experiencing with the stream, which may have affected your enjoyment of the last few minutes. Last night there were several power outages across the island, and we do believe we are experiencing the knock-on effect of that. So sorry if there's the occasional dropout. Hopefully things will be more stable going forward. We pick up the action at the start of level 25. 10 players remain, 2 tables of 5, blinds are out 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. I'm James Hartigan alongside Matt Broughton.
Hello again. Hello again.
Should we try that one?
Hello again. Sorry everyone. We had a bit of a tidy up in the break and I picked up the wrong microphone. How are you all? Great to be back nearly.
As if we weren't having enough technical issues.
I'm creating my own, aren't I, really? Yeah, I'll be back. I'm in a bit of a tangle here. Won't be a sec.
45.
So this is a blind-on-blind confrontation. Michael Gentili against Rodrigo Cordoba.
C4 calls.
Unraised pre-flop. Gentili bets 45,000 on the flop, gets a call. The board now Jack 8-4 deuce with 2 hearts after the turn. Steve Ryan tweets using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. Has anyone tried turning it on and off again?
Don't you mean off and on again? I mean, come on, Steve.
We are trying to resolve these issues as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Gentili has slowed down on the turn, checks the action. Cordoba checks behind. We get the ace of hearts on the river. Michael no longer chip leader, sitting just behind Christian Harder on the leaderboard. Christian, the big stack right now with 4 million, a 100 big blind stack.
Yeah, I know we've fallen a little bit behind. The last time we checked in on the chip counts of the outer table, the biggest stack there was about 2.2. That was a little while back, I guess, but certainly we seem to have all the chips.
That's 80,000.
A bet of 80,000 from Michael on the river. Meanwhile, the free roll just firing up. Good luck to all 30,000 players. Grab yourself a slice of the $2,000 prize pool, and good luck trying to claim the bounties of J. Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, and Waster. He often flies under the radar. Waster is the online handle of Matt Broughton.
Yeah, I've got a couple of sit-outs, but if you're Doberman or Kep or Hugo or Adrian or Fasov or Jenk, Amelie, Barnold, you are on my table and I am worth $100. Joe was slightly disabled yesterday by the fact he had Chris Moneymaker calling out all of his hold cards every single time. Those two.
Oh, wow. Some guys just moved all in. I call.
Oh, what with your... oh, let's wait until the action's completed on your table for a second.
C4 folds.
Threes versus aces on James's table. You would have screamed the house down, wouldn't you?
Double up on the first hand. So
Run
these
better.
are the stacks of the 5 players we're watching right now. So we just see Michael reclaim the chip lead, but it's pretty close. Very even between him and Christian Harder. Everyone else below 50 big blinds, below an average stack. Rodrigo now the low man at the table, but still with 28 big blinds. And this is only to be expected, Matt, with those 6 eliminations early doors.
Yep.
We're playing a large average stack, and we've seen some consolidation now, and it should slow down.
I must say, from a selfish point of view, I hope we stay on the 2 short-handed tables for a while, because I fear if we get to 9 now with everyone that deep, things are going to really, really drag for a while. So I'd rather watch these good players show us how to do short-handed play.
Six folds,
And obviously we are keeping tabs on the other table, and we'll bring you big pots, double ups, bust outs. Today we play down to the final 6. As Matt mentioned, when we get down to 9, there'll be the final redraw of the tournament, and all 9 players will take seats on the main stage. The official final table is 8. 6 will return tomorrow to play down to a champion.
Just in reply, a couple of people on Twitch asking how to find the free roll. I'm afraid you're too late, boys and girls. We're full up for the day, but there will be another one tomorrow, the last one of our stop here in the Bahamas.
So Rodrigo limping the small here, a raise from Christian Harder in the big blind to 130,000.
C4 folds.
And Rodrigo folds. Yeah, a reminder that tomorrow we're kicking off our coverage, our Cards Up coverage of the final 6 at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 7 p.m. Central European Time, 6 p.m. London Time. And we'll crown a winner here at the PokerStars Championship Bahamas. So the current chip leaders, well, the 2 biggest stacks are on the main stage, Harder and Gentili. And then Alexei Opolykin sits 3rd in chips over all of the final 10 with a stack of 2.8 million. So we've got
Nice
both
shooting.
chip leaders
How's them almost right in the cup?
on the feature table right now.
Put it anywhere.
The final 10 of a starting field of 738. Everyone now guaranteed $42,400.
Well, everyone. Like me and Joe.
When I said everyone, I was kind of referring to the final 10 in the main event.
Oh, man, well, I wish you'd be a bit more specific. I got excited then. I could see a lot of people all fist pumping around the room.
One face card since we've been back.
C4 raises to 85.
Cordova has raised here to 85,000. Christian Harder in the small blind. Harder looking to make his 2nd final table in the Bahamas main event. Came 7th here in 2008.
C5 re-raises to 245.
He's 3-betting. Re-raises to 245k. Gets a fold from John DeBella in the big blind.
This could well be a hand defining Rodrigo's tournament life because he hasn't got that much to play with. Already a 3-bet pre-flop pot.
Yeah, 24 bigs behind. Bearing in mind he's got the button in front of him, it is an option, I guess, to flat, but he decides to move all in. Total bet just over $1 million. It's 830,000 for Harder to call. Not getting 2 to 1.
Yeah, there's an element of this that I just wonder, because Christian has kind of slightly been running this table over in the last level, whether Rodrigo's just decided to just take a much more aggressive stance against his table neighbor. No doubt going to have some kind of goods to go with it, but maybe just decided to try and level things off a bit.
That's a call. So the Venezuelan is at risk here with pocket sevens. I apologize, the Argentinian at risk here with pocket sevens. And it's ace-jack for Christian Harder. It is a classic race underway here at our feature table.
Yeah, Rodrigo ahead, but at risk.
And if Harder hits one of his overcards, if he wins this pot, he will eliminate Rodrigo, and we will be down to 9, and it will be a redraw time.
I'm surprised none of my friends have texted me, haven't texted me any, so I could tell some of theirs, but nobody's coming through.
A 2.2 million chip pot. A pot for Rodrigo Cordoba's tournament life. And it's an ace-high flop.
Yuck. Takes it well. Still 2 cards to come to save the dream. 7 or go home.
Let's you and I stay neighbors.
Needs to see a 7 on the river, or we are down to 9.
I like that too. We got Rasmus down there. He doesn't shut up. He's a good talker. Don't put me next to that lady. She scares me.
The river card is a 3. That is the end of Rodrigo Cordoba's main event here in the Bahamas. And that is the clock being paused as we redraw around the feature table. All 9 players will be playing on the main stage.
Well, this will change the dynamics again. Be really interesting to see how the new redraw favors the big stacks, punishes the short stacks.
Well, we still have a hand in progress on the other table. 3-way action here. Apalican, Allison. It looks like Rasmus is the 3rd player involved in this pot. 6-6-5 deuce on the board, 3 spades. So whatever happens here, we will be taking a break and redrawing for seats. Bet from Allison, gets folds, and now it is time for the redraw. And we can see that Christian Harder has quite the lead now, 5.2 million, a 130 big blind stack. So we are going to take a break for the redraw, and we'll be back in around 15, 20 minutes time with more action from the PokerStars Championship Bahamas main event. With so much at stake in a game of poker, emotions can run high, players can lose their cool, and outbursts can occur.
You're gonna be the only man to do something like that, baby.
Here are 5 times we witnessed maximum tilt.
You come to my game and you're wasting my time.
At number 5, Ryan D'Angelo thought he was teaching Ben Zamani a lesson at the PCA 2010 final table, but it ended up being a demonstration of rather poor etiquette.
D'Angelo's gonna bet here. He should get Zamani to fold the ace high.
It's quite a smallish bet though, isn't it, into a pretty big pot.
There's about 1.4 million in the pot. He only bets 375,000, about 25% of the pot.
I like that. Should get Zamani to fold, but he doesn't. He makes the call with ace high, and the river's a blank. Ace high's good.
Ace high is good, but it's going to be pretty tough to win with this. If he checks, he's going to have to bet to win this pot.
575.
Question is, if D'Angelo thinks he's light here, can he take him off the hand with a raise?
Yeah, I think if D'Angelo decides that he's going to get involved here, he should be raising.
Instead, he calls.
You win.
He calls. I guess he puts him on 6-7 or 5-6 here.
No, Ryan's sister. He's lost.
Oh my God! I called you with queen high, dude. Oh my God. Oh God, that hurts. I thought I might have the best hand. I didn't think he'd call with the worst hand. You're so bad. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Is he talking to himself or Ben?
It's the sickest thing ever. Like, oh my God. You really called pre with that? So bad.
Oh, he's talking to Zamani.
Wow.
You 3-bet queen 6 pre, so I don't think you can point fingers.
Yeah, I guess, but that's the sick. What are you doing, Ben? Oh my God.
I think it's time to move on, Ryan.
What are you doing? So bad.
Strong words from Ryan, but at least the entire poker room wasn't exposed to his venting. At 4, check out this blink and you'll miss it moment from EPT 10 Barcelona, as Max Greenwood gets it in good, only to lose less than gracefully. Kings against jacks with just one card to come. And it's a jack!
Oh boy.
A brutal beat for Greenwood.
Kidding me? Oh. Maximum Greenwood, maximum tiltage.
A tad shouty, but clearly an honest reaction.
Oh, God.
The jury's still out on Tony G in the big game. Was he genuinely upset, or just trying to push Andrew Roble over the edge?
I'm gonna bet 50.
Tony bets 50,000.
See if you're a real man.
50,000.
Tony's playing mind games to make it look like he's trying to buy it, and he's even making it personal. Yesterday, he told Daniel he was going to put the pressure on Roble, and he's doing it now.
Oh, I want to call the clock. I want to call the clock. Come on internet you play like in 1 second. And when you come here now, you come to my game and you're wasting my time.
On the internet, people don't bet 3 times a pot every
On
hand.
your bikes. Get Amanda. Amanda, bring a tricycle.
Call the clock.
Bring your tricycle.
It's ridiculous. These kids are coming here, taking me on.
Tony, calm down, please.
Tony, I need to know, did you bring a bike for me? So if I ship it all in, do I get a bike? Like at least, do I get a novelty prize?
Now you're mocking the man.
Now, you're on the clock. You've got 1 minute, and then we're going to do a 10-second countdown, all right?
That is floorman Tom Keene putting Andrew Roble on the clock.
This is all part of Tony's mind games to try to get Andrew steamed enough to call.
Okay, you're at 1 minute. You got 10-second countdown. At 10 seconds, your hand will be dead. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fold.
Let's see a deuce 9. A deuce and a 9, Tony G.
Good fold.
He didn't show, so this is a good fold.
Good fold. Made the hero lay down.
What did you have?
Pair of 6s.
What'd you have, ace queen?
around that.
Credit to Roble for keeping his cool. The same can't be said for Vanessa Selbst at EPT 8 Berlin. Going deep in the main event, she found herself seated opposite her friend Kevin McPhee. Cue completely unnecessary conflict. Vanessa re-raises a 4-bet to 79,000.
Against just about any other player, I think this is the point where Kevin would probably ditch this like an ugly date on prom night.
Whoa, he's just 5-bet to 131,000.
Ayah with ace-9 offsuit. Now take what I just said about Kevin and apply it to Vanessa.
How much do you have left?
You know, like this many. This is absolute insanity with these two hands. Did we get the graphics right?
Come on, man.
She 6-bet shoves. Double ayah.
Still probably have the best hand. Title defense. 2 years later, I call.
OMG, he calls.
You have ace jack.
No,
I have a pair.
I have ace-9.
Correct reaction. You're complicit in this too, Selbsty.
What just happened?
Huh? Just think that's a snap?
Snap fold, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
Nice hand. Nice call, I guess.
The flop has an ace on it. Because you're Vanessa Selbst. McPhee takes the lead. Vanessa needs a 4. Sick race.
Nice hand.
McPhee set to get a huge double up here. And another ace for good measure. The needle. She can't believe it. I can't believe it. Can you believe it? As hard as it is to believe, that just happened.
Very nice hand.
My plan was to call, but I
It's
wanted
a
to
good.
make
No,
sure.
it's a nice
I
hand.
mean,
It's a good hand.
Does Liv even know what happened? She's about to find out.
The worst play I've ever seen. What? He like goes after me every time. I have no idea why. He's a friend of mine. You put that on TV. It's the worst play ever. I don't know why friend's going after me, but he does it every single tournament. He goes after me.
Liv's face says it all. Well, no countdown of blow-ups would be complete without the poker brat himself. In fact, he may be deserving of a top 5 of his own.
Way.
At number 1, here's the best of the worst of Phil Hellmuth Jr. A lot of players would feel forced or frustrated into calling here, but great players, they fold here sometimes.
Oh, man.
That's only sometimes. Let's see if Phil can get away.
Calls.
King, I only play the nuts like you, buddy.
Dario wins a $55,000 pot.
If I have it.
Oh boy, that's gonna be the one.
It's just unreal what happens to me at this place. I mean, I'm just so sick of it, you know? I mean, I
had the best on the chart, I had the best hand on the river.
The guys have 2 outs every pot we play.
the best hand pre-flop. And I had the best hand pre-flop, unless you're ace-7.
Nice hand, buddy.
Actually, come to think of it, maybe this one is worse.
Tony G makes the call.
Phil looking to the cameras for answers.
Is this for real? Are they recording this? I mean...
Are you recording this?
Is this for real? I mean,
No, Phil, you're not being punked.
Yeah, it's for real.
He does fold.
Nice, nice, nice. It's just so much fun here. I mean...
I wanted to give you the opportunity to participate, but you did. That's all.
Don't worry, Tony. I just had pocket 10s. That's all. I just had a bad feeling you had the
10,
queens.
you would win.
Yeah.
Wait. This outburst is probably more deserving of first prize.
Call.
That's 10 grand. Phil calls.
Call.
Sees the bad news.
He has a full house.
You didn't raise?
At least maybe we'll get the blow up we're all waiting for.
I know you got a flush.
The 9. This guy's raising.
He's got a 9. You try.
Explosion's about to happen.
Bring the trike.
Bring the trike.
I can't drive a bike.
God, it's extraordinarily. Just so unlucky. I mean, you're really getting sick of this. 4-5 offsuit.
Please, the game all evens out.
Bottom pair against top pair. Bottom pair against top pair. Where he's going to pay me off another 7,000-8,000. But no, he fills up and wins 14 for me.
You're a disgrace to the game.
Where did you come up with that?
I'll tell you. Can I tell you one thing, Tony? Can I tell you one thing?
No, you're a disgrace.
Can I tell you one thing or not? Or are you just going to interrupt me? Because if you interrupt, go ahead. I just won't say anything.
Yeah, let him talk. I want to hear. I'm curious.
Can I tell you one thing? I wish that I weren't a bad loser sometimes, but it's 10 times as bad to be a bad winner. And you're a bad winner, my friend.
Well, that Hellmuthian explosion concludes our top 5 blow-ups.
That's so sick. Oh my god.
Keep watching PokerStars.tv for more countdowns.
Kidding me.
Back at the feature table, Mohsen Shirani has deuces under the gun, and he shoves.
Another hand you really don't want to get called with, unless it's by deuce tray.
I call.
Lippmann's going to call with queen jack on the button.
Don't love the call. Yes, it's for not many big blinds, but you've got two people act behind you, like this guy.
Jerry Wong in the big blind with ace-10.
I think if Lippmann had re-raised, Wong's forced to fold this. As it stands, now Wong may be the one putting in the 3-bet.
315.
He does re-raise.
Well, I didn't love Lippmann's first call.
I call.
And now we are officially breaking up.
Can I register the high roller? Go hang out over there.
Good news for Mohsen is that he's only up against unpaired hands that will have to hit to win.
And there is a 10-high flop. Wong takes the lead.
He's going to love this flop. Now, Mohsen knows if there's a bet here, he's toast.
$200.
There is a bet of 200,000.
Small bet.
All in.
What?
Some hope for Mohsen.
Oh.
I call.
Never mind.
So looks like Shirani is going out, and Wong is going to double up through Lippmann.
Are we sure Lippmann's not a football coach? Because that was an absolute punt.
Oh, boy. Actually had a hand.
I need paint. I need paint. I need paint. Give me a paint. Give me paint.
That's not paint.
It's a 6.
Welcome back to the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island in the Bahamas, hosting the PokerStars Championship. It's day 5 of the main event, the penultimate day of the main event. We are down to 9, the unofficial final table. That means everyone is now locked up $56,260. And now, with the exception of 9th to 8th, there is a jump for every finishing position, with the final 6 all guaranteed a 6-figure score, and the winner receiving close to $500,000. So who is still in contention for that first prize and the first ever PokerStars Championship trophy? For the first time, all the remaining players sat around one table. Nadia Magnus is the short stack. The last remaining lady has 17 big blinds. At the top of the leaderboard, Christian Harder, a former finalist of this tournament, 5.2 million, 130 big blinds. And while we were redrawing for seats around our table, we caught up with a few of the players, asking how they were feeling about coming onto the main stage, obviously potentially making it to that final day. And of course, we spoke to our chip leader, Christian Harder, about how he's feeling right now.
Yeah, it really is where it all began here. I dropped out of college in 2008 after I got 7th here, and I've been playing poker since, so it's cool to be back. Yeah, my day's going great. I was treading water for the first hour or 2 hours, and then all of a sudden I got aces, back-to-back hands, and won big pots in both of them, so pretty much a dream scenario, and now I'm the chip leader, so it feels good. Yeah, I'm feeling great to be back at the final table, and especially with my chip stack, hopefully I can be smooth sailing and I can take over. I hope it'd be awesome to take this down. I mean, it's where I started, and I love this event, so hopefully I can win.
So the players about to take their seats at this unofficial final table. A reminder that officially it's the final 8 who we consider to be the finalists, but only 6 will return for tomorrow when we play down to a winner. Tomorrow is the day that we go cards up. We are still cards down for the rest of our coverage today. 3 more to lose before we wrap things on day 5.
Yep, and always interesting to see how the redraw pits the big stacks against the little stacks. Who is to the left of who? And we get to see also whether Michael Vella can find his voice again. He was chirpy joke telling earlier on. Gradually found a dwindling audience as the tables got more short-handed. But let's hope he gets a bit more chirpy.
Well, Matt, we mentioned that Christian Harder is a former finalist of this event. It was 2008 that he was on this stage before. Christian Harder has moved all in, pocket 7s, and Elke quickly calls with the pocket jacks. We could be about to lose another player, Greg.
Christian has a 7 of
On this occasion, the jacks are 4-1 favourite over the 7s. Christian Harder looking to hit, or he is out of here. 5 cards to come. There's a 10 and a jack.
Unless he gets a miracle, Christian will be our 7th place finisher.
Runner is his only outs. He needs a 9 and an 8 or a 7 and a 7.
Now he has 4 outs.
That is a huge card.
Hit a straight and
so now he's looking to hit a 9 for the straight.
Any 9 for it, but no.
Christian will be our 7th
Christian Harder is out of the tournament. Elke takes his chips. He will take home $200,000 for 7th place. Did you see Lee Big Horse Jones calling the action at the table back in 08?
I did, and I loved his entirely impersonal, like, well, unless there's a miracle, he's out of here. It's like, well, just read the cards, all right? We don't need your opinions. Unbelievable. Also, what happened to the straw huts? Why haven't we got straw huts anymore? I thought that was a fantastic backdrop.
The treasure chest, the Bahama Mamas, the parrot.
Ah, there was a time we embraced the locations, and now we just paint them black and put up some logos and TV screens. Unbelievable.
Can you believe that they actually transported a huge fish tank into the Imperial Ballroom and had the players sat there in front of sharks?
Well, why not? Make the effort. Yeah, you hear me? Glorious days.
So we still have 1 hour and 18 minutes left to play on this level. Blinds are currently 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. So we're going to get the action restarted here in the Bahamas, down to Kate Badarack, the tournament floor manager.
We have 9 players remaining in PokerStars Championship main event. The button has been drawn to seat number 8. We're going to continue on level number 25 with a small blind 20,000, big blind 40,000, and an ante of 5,000.
Oh, I thought they line up. No. They do this 10 and they just made that one dead.
20,000, 40,000, ante 5,000. Once again, we are scheduled to play down to 6 players remaining. Players, I would like to wish you best of success. And dealer Randy, begin to deal, please, now.
Look at you.
Thank you, Kate.
Good time. Good Yeah, Cliff, you're equally as happy with dealing with
Listen,
that button.
I need it, and so does she, so yeah. We'll take it.
Still a pretty stacked lineup, Matt. We've still got Harder, obviously the chip leader. Cliff Josephy, 3rd place in last year's World Series of Poker main event. He's still in contention. John DeBella, who won this tournament in 2012, he remains.
Seat 6 folds.
Let's not forget Nadia, our last lady.
Yeah, and here's an interesting stat, courtesy of Chris and our production team. If Nadia makes this final table, we will have had back-to-back final tables with a female player.
Well, I'll be because of Sam.
Seat 9 raises to 85.
I wish it weren't as rare a thing as it actually is.
Yeah.
So a button raise from Michael Gentili, who's 2nd in chips right now with a 100 big blind stack. Called by Alan Allison in the big blind. He's a below average stack with around 48 big blinds. He checks his 8-3 deuce flop. And the pre-flop aggressor is set to continue.
C9 bets 80,000.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Michael and Christian, who were clearly bossing our previous feature table when it was short-handed, if they can keep the
C1
pressure on.
raises to 160.
Now we've got everyone around one table.
And this is something that you alluded to earlier. When it does get nine-handed, we sometimes do see the pace of play slow somewhat. Short-handed, especially the big stacks can kind of bully. It's a very different dynamic.
And to reflect on what you said about the payouts, that's the other thing. Some really massive jumps between some of these positions, between 6th and 5th. And when we start to see these guys today and tomorrow start to slow down on big decisions, you can appreciate the real-world implications of making any misstep. Just such a huge ICM change.
So Michael continued for 80K. Alan clicked it, check raised to 160K, got a fold. And on the subject of female players at final tables, this is amazing. Before Sam Cohen, final table Prague, the last time we saw a female player on the final table of a main event on our tour, it was Victoria Corin Mitchell in San Remo when she won her second EPT title. And that was spring of 2014. So we went 2.5 years.
Come on, girls.
C6 folds.
Come play poker with us.
7 folds.
So Nadia is the short stack with a sub-20 big blind stack. Cliff Josephy, he's got 32 bigs, he folds.
Nine folds.
John DeBella hovering around the 30 big blind mark, second shortest stack at the table.
Yeah, from a selfish point of view, I hope Cliff Josephy doesn't get too short stacked, because enjoyed watching him play in the last couple of days. Interested to see him up against our big stacks. Hope he doesn't get too into the 20-30 big blind region.
DeBella is raised to 85,000.
C1 calls.
Alan Allison calling out of the small blind. It's Michael Vella's big blind. Vella is folded, heads up to the flop. Ace, Jack, 4.
Allison checks.
C1 checks, C10 checks.
Check, check. Have a free turn.
Turn card being the 4 of clubs, pairing the board. Well, with no continuation bet from John DeBella on the flop. Alan Allison leads the turn.
C10 calls.
100,000, gets a call from DeBella, river card. Ace of spades, double paired board.
Personally, I'm getting ready to sing. I think you know what I mean.
C1 bets 125,000.
125K bet from Allison.
Looks like you want me to call. I have to.
DeBella calls.
Nice hand.
Allison tables King Jack. Kings. The hand for DeBella.
Wow. I thought this was going to be a chop. That's a pretty impressive set of hands to bump into each other. Well, certainly if we get more hands like that, then perhaps the pace of play won't be quite as slow as we might expect.
DeBella.
Yeah, when he takes that long to turn over, I think, oh, I'm good. Yeah.
Oh, Alan Allison
Very smart value bet.
insinuating that he was slow rolled there. He had a deep run in this tournament in 2014, finishing 16th. He's gone at least 7 better. So a reminder that 9th and 8th place pay the same, $56,260. And then we're into the big cash money, all the way down to that winner's prize of 480 grand. Most of the $3.37 million prize pool still up for grabs.
C5 raises to 90,000. C6 folds. C7 folds. C8 folds.
Rasmus Glassel from Norway opens under the gun.
1 folds, 3 folds.
Well, Christian Harder doesn't fold his big blind often. Plus, he's got a lot of chips to play with, around 130 bigs. So he calls. The flop is 6-4 deuce with 2 spades.
Yep, got to be honest. Rasmus Glesso, another player keen to see back in action. Enjoyed watching him yesterday.
Board gets straightier on the turn with the 3 of hearts.
C4 back 80,000. 2 5 folds.
Christian leads the turn for 80,000, gets a fold from Rasmus. Boosts his chip lead.
Wow. The rich getting richer.
And again, Joe mentioned this earlier on today, Matt. We've got all the remaining players in this tournament on one table now, all 9 players on the main stage, and there's no one who I feel we don't know. Sometimes just it happens. You get a player who's spent extensive time on the outer tables, but all these guys have at some point been on the main stage. They've spent considerable time on the feature table, and I feel we've got to know them. We've got to know their style of play.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we always find when we get down to the last 3 tables, you zip the cameras over and go, who on earth is this? But in this instance, all of these guys have spent enough time in front of our cameras that we quite rightly get quite excited about some of these collisions. I guess it's also interesting for the players that they could get this far and actually they'll bump into a whole bunch of players they have no experience with, they've just not run into right up until this point.
And a good mix of players, new faces, familiar faces. One of those being Cliff Josephy, who's raised here to 90,000. Decision is on Michael Gentily.
You play every week?
So?
You play every week? Tournaments and stuff?
No, not every week. Yeah. Decent amount.
Because there's a big one every week now, isn't it?
Yeah.
All the different tours. You go over, out of the country and play?
Not much anymore. Yeah. I used to.
It's got to be a nice way when you're young though, travel the world.
I did.
That is a 3-bet.
C10 fold, C1 fold.
He re-raises from under the gun +2 to 220,000. Round to the blinds,
Save your breath.
who both fold. Action back on Cliff Josephy. Nadia Magnus folding under the gun.
8 folds.
Cliff Josephy's out.
9 folds.
Round to John DeBella.
C10 raises to 95, seat 1 folds. 3 folds.
The raise is to 95,000. Christian Harder folds the button. Rasmus folds the small blind. It's Alexei Opolykin in the big blind. Not us, them.
Honest. Honest, Gov.
Opolykin calls. Ace, Jack 3, 2 diamonds.
Seat 6, X. C10 bets 105. C6 folds.
I'm not going mad. I did correctly identify the flag as Norwegian. The issue is, Preston is right, Rasmus is actually Danish, but he is living and studying in Norway, which is why he's represented by the Norwegian flag.
Right, okay.
Who dragged 2 today?
I forget, do people have the choice? They can choose their actual nationality or where they're living as their flag.
Normally it's what passport they register for the tournament with.
That's what makes me ask that question, but...
This is not quite up the final
In this
table, though,
particular instance,
anymore.
he wanted to be recognized
Used to
as a
be 10,
Norwegian
then
player
9.
because that's the country he now calls
Then
his home.
8, now it's 6. Next thing we know, unless you make a heads up, doesn't count.
Sorry, you said 9 folded, I thought.
10
the nice
folds.
guy. Okay, I gotta pay more attention.
And just to answer a bunch of guys on Twitch, sorry to disappoint you, but even though this is the last table, this is not the final table yet, and even when it becomes the official final table of 8, we still won't go whole cards up until tomorrow when everything is set up and ready to roll with the delay in place, security ready to go, etc., etc. That's the way we do things.
6 folds.
Christian Harder is raised from the cutoff and Nadia folds her big blind.
I'm like all in for a second.
Nadia down to 15 big blinds. Christian Harder up to 135 big blinds, and still an hour to play on this level.
Yep, plenty of time to get into trouble. A couple of people saying, is that Nadia from the big game? Yes, it is.
So here's how the stacks of the remaining 9 players have changed over the course of the day. Look at Christian Harder, started with around 1.5 million and has added 4 million to his stack. Also,
First one was in.
a big upswing for Michael Gentili. It's not really been a good day for John DeBella or for Nadia Magnus, and Cliff Josephy has lost 2.5 million.
Yeah, that's a horrible couple of levels of work. Still, I mean, 29 big blinds, not quite panicking, but starting to keep an eye on that reshoved stack. Still an hour to play.
4 folds, 5 folds.
Still kind of hoping Michael Vella finds some gags, got some good jokes for us a bit later on. He just needs to win 1 or 2 pots, and then I reckon he'll be back with us. Bit quiet at the moment.
6 calls. 7 folds.
So there has been a raise from Michael Vella. From under the gun +3, he's made it 90,000. And it looks like he's found a customer. Alexei Opolykin's called from the button. Heads up to a flop of Queen 10-7. It is incredibly crunchy. It's all clubs.
3 folds, or 3 checks.
Check and see.
Come on, Michael. Talk him into or out of whatever it is you want to happen. 9 of hearts on the turn after a check.
Six bets, 80.
There's no c-bet on the flop, no delayed c-bet on the turn. Opalikin makes it 80,000. Vela calls. Board pairs on the river. This is a straighty flushy paired board. Hit it.
Ah, you must be absolutely delighted. Come on now, don't let him down,
I
boys.
said hit it.
Boom. There it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, a little bit worried about that. Cat-like reflexes.
Six bets, 200.
Check and another bet.
200,000. Quick call. Ace 9 against Ace 9 of clubs.
When I saw ace 9, I thought we chopped the pot if I put that ace 9. I forgot about clubs.
Yeah, clubs do count, unfortunately, Michael.
Huh? Yeah, when there's 3 and there's no more coming, you kind of forget.
Oh, that's sick. What a flop.
Michael Vela drops down to 1.4 million. Opalikin up to 3.5 million. A reminder of today's $1 Million Card Hunt competition. Your chance to win a ticket to the next leg of the PokerStars Championship, or rather a satellite ticket, a $530 satellite.
When you called.
Start today's card hunt challenge on Stars. Open up the challenge window. Get matching cards in the puzzle board. You need to complete that puzzle board in order to be eligible to enter the competition. And while completing it, we want you to win a hand with the 7 of hearts as one of your hole cards. So once you've completed the challenge, once you've won a hand with the 7 of hearts, then you can enter the contest by tweeting the hand ID, your player ID, and the hashtag PokerStarsWin. You got till midnight tonight, Eastern time. That's 8 hours from now. And we'll draw the winner at random, plus 3 runners-up who will get $82 feeder tickets. We've got a guest commentator in the booth, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome, from the PokerStars blog, Mr. Brad Willis.
Hello, hello, hello.
How are you? Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I sound much more awake than I actually am.
Oh, that's it. Well, as long as you don't say anything out loud. Oh, too.
Yeah, I'm faking it.
You join us to see Nadia Magnus move all in, Brad. Michael Vela open to 95,000. The shove is for 605,000. And she has been called. It's ace queen against jacks. Classic race.
Not a chance, buddy. Not a chance.
Queen, Mike.
That's good here. Was it hearts?
I'm already feeling a bit scared. I don't know. I don't know if Michael can take any more bad news. I think if he loses this
put a
one,
jack of hearts in the window with another heart.
it's going to really hit him emotionally.
With the 10 of hearts.
If he loses this one, he'll still have
Even
20
better.
big blinds.
Jack
If
10
Nadia
hearts.
loses, she's out.
10-9. Pair the board, please, dealer.
How about the dealer pairs the board with the 3 of hearts? Would you take that?
Ah, Jesus Christ.
Always fun. Always fun, Michael.
I mean, it's poker. Just don't play it if
Pair
you
the
don't like
board.
this.
One time.
Don't use it now.
15 outs. Yikes.
Any heart?
Pair the board one
any
time.
Queen, any ace. 5 of clubs is not enough. Jacks hold, and Nadia Magnus is out in 9th place.
Wow. That was a lot of outs, but just not quite enough, really. Good game. Good show. Hey, I guess this is our official final table then. The first official final table of the PokerStars Championship.
All right, ace 9 suited, 2 jacks. Or any uptick. Just fold.
Just before I walked in here, they were showing me something a little bit special that the people at the official final table will be getting later today.
Thank you.
600.
600?
I heard this rumor. Medals for the finalists?
They are, and they're actually quite pretty. They're on a nice long ribbon that could hang around a neck, much like an Olympic might, and gold medal with PokerStars Championship on the front and a legend on the back.
Oh, I think that's nice. I'm surprised we haven't made a bit more fuss about that. I think it's a nice little bit of recognition for the achievement.
So these are the chip counts of the 8 players who have made the official final table of the first ever PokerStars Championship. Michael Vela has chipped up to 53 bigs, still below average.
And the Russian.
But he's certainly got chirping chips, that's for sure. Christian Harder still leads. Cliff Josephy, the low man, with 28 big blinds. So, Brad, what are your team working on right now? I mean, I guess you've got someone covering this table, but now it's down to 9 players.
You know, we
staff 8 players, rather.
We staff really big for the field when it begins, and then we get down to this final table, and our jobs become quite a bit easier, especially thanks to the work that you do here. But that's not to say that we don't still have a full team out there working. In fact, we have out there right now, we've got Howard Swain, Stephen Bartley, Martin Harris, Jack Stanton, and Mark Convey all working right now. We've got some work going on in the high roller that's going on across the room, where we have some feature stories, some happy and some sad. As a lot of people probably heard, Daniel Negreanu lost his dog of 17 years today, and so he spoke to us a little bit earlier, and Jack Stanton wrote up a nice story about that that's appearing on the PokerStars blog right now. And we're still maintaining coverage of this table, and we'll have somebody over watching the sidelines and things maybe the TV cameras might not catch over the course. But I got to tell you, you know, I wasn't sure exactly how things would look in terms of the traffic on the blog this year, and just with the new system and everything. And I've been pleased to say that we're having a week like now, unlike anything I've seen in a very long time. This has been one of our biggest weeks that we've had in the modern history of the blog. So it's been really nice.
Is Michael Vela telling that joke again?
We'll have a little delay. Play the hit.
I've heard it twice.
Which one was it? Was it the one with Jesus and Moses and the old man, or the other one? I've heard a few. That's his wife in the background, the redhead. She must be just so tired.
She takes really good care of him.
No, I meant of listening to that joke.
Oh, the joke, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sure they have a lovely relationship, but he's got to push it to the limits. Hi, honey, I'm home. Listen, so there's Jesus, Moses, and... Oh, God, not this one.
So Christian Harder with the chip lead, raising here to 90,000. Alan Allison calling out of the big blind. By the way, if you want to find any of the articles Brad just mentioned very quickly, including that tribute to Daniel Negreanu written by Jack Stanton, just give the guys a follow on Twitter at PokerStars blog, because there'll always be a link you can click on. It's a quick and easy way of finding the stuff you want. Queen 10-10 on the flop. Action goes check. 5 of hearts on the turn.
Huh?
Ah, I thought you
said check on the turn. We get the ace of hearts on the river.
One calls.
Check to showdown. Ace 9 the hand for Christian Harder. And that's enough to win him the pot and boost his chip lead up over 140 bigs now. He's getting close to 6 million chips.
Guy's like 30 yards short of the green. The Jesus steps up, hits his shot. Going out, looking good, right at the green. Boom, 10 yards short. But remarkably, it stays on top of the water. Moses cracking up. You can't reach either. You're terrible. Jesus says, no problem. He walks right across the water, takes his club out with him. Pop, hits it, chips it, knocks it in the green. Knocks it in the hole. The old man gets up, and he's old, and hits it about halfway there. As the ball's going in, the fish jumps up, catches the ball.
Big line.
The fish catches the ball. A bird swoops down and catches the fish. Fish starts flying away. Right above the green, he drops the fish. The fish hits the green. The ball falls right in the cup. Hole in one. Jesus looks at the old guy, he says, nice shot, Dad.
It doesn't get old, does it?
You heard it?
Can we get Michael a slot at the Joker's Wild Club here at Atlantis?
Just the same 2 jokes round and round, but I mean, Joe can support him.
He's proud of himself, though. I mean, he told the one joke about the genitalia yesterday at least 3 times that I heard. And he said that the last time he was on a cruise ship, he literally told it for every new person who joined the group over the course of an evening.
Wow.
Which is what you do with jokes about genitalia.
I know I do.
See, he was pissed off. He heard it twice. Now he's got to raise my big blind.
That is true. Anyone that has bumped into Michael over the last 3 hours will have at least be on their 3rd time for that particular joke. maybe more.
Oh, hello, 3-bet. Michael opens at 85,000. John DeBella re-raises to 225,000 on the button. And let's salute John DeBella, by the way. This is his second final table in the Bahamas main event. Same credit goes to Christian Harder, of course. Christian looking to improve on his 7th place finish from 2008. The only way, well, John DeBella can't improve on his result, but I guess he could equal it.
True.
James, do me a favor and pronounce not DeBella's, his opponent's name for me real
Michael
quick.
Gentili?
Gentili. Thank you for saying it that way, because the number of hours we've spent trying to explain to the people around us that Gentili is not still in the tournament.
Yeah.
And that's 275.
John DeBella continuing this 10 high flop for 275,000. I don't know, it's an awesome bit of clickbait to tell everyone that Gentili is the second biggest stack at the final table of the PokerStars Championship Bahamas main event.
That's how we got all our traffic this week.
To be fair, Gentili was here as well. Well, Michael has called the C-bet. 6 of hearts on the turn. Gary says, Michael Vella's jokes are putting me on tilt and I'm not even playing poker. Alan Pike says, it's the 4th time we've heard this joke. It's so bad, I want Stapes back.
Oh, come on, don't be stupid. Keep things in proportion, yeah?
DeBella fires again.
And that's 375.
And this is a reasonably committing bet. Out of a stack of $1 million, he bets 375,000, leaving himself just shy of 700K behind. And it's going to get called. Well, DeBella has significantly less than pot behind. There's 1.8 million in the middle. DeBella has less than half pot behind.
Wow. I mean, a player of his experience obviously going to know this is exactly how things are going to wind up the way the hand is developed.
Michael Gentili's checked him again. Well, that is a virtual all-in from DeBella. 450,000. He's left himself 6 bigs.
Well, you don't want to be greedy. You want to give yourself a little way out. 6 bigs is perfect. I don't know what this is. Trying to look like a value bet that wants to get paid off. I mean, it's a bit crazy.
John DeBella's had some big hands today, as he predicted before the start of play. Weird one. I wonder if Michael was kind of gearing up to potentially call an all-in, but is mightily suspicious of this non-all-in river bet.
But maybe he knows that he knows that he knows.
That is a call.
Oh dear. John does not look happy. Immediately didn't look happy as soon as the call was made.
Pair of sevens, ace-10.
Wow.
The hand for Gentili. Top pair, one pair is enough. And John DeBella is now in the extreme danger zone.
Danger zone extremely.
With 6 big blinds. So it's pretty close at the top now. Christian Harder still the chip leader with 5.7 million. But Michael Gentili is not that far behind with 5.4 million. We've got 2 players who have stacks of more than 130 big blinds.
I'll see you guys sometimes 2 a.m. Sunday morning. Seen this before and it's ugly.
It is confusing.
So Alexei
Yeah,
Polikin is playing around 90 big blinds. Everyone else below average, 50 bigs or fewer. And DeBella at immediate risk.
Well, it was an interesting move on the end, but did not work.
90,000.
Cliff Josephy here, opening the action.
3 folds.
He earned those chips. He earned those chips.
You should know in terms of Michael Vella's jokes that they actually worked on them over on the side tables yesterday for this very purpose. They spent a long time telling jokes with each other, trying them out to see which ones worked, which ones didn't. There was a good moment when the German kid, Latz, they said, "It's your turn to tell a joke." And he looked up and he shook his head and he said, "I am German. We do not have humor." Which got a great laugh, by the way.
I remember when like home video games, when it was first really easy to get linked up, it was like on Xbox One, like, oh no, it's probably before that, the original Xbox, doesn't matter. But there was a racing game I used to play and there'd be like 6 of you and you're all racing around the track. And you're all chatting to each other and a lot of, you know, trash talk and mucking around. But the rule was whoever lost the race had to tell a joke. And depending on whether it was good enough, you would get kicked out and replaced with a new player or whether you got to stay. And the pressure, never mind trying to win the race, you were just thinking, oh God, I'm in 5th place. Racking your brains as you're jumping over the bridges and going around the corners thinking, if I lose, what joke could I possibly tell? And the more I played this game, the more I had this like little notepad by the side of me of, in case I got stuck with 6th place and needed to tell a joke. Oh, I could hand that over to Joe. He could get a whole full half-hour stand-up out of it. But it was quite a lot of pressure to add.
That is not anything for a man with performance anxiety. I could not handle that.
As if I wasn't bad enough at the game without that stress.
Michael Gentili raises to 85,000. A call from the other Michael Vella on the button. And Rasmus Gleisel calls out of the big blind.
It was 90? No, 85. Yeah, I put 90. Should be 315 up there. Sorry, wasn't fast enough.
I need my 5.
Rasmus gets his change, and 3 players go to the flop.
Very important. Every 5 counts. Oh, yeah.
Ace 7-4.
5 checks.
That's the flop I needed.
I'm at 105.
I don't think you get as much on that flop, but you don't lose.
3 calls. Not folds.
Continuation bet of 105,000. Called by Vella. Castle's folded, heads up to the turn, king of spades.
Nine checks, 3 checks.
Now the 7's come?
He'd pay you on that river also.
Oh, he's paying me here now.
9 checks, 3 checks.
Checked on the turn, checked on the river. Ace-9 is good. So Brad, when the rebrand came about, and obviously the kind of realignment of live events divided into championships and festivals, a lot of people were asking us, you know, are you guys going to be streaming everything, or will it be a mix of championships and festivals? And obviously, just as we focused on the big stops on the European Poker Tour, we'll focus on the major events and the PokerStars Championship. As far as the blog's concerned, are you going to be covering every single live event this year?
We have plans to be at every one of the championships and festivals in some capacity. We will be at every championship doing live updates in full with the same size team that we have here and the same size team that we would have had on the European Poker Tour. We will also have a smaller team, but just as dedicated at the festivals, beginning in London actually here in just about a week and a half. And then after that, that'll be going to Rosvedov just about the same time the rest of us are going down to Panama to work at the championship down there. So we have plans to be at every one, just as we would have been at any live event over before the rebrand.
Now, back in the day, Brad, you covered a few events
That's my favorite dealer.
south of the border. You used to work on the LAPT. Have you been to Panama City?
I've been to Panama once before. The very first time that LAPT went to Panama, I was there. And it was they were experimenting with hotels there, and I don't think it's any big secret that the hotel we were at before had a. Well, the clientele at that hotel were a lot of working women, and it just got to the point to where it was time. It was time to move on. And frankly, I've heard that the hotel that we're going to this year is beautiful, wonderful. It's a boutique hotel. That type of thing that I shouldn't have started talking. That's what I shouldn't have done. I should have not mentioned it at all. I tell you, I mean, last night I'm absolutely worn out. Last night my phone rang about 1 o'clock in the morning, and hotel phones just don't ring anymore. They just don't. If somebody needs you, they call your phone. But at the same time, I thought maybe somebody thinks I'm dead, because that's the type of thing that happens to a guy my age. So I pick up the phone. There's a brief pause, and I'm not going to recreate what I heard, but sexual moans and groans that went on for a few seconds. And I'm not going to say I didn't listen. I listened for a couple of seconds.
I thought you were going to say minutes, or just until 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but and then the giggles started, and I realized I'd been the end of a random dial from probably a couple of crazy teenagers out there who had maybe dipped into the rum when their mommy and daddy weren't looking. So that was my night last night. So perhaps my filter isn't quite as what it should be.
Well, I think I can speak for Joe and Matt when I say that we're quite excited to see Panama, somewhere new for us.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a canal. I hear the culture around it is fantastic. There's the food's good, and as I remember Panama, non-working women excluded. Everyone was extremely friendly, and it was a fun time there. So I'm looking forward. I'll be down there leading the team in Panama in March, and I'm looking forward to it.
That'll be the next stop on the PokerStars Championship this year.
Any location that's good enough for Van Halen to write a song about, I'm in. It must be quite exceptional.
So the raise here has come from Alan Allison. And I think we have a 3-bet. A re-raise from chip leader Christian Harder to 270,000. Cliff Josephy is in the big blind. He could well be asleep.
Yeah, I think we'll give it 30 seconds, then somebody better go and shake him.
He's just hit the drum sequence of a good Grateful Dead show. Space has started.
Alan. What a luxurious pan up the beard that was.
We were playing a little personal game of Lauden Thinks yesterday. How long do you think it would take to grow a beard that long?
Wow. That's a good question. I would say I'm going to go with 2 years.
Oh, I don't think it's that long.
Really?
Yeah.
Because the only problem is once you start growing a beard, that part of your beard really slows down. because I've noticed, because I've got the goatee, on the few occasions I've taken the goatee off, and then when your whole beard grows, that bit is at such a reduced rate that actually it's pretty slow. I think personally, I could be wrong. What was the average guess out of the gang?
I think we were somewhere in the 9 months to a year era.
Oh, I think, well, I don't know.
I doubt I would be able to grow even, I don't know, 3 centimeters of facial hair.
In a year?
Yeah.
Let's go and ask him, right? I'll go and ask him. Excuse me.
I didn't have a chance to listen to the stream before I popped on, and I see we have a dealer in the box here that appeared on the PokerStars blog earlier today. Has that already been mentioned here
absolutely.
on the stream?
We gave Lee Jones, Lee H. Jones, a big shout out for writing that piece about Elise and her ukulele playing. I enjoyed watching the 2 videos this morning.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The hidden talents of the people in the box. You never know what's back there.
We have said it before, between the crew and the staff and the dealers, we've probably got a real super band we could put together. We could probably put like a 15-piece band together.
95 and 260.
3-bet here from Christian Harder. Vela, the original raiser.
I'm all in.
Josephine shoving from the small blind. This is a 4-bet.
You're much quicker on the sound than you were yesterday. Good job.
Original raiser folds. Christian Harder folds as well.
I had it ready.
No, I thought the piece about Elise was really nice, and that must have been such a relief for you, because I imagine normally when Lee Jones comes to you with a story idea, you're like, oh God, what now? But actually, this was something really worth reading.
Obviously, I had it.
I'm just kidding, Lee. Look, we have a lot of fun with Lee on the stream, obviously, but I think, I can't remember who it was said it the other day, but they are 100% right. There is no one more enthusiastic and passionate about the game of poker than Lee Big Horse Jones.
If I could maintain the same kind of excitement about anything in my life, I'd probably be more happily married, be a better father, better boss.
Normally he would.
He knows that stuff.
Every once in a while, it's like once every 15, 20 times.
I had kings of the previous hand. I mean,
Did you?
Yeah, you can see
God,
it.
I held back.
Supposed to get it the second time, right? You want the good hand the second time.
All right, so there was a quick moment of controversy among the PokerStars blog the other day, and I want your take on it if I can.
Oh.
We were at dinner.
I don't know.
Our newest guy on the team, Jack Stanton, a talented individual, ordered a pizza. Flatbread from Olives.
I'm aware. I've tasted that that particular delicacy.
I saw him motion the server over and ask for something. She brought him a dish of something, to which he started dipping his crust into it. That was mayonnaise.
Huh?
I was aghast. He seemed to think it was completely normal.
Mayonnaise is only acceptable with cold pizza.
There's a take I had not heard.
I'm afraid I'm a no mayonnaise. I just don't see that working at all.
I'm assuming at this point, Brad, that the crust itself was still of a warm temperature.
Absolutely, it was hot. It was straight out of the oven.
We're making a ruling on this. Unacceptable. Stanton, no!
Just put it down. Put the crust down.
Unfortunately, I think the amount of controversy it caused has scarred him. I haven't seen him eat another bite since.
No, quite rightly too.
Put your phone away, Chris.
Is he the guy who was meant to be sharing your cab from the hotel in Barcelona?
Oh, that just didn't turn up. I think you might be right. We gave him 15 minutes, which I know was at least 14 minutes longer than you would have given him.
Sorry, Jack.
Here we go. The stop and go from John DeBella. He flattered Opelikin's raise pre-flop, and now he's all in on an ace, king, 6, or half flop.
90 and 260 or something like that. 3/5 of 400 in there. Shift this. 1.2.
1.2. 1.6 now.
You can't. Yeah. Good luck, John.
Opelikin has called the shove. King 10, the hand for Opelikin. John DeBella has king 7.
Oh, 6 or 7. I want to keep him around. It's fun.
Again, I need the 7.
John DeBella has a better chance of chopping this pot than he does actually winning it outright.
Yeah, I was going to say I would be calling just for hearts. Never mind the 7. Just forget about that.
1 king to go. And what? Ace king coming.
Or the ace queen.
Turn card is a deuce, and that takes away a whole ton of opportunities for John DeBella.
Deuce of clubs.
River card, the 6 of diamonds. So this will be a chop pot. And you know what they say, Brad Willis? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Nice. Nice range. What? What?
It was a chop, and everybody loves it.
What? Where's the pot? Have we got just lots of footage of things being chopped? How many of those are there, James?
For the chop, I believe that is the standard meme. But
Right.
we have certain other situations, certainly other things that may happen at the table, which will also be accompanied by short, random videos.
Would I be right in assuming at least a team of 7 people have taken 5 months over these?
It was mainly one person.
Right, okay.
And he started working on it at 4 o'clock in the morning after a couple of beers.
What, yesterday?
Maybe a few months ago.
Right, okay.
But the project was abandoned for several weeks.
Do you know what? That's fine. The story is more interesting than the output, but I will accept all of it. Good job, everyone.
And in my mind's eye, I see the person having a very long beard they've grown in the process.
Exactly. Well, hats off to Holger Pedersen, who's on our Twitter feed, who says that his beard took 11 years to grow. That's pretty impressive stuff. Looks like he's flying a light aircraft. What an interesting and diverse audience we have. Nice to hear from you.
Grew a beard, flew a light aircraft. Today was a good day.
Exactly. Bucket list. Tick, tick.
Christian Harder's raise, called by Cliff Josephine.
I'm a little bit disappointed, Brad. You've not told any stories that involve someone nearly dying or nearly killing someone else. It feels like there's normally more action in your stories.
Well, I spent a little less time among the death and destruction in the past year, and a little more time around people, you know, dipping pizza into mayonnaise.
Well, I mean, I think you've downsized. I think you've gone the wrong way, but it's fine.
I'll take the pizza and the mayonnaise any day of the week.
I mean, I'm happy to tell you a couple of dead people stories. In fact, you know, a funny thing. Oh, something's happening.
Hold.
Speaking of dead people.
John DeBella all in for his last 235K. Christian Harder was the original raiser. Knows he has Cliff Josephine to act behind him. Harder reshoves. Isolation. And Cliff Josephine has not snap folded. Oh, wow.
Ooh. This would be the Queens then. I kind of feel like he should call here. I think there's a good chance that whatever is troubling Cliff Josephine could be a good one. Think about the range of hands that Christian is going to try and isolate John DeBella with.
Well, Josephine folds, but we will get to see John DeBella and Christian Harder's hands.
That's good. I'll take that.
And Cliff folded a big hand.
Ace-Jack for Christian Harder, 9s for John DeBella. Classic race.
But yeah, they scream when you said that, so I'm happy to see that.
Really want to know what Cliff Josephine had so badly.
Nine in the window.
No 9, an ace instead.
Take it on the turn. Take a heart.
John DeBella on the verge of elimination.
9 on this one.
Will need to hit a 9 on the river or he goes out in 8th place.
That's my official one time.
The river is a queen, he is gone. It was the hand against Michael Ginkley that did most of the damage, and then Christian Harder finishes the job. John DeBella cashes for $56,260. His second final table in the Bahamas main event, but no double win.
Good job.
Good game.
Well, what can you say?
Good luck, guys.
Thanks. Thank you.
What do you need? A card.
Impressive showing.
Well, that takes us to a situation where 7 remain, and it does mean that...
No repeat.
One more elimination, and we will conclude day 5. Remember, the final 6 will come back for tomorrow. The final day of the festival, the final day of the main event. Cards Up coverage starting tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern. Now, the shortest stack is Rasmus Gleisel with 35 big blinds. In fact, you've got 3 players who are all pretty even. Allison, Josephy, and Gleisel. Christian Harder now has close to 6 million, close to 150 big blinds.
Yeah.
Life is good. What an incredible day he has had.
No, you always got to take it another step, don't you? Rasmus.
So I was at the PokerStars Festival in New Jersey when my good friend who works in television sends me a text to say that America's latest identified serial killer had been abducting people, killing them, and burying them on his property 20 minutes south of my house.
Walks are nice.
Oh. He's now up for 7 murders total and 1 survivor. So yeah, that was happening just in my little backyard. So if you want some death and destruction, I got a serial killer, man.
Wow, okay. I mean, we've got a problem. Sometimes the dustmen don't pick up on the right day, but I'll take that over a 7 times killer living in my backyard.
I need to count.
And he was leaving Amazon reviews. I swear to God, leaving Amazon reviews for shovels. If you need to bury the body, this shovel will do it. I swear. Wow. A perfect knife. I haven't used it to cut up anybody, ... yet.
Hold on a second. What's happened here?
Well, Michael Vella's made it 140, and Alan Allison has shoved all in for 1.5 million.
Well, one step back, Allison completed in the small. Vella then raised from the big, and now Allison's responded by moving all in.
Standard, pretty standard, I'd say.
You say that. I was expecting us to be like playing 7-handed for at least another level and a half.
Yeah, it's an interesting shot across the bows just to let us know what our players are capable of. ICM considerations, there's got to be a better spot than that.
Yeah, and now we are down to 7. There is a pay jump with every single elimination. $76,400 for finishing in 7th place. More than 100K, 103,780 to be precise, for making it into 6th place. Plus, of course, you get to come back for the final day and play potentially for the trophy.
Mine wasn't big.
Yeah, I must say, looking back at that hand where Cliff Josephy clearly had a big hand, you realize the implications of making a mistake at this stage is quite costly from a pure cash dollar value point of view.
I have an ace in the small blind and you're in the big. Should I raise, or what are we going to do there?
Yeah, raise so I can fold.
Okay, raise, and then if I call, well, that's collusion, I guess.
Yeah,
we're bordering on collusion.
We're colluding.
You're bordering on it?
So just to put things into perspective here, there's 24 minutes left on this level. Then the blinds are going to go to 25.50.
Yep.
That's a 90-minute level. So we could play the next 2 hours, and only then would we get to a point where the average stack is 50 big blinds.
Right, I'll go and get some takeaway menus. I get my slippers.
I'll have pizza with a side of mayonnaise.
Right, okay. I can't help you with that, I think. I don't want to be any part of that.
I will check to you, sir.
All right, fair enough.
Check in the dark again, one of Michael Bella's favorite moves.
It's a Helmuthian move.
It's old school, I like it.
6-5 deuce with 2 hearts.
I guess I didn't do so good.
Don't tell him, Michael.
No, I didn't do bad at all.
Let's not forget, he has a habit of missing flushes. Or at least not noticing them.
That was over quickly.
Yeah, they're not exactly dragging their heels here, are they?
I don't know how many hats Michael Vella has in his hotel room, but I do know that yesterday he was wearing his fedora, and his wife offered to go back and get him a different hat. And she asked which one, and he had to have a long think about it before deciding on the Yankees cap, which I see he's got on today.
22 minutes till we can pee.
Yeah, 22 minutes until the next break, and I assume...
God bless.
Wow. Yeah, bless you.
Losing tight. I can only say those two.
There is always a danger in making assumptions. Let's just put it this way. I hope that during the next break, you'll be able to see part 2 of Poker in the Ears and Eyes. We're unable to show it to you during the last break due to some technical issues, but hopefully during the next hiatus in the action you can enjoy.
Yeah, if you're sitting at home thinking, I wonder just how bad Joe Stapleton's Christmas really was, do try and tune in for that episode.
And everyone out there should know that any technical issues that happened here on the stream were happening everywhere on this island. There wasn't getting out on the internet or in any way for a long period of time. We were fighting it back there, and even tournament directors, they had a point to where there was a power hit on the island. There were so many surges, there were cords burning up. There was a lot going on out there, so don't blame these stream people. They're working pretty hard.
I thought I was putting 95 in and I put in 80. All right. Mathematically challenged, I guess.
You'll get the jam.
Button limp from Vela, harder calls in the small blind, and then the raise comes from Rasmus in the big. Yeah, last night, a series of power cuts across the island. Well, Vela's called the raise.
Don't want harder in there.
Christian Harder folds, heads up to the flop.
Is that your plan?
Got to play your button.
Your plan?
We're friends, right?
Yeah. All right. So we'll just check it down and give me the pot. You throw yours in the muck automatically.
I raised, so I can't really check. Can I? Can I?
His philosophy is fantastic.
That's my lead. I bet. You always
Keeps
call.
the pressure on.
Hey.
Michael Vela does make me feel like we're just sitting in a kitchen somewhere. I love his approach to this. It's like, yep.
Did you check your flush?
I did. 2 pair. I would have got a flush for another one, King.
If only.
There's something about his level of joy that seems to kill the joy in others, I found. Yesterday, there were the two, he played with Scott Stewart, who's a big, burly guy who was the happiest guy for a very, very long time until he ran into Michael Vela. And Vela beat him in a couple of hands, and Stewart just went immediately quiet and stayed that way for 30 minutes. Same thing happened to Nick Mamone yesterday. Just joy, 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 no more joy.
He owns the happiness. He takes all the happiness from you.
Vacuum.
Makes it his own. I like him.
What is that? The succubus? Although it's more of a sexual thing.
That's more of a sexual thing, but yeah.
Nevertheless.
Like a comedy succubus.
that's what I was looking for.
God bless you.
No. Thanks, Mom.
Speaking of which, why don't you text my mother? Tell her.
Raise and take it for Christian Harder.
Bless you.
Are you allergic to Mike?
I'm allergic to something. I don't know what it is.
Fish. Maybe. The table's full of fish.
The best 7 fish in the Bahamas.
You're a bad man.
I'm the biggest fish.
Michael Vela does strike me as the sort of guy that every single day is an emotional roller coaster of self-doubt, followed by huge bursts of self-confidence. But when you're the last 7 players out of 738 in like one of the toughest tournaments going, I'm surprised you can still be sitting here wondering whether you deserve to be here.
Yeah, the shuffling part.
Anyone who's ever suffered from the so-called imposter syndrome can find a way to look up and hate himself in any crowd. Not saying I know anything about that at all.
Just thinking, they're going to find me out any minute now. It's going to all be over.
It's like she's a CIA over there with that thing on.
Thank you.
My turn, right?
Don't check it.
My turn.
Oh yeah, it's your, yeah.
Yeah, you got the last one.
All right.
It's my turn this time.
You can have it.
Queen 6 deuce.
Oh, I hope they end up heads up.
When camaraderie becomes collusion.
Just give me some money. You can still have it.
The good thing is they never do what they say they're going to do, so I think we'll be safe.
135,000 apiece. 2 flush draws out there now. 10 of diamonds on the turn, and a bet and a fold.
No, I have nothing.
He's a gentleman.
7 high. Just give me some money.
Oh.
He looks like he could be the villain on an episode of Comedy Succubus.
Rasmus.
Yes, we established earlier on that Rasmus is originally from Denmark, but yes, that is the Norwegian flag against his name because he lives and studies in Norway and chooses to represent Norway when he's playing poker.
Sorry.
For a moment there, I thought Michael Vella was counting our raise, and I realized there were going to be cards in front of me. He'd already folded.
Yeah, just lingering.
Instead, it's Christian Harder who raises. Makes it 90,000 from the hijack. Brad, I assume your guys are all over the 25K today.
We're focusing our efforts primarily today on some of the bigger stories that are happening out there. Like I said, there was the one with Daniel. We've spoken with Charlie Carroll over the last day or two, and there's also a story that might be brewing with Bill Perkins that I know that they were working on just a little while ago. So you can head over to the PokerStarsblog.com and check out some of the efforts that Martin Harris and Jack Stanton are making over in the high roller while we finish up this main event. We also have like a full listing of side events with, and if you haven't seen our side event winner photos, you really need to do to check those out. There's a guy named Thomas here who is taking photographs for us, and he goes to every length possible, including going out in the middle of a dolphin pond last year to take a winner's photo with dolphins flying overhead. So if you get a chance, it's on the right side of PokerStarsblog.com.
Oh, Cliff. It wasn't this snotty on the World Series.
Saved it all up for us.
14 minutes to go on the level. Remember, the blinds will go to 25 and 50,000. Average stack, though, nearly 3.2 million. To be fair, that is distorted slightly by the fact that Christian Harder and Michael Gently have monster stacks. Near enough 6 million for Christian, 5 million for Michael.
Michael Gentili seems to have just disappeared for a couple of orbits. There he is. Definitely still at the table, but not really been involved in very much for a while.
Wow. Easy game.
Looking at Alan here, I'm sure you guys are familiar with the early 90s band that has been a band off and on since then, the Black Crowes. I don't know if you've seen their lead singer, Chris Robinson, in the last 5 or 6 years, but you throw a pair of sunglasses on Alan Allison here, he could pass for Chris Robinson.
What does that have to do with?
Get our Google on.
You got 2 things working for you.
Harder now officially over the 6 million mark.
You got that reputation as a stud, and you got that stack. It's a hell of a run-up, but yesterday when
Page on.
Oh, is there a page jump too? Yeah, I haven't looked at that board all day. I haven't looked at it all tournament.
25,000.
I haven't looked at it all tournament. I only know one number.
Yeah.
And it's too low.
Yeah, Chris Robinson lookalike confirmed.
I think I was actually at the show. The picture you're looking at right there.
Well, there you are.
Sick brag.
So when I got this table yesterday, you had like
quite an
300,000,
afternoon.
didn't you? You were real low. You were sitting in that
Short
seat.
at one point, yeah.
Yeah, in the 8 seat. Yeah, you had 300,000 or 400,000 when I left.
These are the texts you get from your wife when you're on the road for a week. Didn't want to alarm you earlier, but your son and his friend were missing in the neighborhood for about 30 minutes today. That's a 7-year-old child who's apparently been out running around.
Oh my God. I mean, and what with your neighborhood?
How much is this just an average day in the life of Brad Willis? There's just all this drama, like serial killers and missing children, and
not to mention what happens with the homeowners association. I can't even begin to start with those people. I call myself a suburban warrior, not because I necessarily fight, but just surviving in that kind of community is the type of thing that takes a lot of effort and strength.
I got a feeling more happens to you between waking up and going to bed every day of your life than happens to me in a year or two.
My neighbors think the same thing. When they see me running down the street, holding a cow femur in my hand with a jar of peanut butter in the other hand, screaming, "Lucy! Lucy!" Lucy's my dog who loves cow femur and peanut butter.
That's no reason to run down the street with it.
She'll keep running if I don't bring it. Doesn't matter that I'm in my drawers.
So Christian Harder opened under the gun. Rasmus Gleisel, who is the shortest stack at the table with around 30 bigs, 3-bet to 225k.
I do get the feeling that's the kind of thing you used to do before you had a dog, so I'm...
See, you know me a little bit better than a few others, so that's good.
Christian gives it up. So Rasmus leapfrogs Cliff Josephy and Alan Allison on the leaderboard. Cliff Josephy now the low man at the table, but not short stacked with 34 big blinds.
You said New York, right?
New York, yeah. Upstate. I'm not in the city. I'm by West Point.
Okay.
Newburgh, Hudson Valley. No, about an hour north.
Military Academy there.
Yeah, New York Military Academy. Yep. Yeah, Neema's up there.
From Annapolis.
Yeah?
The other
side.
Naval Academy.
Yeah.
You're from Annapolis?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm from Canada, so I'm not that familiar with all that.
Well, that's like, he's from where the Army is, and I'm from where the Navy is.
Oh, yeah.
Funnest college football game of the year.
No, it's great. Yeah, it's great.
Ah, that is the medal that you were talking about, Brad.
Yeah, oh my
yes,
God,
there it is.
Yeah.
So if you
buddy.
follow at PokerStars
good
blog
buddy.
on Twitter, in
One's
fact,
on
Matt has
field.
very kindly retweeted it and put hashtag PokerStars TV in the tweet. There is a picture of what every person who makes the final table of a championship main event receives. John DeBella, the first person to get one.
That's a bit of trivia. I'm pretty sure in 10 years' time you'll be running in a competition. Now we're all familiar with the main event medals. Who was the first ever person? That's what I imagine you'll sound like.
Is that old James?
Oh, I was thinking that's going to sound like later this year.
It's a pretty heavy schedule.
Cliff Josephy's raise, called by Christian Harder in the big blind.
So now we have a medal bubble, a mubble, as I think I'd like to call it. Trademark, Matt Brown.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's always been a bit of a bubble going out in 9th place because you miss out on the final table, and now there's actually something to physically recognize the fact that you were there.
Compounding the loss.
Plus the fact that normally you get less money as well. Although no, 9th and 8th always pay the same, don't they?
Yeah.
Huh. So 90,000 apiece on the flop. Turn card was the 10 of hearts. $180,000. And every bet from Cliff Josephy is a decent chunk of his stack. Gets a fold from Christian Harder on the turn. And Cliff is now up to a 40 big blind stack with 7 minutes remaining on the level.
Money off in the break. Yes, confirmation. Whew.
Now, part 2 is pretty awesome. Not just because Joe terrorizes his family with a Christmas song, but also the hashtag Stars Fun VR challenge sees Matt, Joe, and myself compete in a game of Space Pirates.
I want to see this flop.
A virtual reality video game, and
Well, I was gonna
something
play, but I had to
rather
test
dramatic and unfortunate happens during the game.
Yeah,
I was there for that. It was a terrible, terrible thing.
I know we are duty bound to say this is awesome, but genuinely do stick around for this episode. If you've ever imagined, and I'm sure we all have, what James Hartigan looked like if he's immersed into a virtual reality world, as viewed from outside, it's pretty awesome.
Hey, boys.
85,000 to call. No, thank you.
Talked about forgetting that Michael Gently was at the table. I had kind of forgotten about Alexei Oblikin, to be honest.
Yeah.
That may be the first hand he's played. It's probably the second hand I've seen him play since we got 9-handed.
Yep, agreed. But got enough chips that he can be as quiet as he wants for a pretty long time.
Okay, now, Brad, I'm a big fan of your work. I love all the work your team does, but this is not going to fly. I'm sorry.
What's happened? What's happened?
The latest tweet from @PokerStars blog. Now, it's useful because it alerts us to the fact that the prize pool in the 25K high roller has been announced. It tells us that there's $905,000 up top, and then it asks the question, which shark will get it? And it's accompanied by a picture of a shark from the tank here in Atlantis. You would think after all these years that we'd used up all of the shark jokes by now.
Perhaps, but maybe you don't know Martin Harris as well as everybody else knows Martin Harris. Martin Harris is going to take a pun about as far as it can go. And then he's going to wrap back around, he's going to kick its ass and keep going. I feel very confident that Martin has something to do with this. And if not, it's Jack Stanton, and we know what his mayonnaise problem.
I do remember the first time we filmed here in 2008, and we were so excited because, of course, it's the obligatory link in front of the glass tank. You know, sharks on the resort and sharks in the poker room. And then, of course, you try and do a twist on it in 09, and by the time you get to 2012, 2013, it becomes ironic because you've done it so many times, and now it's just terrible.
I will take responsibility because it's my job to take responsibility. But guys, cut it out.
So we got three-way action here. Cliff Josephy, the pre-flop aggressor, he raised under the gun. Vela called from the cutoff. Oblikin defended his big blind. Action has been checked to Vela on this Queen Jack 6 flop.
155.
Bets 155,000. Oblikin has folded. And Cliff Josephy is out as well. I guess, Brad, we should let you get back to your day job. Thank you so much for coming on the stream.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate you guys sending the readers over our way, and continue the great work up here.
You might want to check that blood sugar level.
Thanks to Brad Willis, head of blogging for PokerStars, the man who runs things at
really
PokerStarsblog.com. Do give him a follow
Like
on Twitter.
300 high.
Follow those live updates, read those articles.
No, I mean, low's worse, but
while continuing to watch us
high
play
has
down to the final
high
six
has bad
here in the
long-term
main
effects,
event.
wrecks kidneys and stuff.
Our boy
Low, you can
Stig
die in the spot.
in the crowd now, railing behind Michael.
Big breakfast
Michael
this morning.
Vela.
My body's all out of whack on this trip. I don't know why.
And our
No, I
6'8"
know, I'm working out like a
spin and go
crazy person.
qualifier. Terrifying.
My body's not used to that.
I thought he was going to touch her leg there.
Not on camera, come on.
You know how 2016 was pretty bad for a lot of reasons?
Yeah.
And we kind of were hoping that 2017 might be a little bit better.
Yeah.
This morning I read that William Peter Blatty, the guy who wrote The Exorcist, has died.
Yeah.
And now I read that Brett Ratner's going to get a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Oh, God. I mean, that's it. I'm done. I know we're only... Where are we? How many... What's the date today?
It's It's Friday the 13th.
Oh, God. Do you know, I was about to say I'm out of here, but actually I think I better stay exactly where I am. Could be worse. You could live in Brent Willis's neighborhood.
Christian Harder opens to 90,000. Rasmus Gleisel makes it 225,000. 1 minute left on the clock. There will be a 20-minute break at the end of this level and the next installment of Poker in the Ears and Eyes.
Genius. I know, I want to watch it. Wasn't me.
So Alexei Opolykin with the decision in the small blind. Are we going to see a 4-bet here? Those are the 100K chips. Stand by, Matt.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Stand by. Get the mic in really close.
He's got the White Russians.
Give us a loud one.
Wait for it.
Cold 4-bet from Opolykin.
Just as we were saying, we hadn't heard from him a while. He's suddenly come alive. Oh, good Lord.
Well, it gets the job done, and that will bring this level to a close. When we come back, the blinds will be 25.50 with a 5K ante. 7 players remain. All official finalists in the PokerStars Championship Bahamas main event, but we are going to lose one more player before we close proceedings. Now, the BetStars market is about to reopen. Check out the latest odds during the break. The market will close when the cards are in the air again. And during the break, enjoy part 2 of Poker in the Ears and Eyes. You're watching PokerStars TV.
So I mentioned in the last segment that I did not have the best Christmas, and a lot of that was out of my control, but I do think that I sort of maybe deserved it. Now, you guys are familiar with this, right?
Oh, God. I thought we were past this now.
Didn't expect it this for a while.
All together now. Fa la 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 la.
Now, I was trying to think of new bits we could come up with for Poker in the Ears / Eyes, and I was like, you know, it'd be really funny is if we did this segment where we like picked out a song off Audio Network and we all pretended like it was a hot new song and we were all really super into it.
Like the Happy Birthday song.
Yeah, exactly. And we're all like, yeah, have you heard the new track? And then I was like, you know, it'd be funny. It's Christmas time. What if I took the Merry Christmas Everyone song and terrorized my family with it all Christmas long?
See, the irony is that you're doing this as a bit, whereas we have numerous viewers to our live streams and TV shows who love those tracks and bombard us with requests to know where they can get hold of it.
I mean,
remember You Only Live Once from Monte Carlo, or Spectrums from Malta?
So when Francine was like listening to the music the other day, like trying to figure out some new songs to use, I was like, it's No You Only Live Once, but I couldn't remember the name of it. So anyway, so I was like, it'd be funny is every time family had like 5 days of Christmas, a family was coming over day, I'm going to like whip out my laptop and play this song and very earnestly act like it's my favorite Christmas song. And let
You didn't do that with the Christmas tune.
I did do that. Now, the thing is, I've cut together one video, just the one. I terrorized multiple family. On Christmas Eve, I played it on a loop for 90 minutes while 17 people opened presents. Okay, so, however, that was like a bitch to edit, so I didn't...
So when you say you had a bad Christmas, this is karma biting you on the arse.
I think it might have been karma,
style.
yes.
Big
absolutely.
style.
Big time. And so I did cut together a short video of me terrorizing my mother with this song. My mother and my sister-in-law, who's on the couch in the other room, and I thought you guys would enjoy it.
Guys, this is that song I was telling you about, my favorite Christmas song. Want to hear it?
Yeah.
What I like is that they're saying Merry Christmas, but they're saying it to everyone. If you read into that, what they're really saying is Merry Christmas to all of the people.
To the whole world.
We're not leaving anyone out.
Muslim or, yes.
That's right. So, wait, well, no, we're not forcing it on Muslims either. There's this whistle solo. Huh? Do you recognize the song in the whistle solo? What do you dogs think? They're singing to dogs. It's to everyone. It's not just people. That's Jingle Bells. They found a way to work Jingle Bells into this song. Don't talk to me during the whistle solo. Should I put this on your Christmas tape? Can I put it on more than once?
No. Remember what I said about songs getting stuck in my head?
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
A worm!
Whoa. What was that? Some Crisco?
No, some clotted cream.
A little flying cream on Christmas. Well, you know who loves...
Flying clotted cream.
You know who loves
Here, come here.
flying clotted cream? The singers of this song. That's not it. That's the wrong thing. Might as well hit this though.
I can't believe you took a soundboard to the family gathering. Still working, got the tweet deck up.
Chasing my mom and dogs around the house who are desperately trying to get away from me playing this song. But my mom is so nice that she won't actually tell me that's enough until right then. By the way, what you just saw, I played the song like 6 times in a row. Like, I was just playing it over and over again.
Trying to kill themselves.
And I was like, I'll put this in your Christmas tape. And she's like, well, you could put White Christmas on it. I'm like, I've never heard of that. Is there a real song? Because I know this one, though. So anyway, yeah, it was probably some karma that my Christmas didn't go very well. So I was terrorizing my family with this song. Let's kick things on over to the PokerStars Championship. It's 2017, new tour, not new stops yet necessarily here in the Bahamas. It is business as usual, except for the fact that we had a couple of ridiculously big Hollywood stars show up here. None bigger, I would say, than Kevin Hart. Now, I know, Matt, you didn't exactly know who this was right away.
I didn't at all know who this was, and I'm still not entirely sure.
I guess it's one of those things where he's like so purely American, but he is huge.
I think the difference is in the UK, and I can't speak for the rest of Europe, we probably know him just for his movie appearances. Whereas obviously in the US, in North America, he sells out arenas as a stand-up.
And also, it was by fluke. You gave me like 6 films that he'd been in, and I just happened to have never seen any of them. So I think I'm just that perfect storm of never encountered the guy.
Yeah, I do think, look, he does primarily appeal to black audiences in the U.S. You know, he's in Ride Along with Ice Cube, Ride Along 2. He's in but he sells out stadiums for multiple days in a row. And
I think it was when we were in Toronto once for Daniel's party, the Air Canada Centre was completely sold out, and there were people like queuing around the block to get in, people scalping tickets on the streets. It was clearly a big deal.
Yeah, he's absolutely enormous, and I think I saw this movie, Central Intelligence. I think it was last summer that he was in. I think it was like probably his biggest crossover hit so far that just has audiences probably around the world figuring out who he is. I was shocked to see him at this event. He played the 100K.
Yep.
Do you know how well he did?
I think he made it to day 2. Well, obviously everyone makes it to day 2 because, of course, it's a re-entry
Did he
event.
fire off more than one bullet?
I don't know. I know he fired off multiple bullets in the 50K one day.
Wow. That's I mean, the guy he's like one of the top earning stars in Hollywood. Now, he was in Central Intelligence with Aaron Paul,
who's also here.
Who is also here.
Him I know.
Him you know. Aaron Paul's on my flight, both of my flights, like from LA to Atlanta and then Atlanta to the Bahamas. And I was in this like really awkward situation. Well, awkward for me because I didn't want to make it awkward for him. Now, I've met him a few times now. I met him one time when I was out in LA. I met him another time doing the GPL. And I was like, should I talk to Aaron Paul? Like, he's sitting right there. I don't know what to do. Like, I don't want to be rude to Aaron Paul. Like, what if Aaron Paul's like expecting me?
He's probably going through exactly the same internal dialogue.
Right?
Oh, do I go and talk to
Stapes
Will he remember me?
Such a big star. I don't want to bother Stapes. And the thing is, like, my main thing is that had it been like a sort of a private area, I probably would have. But I also don't. I'm trying to be courteous in that I want to draw attention to him. And that when he's standing, he's got a buddy with him, and they're both wearing hats, and they're sort of pulled down low. And I don't want to be like, hey, what's up, Aaron Paul? It's me, Stapes, remember? And then all of a sudden, people around us are paying attention. And so I just kind of ignored Aaron Paul, which is very difficult for me, Matt, as you know, to let anything having to do with Hollywood just go by me.
Hello.
And not have to be involved in it. So also it was amazing, too, like walking past him in first class and being like, oh, hey, yeah, no, we're both repping the same company, but I'm going to go to coach to my middle
Gotta
seat.
go see some friends out the back.
I got friends sitting on both sides of me. That's why it's a middle seat. I like to feel secure here in the middle. But no, you stay up there. You stay up there in first class. It's no big deal. They're short flights anyway. Doesn't matter. First class isn't that really that big of a deal. We have the Bahamas though is always fun, even if the tournament doesn't change very much. The Stars Fund does. There's always to do outside, except for this year. Not so good outside at the moment.
Couple of things. First of all, you talked about who was on your flight. Just show this next picture. I took this as we were getting on the flight in London. Obviously, Matt and I came from Heathrow direct to Nassau. And this guy is standing like in the aisle in front, putting his bags up, and you will see that he is wearing an Everyone Loves a Chop Pot hoodie.
Yeah.
Now, we may not have been responsible for the exact design of this particular item of clothing, but it's our catchphrase.
Well, didn't we help choose it of design options?
That
as
is
well?
true. I caught this guy's eye a couple of times, and he blanked me on both occasions. And it's like, I'm sorry.
You're wearing my f***ing catchphrase on your back.
Exactly. You do not get to wear my f***ing hoodie and not acknowledge my f***ing presence.
Unbelievable.
And gradually he's going, everyone loves a chop pot. Oh, what's that? Oh, I was just singing it. Everyone loves a chop pot. Everyone loves a chop pot. Please notice me.
Boy, it's sort of
choppy,
pokery in here, isn't it?
Yeah, that weather real choppy. Like I can think of a chop that everyone
So yeah, after arriving here, the first morning, jet lag kicks in. So you're up at like sort of 5 a.m. and I'm going to go out for a walk, and it's that naive belief that I'm in the Bahamas, I'm in the Caribbean, by the sea. I'm going to put on a t-shirt and shorts. And promptly froze to death because it was overcast and a little bit windy.
Because it looked like this outside.
And it takes something to make those trees look that distressed.
Either a lot of wind or a lot of hairspray. Those are the only two ways that you can get
It's
the
like
trees like
those
that.
films of the nuclear tests, and the first wave hits them. Before they get completely blown away with all the houses, there's that first shock wave that just makes all the trees go, whoa! And then they're gone. That's what that looks like.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've had some good days as well, but sadly that particular morning, the one morning where I was able to actually enjoy the outdoors, the weather wasn't so great. But luckily, plenty to do indoors.
That's right.
And I'm not just talking about playing poker.
That's right. We are not responsible for any injuries incurred while taking part in this activity. You play at your own risk. This is indoors, by the way. Usually this is outside by the jet skis or the rock climbing wall. This is inside in a cordoned off area about 12 by 12 wide. And I think that you're about to find out why.
Yeah, so just to set this up, this is a virtual reality game called Space Pirates. And bear in mind, this is the first, it's certainly my first VR experience. I know you've got...
I've got it, but like I've played it for like 5 minutes.
I've just got a cardboard thing that pretends I'm on a roller coaster, so I don't know if that really counts.
So the great thing is we decided we're all going to compete in like a VR video game session, but so it would be an even playing field. None of us looked at what the game was, what the rules were, or how to play it. We just basically dived in.
I still don't know.
Yeah, look at that.
Joe, it's really weird having VR on and not having an erection. I need guns. Lots of guns. I've got different types of weapons. Oh, man, I'm never coming back.
They're little drone things, I think.
Yeah.
Why did we let him go first?
Well, because you wanted to learn from my dreadful experiences.
Shoot ahead of them, come on. It's almost as if you've never shot drones with a laser beam before.
They've gone disco on me.
Oh, God, that's not pleasant.
Oh, game over. Do you want the straps on your wrist? Do you want your strap on, James?
I don't trust him at all. Please put the straps on. Okay, this is going to go horribly wrong. I hope everyone who wanted to use this has done it already because it's not going to work anymore after James is done.
Right, where are they?
Don't worry, Mr. Mandarin.
Get some, get some!
He's become one with the machine.
Yes, he...
Don't so right.
Oh, we had no sound.
Ah!
Oh, boy.
It's fallen to his knees.
Oh, that was a big hit. He just
wow.
Look at how, see, you went forever. Any excuse to be on your knees, Hardigan.
Shoot stuff. Don't let the drones hit you.
Oh, I got hit. Don't cross the streams. Oh, that was a hit.
I see you done, mate.
Oh, I saw Liv on there. You guys, pretty wow. It's pretty hard to come back from that. Pretty wild in there.
So this round, should we try it with the sound as well?
Oh, it's the sound.
Yeah.
Look how into it you are.
Oh, I loved it.
Right, now I'm in the club.
Press continue.
It's hurting my face a little. Just hold on. Can't shoot drones if my face hurts. He's explosive. Right in the head. A portal's opening up. They're coming to get me.
It's really embarrassing how out of breath I am from something that's not even real.
Oh, it's close up.
Headphones have come off. Oh no, I can't hear anything. How do you pause?
Oh my God, there goes the whole computer. What happened? That's awesome. No, don't worry. Keep doing what you're doing.
What happened? I can't see anything.
Wow, so many cables came undone from that. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, the rainbow laptop is not happy.
Attention everybody. Due to technical difficulties, the virtual reality experience will be out of service for the rest of the day. Thank you once again, James Hardigan, for breaking it. Thank you.
It wasn't my fault. Matt was meant to be holding the cable.
Oh, no way!
No way.
Dude,
no
you cannot
way.
put that on Matt.
No,
You can say it was an
afterwards,
accident.
afterwards they said maybe one of you should hold the leads in case Goose here, like, heads off.
The weird experience, you talk about the immersive experience, right? When that system went down, I imagine that's what death is like. Because literally, everything went black and I couldn't hear anything anymore.
And it took you a while to actually even acknowledge like what had happened. Like he was still like, "What's going on?" We're like, "James, it's off."
It's a trick. It's what they want me to think.
Well, look, Matt's got the scores on the doors, and the irony is, had I not had that calamity, I'm pretty sure that I could have beaten Joe Staples.
Yes, Matt obviously won. Matt did really. What I didn't understand actually was that my second game went on forever.
Yeah.
Like for a really long time, but I only had a score of 2,900 in the second game.
I think you get more points if you're more accurate with your blasts.
I think you're right,
And
yeah.
if you use fewer laser bolts. or
Because
something.
I was using like the laser and the grenade launcher in my second game, and even though I was beating all the waves, I think that it just wasn't counting for very much.
Oh, I didn't think that. Because in the first game, I used my shield a lot, which we didn't get to see. That was very cool. You could put your hand back and have a
Yeah.
shield as well as a gun. And maybe that scored me something.
And they also cut out the part where I tried to put my penis through the ring. Of
Yeah,
the,
we decided that
yeah.
people wouldn't want to see
Weird
that. Sort of
that didn't make it through. I will say one last thing about the VR. That video doesn't do it justice. It really is. You are in the world. You are gone. You are out of this world for a few moments. And that's just like with a bunch of, I don't know, what do you call it? Geodes, geometrical, you know what I mean? It's not leaving that.
It's not a photorealistic. It's
Yeah.
just like, it's clearly still a video game. It's
Yeah.
like
A bit
an
like
old
Tron.
It is a bit like Tron.
It's a little Tronny. We're three Tronnies.
Poker School Online is the place to learn poker or improve your poker skills. To join, simply log into the PokerStars client, visit the school section, and choose your school password. Poker School Online is packed full of free poker bonuses, allowing you to practice and play in real money games on us. Take part in our regular monthly promotions where you can win seats into bigger PokerStars tournaments. There are free scratch cards where you can win daily tournament tickets via Scratch and Match. Each day, you'll have 2 free cards. Just scratch off the cards and you could win a prize. Another popular challenge is our Beginner's Bankroll promotion, allowing you to work your way through our poker missions, improving your game, and earning your free poker tournament tickets along the way. And if that's not enough promotions for you, there are unlimited tournament tickets and $5,000 free roll tickets you can earn via our Refer a Friend promotion. Simply refer a friend and you'll both receive prizes. Once you've built your confidence, it's time to compete in the Poker School Online. Skill leagues with $44,000 in prize money up for grabs every month, with up to $5,000 going to the winner. And if improving your game is what you're looking for, we have poker courses from Hold'em to Omaha, cash, sit and goes and tournaments, along with quizzes to test your newfound knowledge. There's live poker training where you can watch pros play poker in real time, view their hole cards, and ask questions directly. See the live training schedule for the next session. Our poker forums are always buzzing with questions, advice, and tips. You'll find all types of players from beginners to pros discussing all areas of poker. Now you've heard what's available, it's time to get involved. Simply join Poker School Online. You may even be eligible for our welcome bonuses full of tickets and cash. Welcome to Poker School Online.
Play PokerStars.net Spin and Go Neymar Junior Edition, and you could win a 5-ounce solid gold poker chip in just a few minutes for free. Go for gold and win big, fast with the Neymar Junior Edition Spin and Go from PokerStars.net.
Welcome back to the PokerStars Championship Bahamas. Day 5 continues, the penultimate day of the main event. We are down to 7 players already. It's been much faster than we expected, and if we have one more elimination, play will conclude for the day, and the final 6 will come back tomorrow to play down to the winner, who'll receive that trophy and the first prize of nearly $500,000. I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Final day bubble.
7 remain, and these are their stacks. Christian Harder has the big chip lead right now, more than 110 big blinds. No one at immediate risk, no one in the danger zone.
No danger zone.
3 players hovering around the 25 to 30 big blind mark. Rasmus Glassel, the official shortest stack at the table with 25 bigs. Now that we go to level 26, blinds are 25 and 50,000 with a 5,000 ante. So John DeBella was the last player to depart. He went out in 8th place, an official final tableist, and he gets a medal because everyone who makes the final 8, the official final table of a PokerStars Championship main event, gets a gold medal.
The Neymar gold medal?
No, the PokerStars Championship main event gold medal.
That's really cool. I want one.
If you want to know what it looks like, by the way, there is an article on the PokerStarsblog.com. They also tweeted a picture. So follow the guys at PokerStarsblog.
So the final 8 get them?
Correct.
So John DeBella is the only one to get one so far?
Yes.
That explains why there's one on eBay already. Johnny DB.
Must be you again.
New York. $6 is the opening bid. Oh, I can afford that.
Under the gun raise here from Alan Allison. So Joe, during your level earlier on with Matt, did you have the chance to run your how much does it cost game?
I did not.
Excellent, so we got that. Is that going to be a chance for people to win one of your unwanted Christmas presents?
Or more, yes. And we're going to do that one for Twitch, I think.
Yeah, we had the Twitter competition earlier on, so let's have a Twitch contest in the next few minutes. Miko says, in hindsight, you guys should have named the new podcast Not Poker School Online.
Okay.
No, either with hindsight or before the event. No.
Get those triceps back in action.
I was just saying, like, okay, we heard you, not okay, I agree.
Oh.
5 raises, 115.
Rasmus raising from the hijack, 115,000.
Man, they still haven't fixed the graphics, huh? How hard is it to put a space between the A and the E, guys?
6 calls.
Alexei Opelikin calling from the cutoff. Cliff Joseph, he folds the button. Michael Gentily, who is second in chips, is in the small blind. And after playing a big hand against John DeBella that did most of the damage to John, he's been quite snug. Haven't seen a lot of him.
9 calls.
He's getting involved here. And Alan Allison calls the raise as well. 4 players, more than half the table, going to the flop.
Shades mode engaged.
That flop is King, Queen, 3 with 2 clubs.
Well, this should hit a few folks.
Nine checks, 1 checks, 5 checks, 6 checks.
Pre-flop razor does not continue.
Ace of clubs on the turn.
Royalizing.
And still no betting. See if we get a delayed c-bet from Rasmus. No. So just a Belican left to act. Club check?
Probably. We all do it.
He checks behind. So still no betting as we go to the river, which is the deuce of hearts.
Ah, that's the card we were waiting for to get the money in.
9 checks.
Gently is checked. Allison checks. Oh, it's the delayed c-bet from Rasmus Glassel. 150K.
So is this a bet that he wants to get called, or is he, is he trying to prevent this from checking around a 3rd time? Trying to go for some last minute value?
It looks value, 150 into 495. Fold from Opalican. Call from Gently.
Somebody's got to be huge here, and it looks like it's Alan Allison.
Yeah, a fistful of white.
1 raises to 600.
600,000.
5 folds.
Rasmus folds.
First there's Gandalf the Gray, then there's Allison the White. This isn't a bluff. Allison does get a little freaky sometimes, though.
Michael made a big call against John DeBella, a call that was right.
Freaking sick.
It was amazing.
It was awesome.
We were there last night too. It was amazing.
I went right from here, went to the bar. Amazing.
I just don't see how you can really bluff raise here.
It was worth it. You know, our bill was $700 for the 2 of us. But it was worth it. But I had, 300 in wine. And I had 6 pieces of that $22 Toro. Oh, Jesus, that was good.
Yeah, that's definitely the best restaurant here by far.
Yeah, I will stop tonight and have some more. That Toro was so damn good I couldn't stop. It's amazing that I had it coming out in different times, different pieces. They never cut it the same. Cut it the same thickness. Kind of cool. Each time it was different.
So Gently called the river bet from Glassel and is now deciding whether to call the check raise from Alan Allison, who's made it 600,000 total.
I know we normally don't bring in guests in the middle of a hand, but I would love to get a real expert's opinion on this. Can we make an exception this time?
We have Vanessa Selps from Team PokerStars Pro with us in the booth. And obviously, Vanessa, I appreciate that you're coming in at the final furlong of this hand.
Maybe we can throw the action up there.
Did it just check down and then check raise on the river? Is that the idea?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Go bluff.
Nice play.
Probably a good fold, my guess. You don't see. I mean, it's a great spot to check raise bluff because Gentili is capped, meaning he only has so many hands that are good, and most of them are not very strong. But at the same time, most people don't take that spot, especially for half of their remaining tournament with 7 people left. So I like the fold just based on knowing nothing about any of the players and just coming in literally for the last 5 seconds of that hand.
What percentage of players do you think are capable of seeing that spot and making a bluff raise there?
I think that, okay, so in like an online $100 buy-in tournament, I would say that like most regs are capable of making that play, and it really depends on read to read, but it's a lot different when you're 7-handed in the final table of PokerStars Championship, first ever PokerStars Championship event. You know, as you're like kind of basically implying, I think that very few.
Yeah, I think it's a super credible raise there.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably fold almost anything in that spot. You know, unless I check back a very strong hand.
So this is officially the final table, Vanessa. We're down to 7 players now, and already we've seen the first major difference between what was the PCA and is now the PokerStars Championship, with all 8 players who make the final getting gold medals. So John DeBella out in 8th, cashed for $56,260 and received a main event medal.
All right, that's pretty cool. I see the also, well, or so it's cards down. Is that the idea here?
Yeah, because obviously we can't go cards up until the final day. We started today with 16 players. It's not a simple process of just clicking the button when we go cards up. There's a delay to be built up. There's security checks to be put in place.
They have to run the signal through a really long cable, so it takes a 30-minute delay to get to us.
Using like pigeons and stuff?
Yeah, it's a very, very long cable.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, like it has to go all the way around. Does it go around the hallway or back?
It's just miles and miles snaking out. Yeah, everywhere. It takes a
So the whole
solid
road?
a solid hour to lay the whole thing down.
So this is the second hand in a row where it's gone 4-way to the flop. Check to the turn, which is a king.
Maybe that's why China doesn't do the internet, because it's such a big. I mean, it's like a. Well, I guess it's not that big physically. No, never mind.
It's pretty big.
It's like decently big.
Yeah.
Maybe they're concerned
it's just
about
too much infrastructure.
Yeah.
Too much cabling.
Yeah.
Could be.
Now this was unraised pre. Opalican just limped from the hijack.
Oh, stop talking about poker, James.
Vanessa can do both. That's why she's a great guest.
Oh, don't worry. We're going to get off the poker in just a moment because Joe's got a competition he's going to run. As the board pairs on the river.
This is like the not that interesting of a hand. Oh, that's Michael Bell. So did John DeBella bust? Is that?
He did. Yes.
Okay.
Nadia Magnus out in 9th. John DeBella out in 8th. Taking us to the 7 we have now.
This is not a bluff, by the way. This is like a straight or trips minimum, I would say. In my humble opinion, because you know it's like one of those spots where it's just like it could be a bluff. It checked around 4 times, but when that queen pairs, like someone else is. I mean, these are cards that people play. Someone else is going to have trips or a king, like a lot of the time. I would say Michael Vella's most likely hand is like Jack-9 for a straight or something like that. Just thinking, I'm going to get called by a queen every time. I'll get called from some kings and whatever.
And he'll have a queen sometimes too. Yep.
The thing is, he's in the big blind, so like, I mean, he could have a queen sometimes, but I'm not even loving if I have like queen 6 or something like that. I'm not loving betting because I think most of the time when you get called, it's by better trips or a straight. I realize that no one bet the turn, so it's unlikely that anyone has a straight, but I can't, like a king could call you, but it'd be a bad call. But I don't know. I mean, I give people too much credit sometimes.
We're gonna see him.
Oh, he was bluffing. All right, well, what do I know? There you go. There you go.
Opalican called with a 5, and he's right.
There you go. So this is why I shouldn't even be up here.
I mean, look, I think that this is actually an interesting thing that I see a lot of players on your level do. You assume that people are going to play similarly to the way that you do.
Yeah, that was he would have gotten me for sure. Because I think that I mean, a queen is a hand. I guess, you know, the difference is that I didn't really see what position he was in. I guess if you assume that he's betting all of his queens on the flop, then the best hand he's really going to have is a 10. But I don't think that's actually true. I think that he's got plenty of, like, king jack and queen jack kind of hands. Maybe they bet to get some money in at some point, but I think it's a good spot to check around with those hands. So I don't know. I don't know anymore. Let's just not talk about poker anymore. What do I know?
Okay, Joe, do you want to kick off this contest you want to run then, giving away some of your unwanted Christmas presents?
That's right. We're going to give away some of Stape's ungrateful Christmas re-gifts. Now, last night we were having a few drinks in the Beach Tower lobby, and I needed something in my stomach, something in my belly. So I went to the gift shop and bought some Funyuns. You like Funyuns?
I do like Funyuns, yeah, actually.
So all of the bags of Funyuns and Doritos that are this normal size, okay, not like a personal size, not like a snack size, but like a normal big-ish bag of snacks. We're all the same price. So we're going to play How Much Does It Cost Atlantis Edition using the format of a $ and a decimal point. This is for you guys on Twitch. I want you to type in to the chat on Twitch what this bag of Funyuns cost. And first person to get it wins an ungrateful Christmas re-gift from me or from one of my parents probably.
Oh, is it one of those presents over there?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's great. Those are some. Do they know what they are?
No, it's a surprise. You can pick it.
Great.
Whoever wins, you can pick out the present for them.
Guys, there's 2 amazing options. Joe, are you sure that you want to give those away?
Oh yeah, one of them I already have. I got like 3 of them for Christmas.
Can I guess which one?
Don't say it out loud.
I'm not going to say it out loud. Is it the bottom one or
the bottom one? Yeah.
I was going to guess the top one.
Oh really?
No.
Everyone knows how much I love that Flappy Bird.
This is not funny to anyone else, but that's hilarious to me because it's very clear which one he probably already has. But if it was the other thing, it would be a way better story.
I did look. I'll just say it's an Angry Birds related present, and I did go through an Angry Birds phase for a while, and like that was like the go-to stupid gift for me.
Okay, that makes more sense now.
So in this game, Joe, you're going to give people any kind of indication of how many digits it is on either side of...
No, we'll just start off with it's just $sign and a decimal point. Make sure you use it. You know, and
where did you buy it in Atlantis? Because I think that makes a difference. Like Cove, I think is like a 30% increase.
The Beach Tower gift shop. Now, do you want to play along or do you want to see what it is?
Can I play along?
You can take a couple guesses, yeah, but I can't tell you if you're right or wrong. You can write it down.
Okay, bag of Funyuns in the Beach Tower. Is it to the cent? Is that what you're guessing?
Yes.
So that last hand, by the way, saw Christian Harder boost his chip lead. He's up to 5.7 million. Rasmus Glassel, by the way, has dropped below the 20 big blind mark.
How much you got? Look, no, how much you got?
I'm really taking this game pretty seriously.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, I was playing with the guy who would...
Sense some expectation bias there, but
2 hands later,
it's lower than that.
And he went like this and didn't say a word. And if you look at his hand, I was like, oh, jeez.
Massive eye roll.
That's pretty damn close.
No, where?
Vanessa's booking that as a win.
That's pretty damn close. At the moment, we're not counting close. We're going to see if anybody can get it on the nose because there's thousands of guesses being taken right now on Twitch.
So gently is raised here from the hijack.
Do you have like a program that will...
Yeah, it guesses.
Oh.
If anyone writes that exactly, it'll...
were they blank?
Put their name up over here.
I think someone put something pretty close so far.
Maybe.
While you're trying to guess how much those onion rings cost.
They really want that that thing.
I don't have a stack anymore.
You're getting a top one, guys.
Jokers or something?
Going to give you the details of today's $1 million card hunt competition as well. Your chance to win more than an unwanted Christmas present, a $530 ticket to a PokerStars Championship Panama satellite. We want you to start today's card hunt challenge, fire up the window, try and match your cards with the puzzle board, and while doing that, win a hand with the 7 of hearts as one of your hole cards. Now, you need to complete the puzzle, need to get that check mark, and also win a hand with the 7 of hearts. Once you've done both those things, you can tweet the hand ID, your player ID, and hashtag PokerStarsWin, and we'll draw the winner at random tomorrow with 3 runners-up getting $82 feeder tickets. You've still got 6 hours and 20 minutes to enter. We close it at midnight Eastern.
I did it today. I did it, and I actually made a profit, so we might play a game on that later.
I'm looking through all these guesses, by the way. I think I'm like still the closest. I mean, a second guess, but yeah. Just so you know, I'm really
You
looking
can have
closely
any
now.
present you want over there, Vanessa. I'm happy to give it to you.
Can I get my trophy back? I haven't won one in a while.
Do you want it back? It's,
No,
it's
I don't.
prominently on. I gotta show you a picture actually.
I don't, but just people know. I mean, it was a curse though. I think it was maybe one of the last
that the
trophies.
last trophy
It might
you
be the
won?
last trophy I won, actually. No, it wasn't the last. Well, yeah, because I didn't get a trophy at the World Series. This is hilarious. That's the story. Joe, I don't remember why I ended up giving a trophy to Joe. I think just because he's amazing, and I was like, you deserve a trophy.
I just think you remember the words, "I don't want to pay for the shipping."
No,
also
no,
being
it
part
was
of the
my
conversation.
wife says if I bring another trophy home, she's gonna blank. I don't remember what the
Oh,
actual
right. There
threat
were, yeah.
was.
So anyway, so I gave Joe, for being so amazing at EPT Live, I gave him my 5K PLO trophy from Prague, and I think that was the last. That wasn't the last live tournament I won. I won one at the World Series after that, but you don't get a trophy for that one. So that was the last trophy. So that was like a curse that I put on myself, basically.
I gotta show you. It looks great in my apartment. I can probably tweet this. I have a loft with a poker table.
I've lost Joe to the photos on his phone.
There's a lot to scroll through here.
So meanwhile, it's Vela versus Opelikin. Vela bet 175,000 on the flop. He bets 225,000 on the turn. It's a clubby king high board. Vela was the pre-flop aggressor. Opelikin called out of the big blind.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see a raise here. I like raises. They're fun. Joe's still on his phone. What you doing, Joe?
I think you might be able to see it in this video. I like redid my loft, and I've got like a poker table up there, and it's right behind me, unfortunately. Oh, I guess you can't see it.
I enjoyed
Sorry.
the video anyway.
Anyway, it looks great up there, and whenever I'm trying to lure girls over, I always take a picture of it.
So Opelikin calls, $1 million in the middle and a 6 on the river, 6 of spades. There's a summary of the action so far. Vela raising pre and betting every street. He's got the option to bet river here, and he does.
450.
450,000.
1.5 million in the middle. It's bigger than Cliff Josephie's entire stack. Opelikin, just a tourist. Was going to be vacationing in South America, decided to drop by here, play some side events, ended up banking a seat in a live satellite, and here he is, final table.
Great story. Great story.
We do have 2 winners in the competition. We'll get to it after this hand. You guys can stop guessing.
I want to say what he has.
Have we seen Opelikin make a lot of big calls? He's definitely. Oh, there's one. Ace, jack of nothing, it appears.
What did he get called by?
A 9. Yeah.
Called by a 9, 2 bluffs in a row.
Wow, Opelikin adds $1 million to his stack. And Michael Vela drops down to 1.27 million, 25 bigs.
Can you see the cards from over there?
Maybe don't bluff again for a while.
Well, the third time is almost never a bluff, so maybe he should just bluff.
So he should bluff.
No, he probably shouldn't bluff. Yeah. There was definitely some like leveling. I think he probably talked himself into bluffing because he was like, "Oh, I just bluffed, so they're not going to think I'm bluffing again."
You're supposed to get a 9 to fold. Come on.
Why? I mean, a 9's a pretty strong hand for, it was a late position raise against the big blind defend. You know, and a 9 is it's a, you know, Michael Vella, to bet 3 streets for value there has to have King Queen is pretty thin, even. I would say King Queen's too thin. It's got to be Ace King plus. So you're looking at Ace King. Even Ace King is a little bit thin, but Ace King, 2 pairs, sets, and flushes, and those are really strong hands. And he seems like he likes to bet. So, you know, if you need one of those strong hands to be able to 3-barrel for value, and you think he's just gonna, you're expecting to see a lot of bets, then, you know, bluff catchers are, you know, are strong. I mean, that's the thing. It's really hard to make such a strong hand. It's better when you have a situation where you can bet a little bit. When the flush comes on the turn, it's just like, you know, I think even Ace King might not bet 3 streets for value. You know what I mean? Because the flush got there. So, you know, you're going to see them check the turn a lot with, and a lot of people would check the turn sometimes with 2 pairs or sets or stuff like that. Not always, but sometimes.
Is he just not going to have a flush ever either?
He will sometimes have a flush, definitely. I mean, and that's what you expect to see most if you see a better hand is a flush. All the other stuff could bet 3 streets, but will probably slow down. Will often slow down at some point too. So, not necessarily, but sometimes. So, like, it discounts the frequency, and so, like, the flush will always bet 3 times. Everything else will sometimes bet 3 times for value.
Sure.
But like all of those bluffs, those like whatever he had, Ace Jack with the Jack of Clubs, Ace is just gonna keep betting with those, you know. So it's a lot of combinations.
So Christian Harder has opened from the cutoff. Cliff Josephy in the big blind. And that is a 3-bet from Cliff.
That being said, oh, sorry.
They're raising to 345K.
Let me go back to that hand real quick. I do want to say that if he's only bluffing with those kinds of unpaired high hands with a high club in them, that's a pretty good hand to choose to bluff with. So if Michael Vella, I mean, I haven't played with him much. If he truly is balanced, like, you can't really tell because from that hand, that's a fine hand. That's a fine bluff from him.
Sure.
You know, so like I was sort of alluding to the fact that people probably assumed to make a call with a 9, you have to assume that he's bluffing too much. And we don't know if that's true because he didn't show up with, like, you know, Jack 8 of hearts or something with no equity. He showed up with a good hand to bluff with. You know what I mean? A hand that has decent equity. That
right. Our sample size is 1, maybe 2 hands at this point.
Yeah, but that being said, if he shows up with, like, Jack 8 of hearts, like I said, a hand with just no equity and you're just, like, bluffing for the sake of bluffing, then you know that it's a good call with 10-9. Versus if you show up with a hand he's supposed to bluff with, then, you know, it's unclear what he would do with Jack 8 of hearts. And so if he's only, like, what I mean to say is if he's only bluffing with high club single, you know, like Ace Jack with the Jack of clubs, like
he's also, you're just saying he's going to be balanced because he's going to have value hands just as often too.
Exactly. Right. Yeah, he's going to have enough value hands to make it a situation where you don't want to call with all of your bluff catchers because you'd be calling too often against his range, basically. So it's unclear, you know. I think he probably just felt like that. I have a really good hand to bluff with, and so there you go. We don't know if he was feeling particularly bluffy or something like that.
Wow, that is a walk for Michael Gently in the big blind. So during the break, we spoke to one of our spin and go qualifiers and the Norwegian commentator, Stig Moen.
Do I get a final table discount?
Well, it was amazing. I mean, to qualify for $10, get a package, you know, with everything included, amazing. I didn't really have any expectations as to the tournament. This is my first big tournament. I've seen a lot of them. I've commented a lot of these tournaments. I'm a commentator on the EPT, used to be, now the PSC. And to come and play one for the first time, like in 10 years since I started following the EPT, was amazing. But it turned out I did pretty good in the tournament as well and had a deep run. I finished 43rd, which was beyond my expectations. I wasn't that disappointed when I busted because, I mean, everything was just a bonus, so that was great. We have Rasmus at the final table now. I mean, there's 7 people left, 1 more to go, and we're done for the day. He's on the final day, if that happens, as long as he lasts. And I mean, it's a pleasure having him there. He's the last standing Norwegian. It's been a while since we had the Norwegian at the final table. We have to go back to 2014, I think, Monte Carlo, when Johnny Laden finished 4th. So we've looked forward to this for a long time now. And Rasmus is such a nice guy. He's such a good player. I mean, I've seen him play. I've even commented on his play, and he's really, really good. I said prior to the tournament that if anyone's going to have a shot at winning this, it's him. Yeah, I'd like to say hi to Sigurd and Kjetil back home commenting this. Sorry you couldn't be here. I am. And too bad you have to work. I'm off for some cocktails now.
He wants to say hi to Björgen Kiergan from the Björgen Fjords. Should I get these winners out of the way for the competition?
Yes. So what was the answer?
The answer was $8.59 for a normal size bag of Funyuns. People asked for the size. Now, before I could even give the hint, some people got it. That's for 5 3/4 ounces.
Try this again.
What's that in modern money?
What is that in illegal street drugs? Probably less than this.
I think that's more than 1 cent per calorie, by the way.
Yeah, there's something like 600 calories in the bag.
Yeah, that's
so.
more than 1 cent per calorie. That's pretty amazing. That's a really bad rate on your money.
I also got some cashews that we did a calculation. I think they were 18 cents each for the bag of cashews that I bought.
At least, but that's winning. I mean, I think each cashew is more than.
There's
18
some, yeah,
calories,
there's a good amount of calories in the cashews at least.
Who are the winners, Joe?
Specialist and Maddox 00. Who just all the people who are writing the right answer now are.
Thank you.
I want to use a word that I'll get in trouble for saying. You're not bright. You're not bright. Anyway, so yeah, Vanessa is going to choose. She's going to reach into my sack of unwanted, ungrateful Christmas gifts and choose two gifts for you guys.
Was that one of this tonight?
They moved. Somehow they moved over there. I don't know what happened, but maybe someone's taking a picture of them.
We'll just go with the two that were sitting right there.
The one that were on top of each other?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you care who gets what?
I think, what are their names?
It was Specialist and Maddox.
Damn bit of difference. I think it's
I love the fact that from their handles on Twitch, Vanessa's going to try and get a read
into it,
on who deserves what.
Oh, D specialist, like German. So he's probably German. I think German would appreciate the Angry Birds, no?
Okay, the German's going to get a set of 3
Angry
Angry
Birds.
Birds. I'm going to go get those because I don't even really know what they are.
That's how much he really appreciated that Christmas present. I opened it. I didn't even read the box. I don't know what it is. I think they're just stuffed toys, aren't
I think
they?
it's just 3 stuffed Angry Birds. That's all.
No, one of them says press here, so I think they make noise too. And the reason I don't know what all of them are is because some of them, like I said, were left behind by the girl that dumped me 2 days after Christmas.
They're just stuffed toys that make noises. Not particularly exciting, but
all right.
But well done to is it the Specialist?
The Specialist gets that, and Vanessa, why don't you announce the second prize? Now this is actually pretty cool. I just already have one.
This is a veggie pasta deluxe. It's a spiralizer. Oh no, it's a slicer.
It's a spiralizer.
It's a spiralizer. Yeah. So you can make all kinds of ribbons out of your zucchini, your potatoes, your carrots.
I swear I've seen an infomercial for this thing.
Oh, sure.
Definitely. I love it. I make zoodles all the time, zucchini noodles all the time. It's so good.
If you're
Oh
trying
wow,
to
we've got
diet,
an infomercial going right now.
yeah, if you're trying to, keep it low carb.
Exactly. I do the ketogenic diet, so that's.
Oh, you're on ketosis. My buddy over there is in ketosis.
There you go. So there you go. Zoodles are the zoodles and some cream sauce and some protein, and you're
After
good to go.
after about 2 weeks, he's floating. He's just cruising.
Yeah, chilling. Who?
Over there, the redhead over
Nice.
there,
All right.
who's not paying attention. He also doesn't like attention, so he probably hears me just fine.
Yeah, it's been actually pretty tough at Atlantis to stay on ketosis, but I've been going to that new burger place a lot. By
There's a
new, I
burger
mean,
place?
yeah, it's at the end of the Marina Village. It's called Burger Shack. I think it used to be Johnny Rockets. and
Johnny Rockets is pants, so I'm glad that they got something new in there.
yeah, it's a little bit better. It's good. It's decent.
So half an hour into the level. Rasmus Gleisel, the low man, on around 16, 17 big blinds. Christian Harder still leads with 5.8 million.
I have one of those spiralizers that attaches to your KitchenAid. You know those
yeah.
It's like the attachment that you can have, like the pasta maker. You can have a spiralizer, but one of those machines. So I don't have to do any work. But I feel like if I had one of those manual ones, I'd develop some pretty sweet biceps. Those are.
You know, you're supposed to use that KitchenAid for making cakes, and now you're making.
I know.
Zucchini stuff. What do you
It's
call
okay.
it?
Yeah, zoodles.
Zoodles.
No, I paid 110.
All right, poker.
This spiralizer, by the way, real quick, put a button on the spiralizer.
Seriously, it sounds like you two are sponsored.
I got it from someone gave it to me for my birthday. I took it home for Christmas, trying to re-gift it. Forgot I had it in my bag, took it all the way to New York, took it back to California, now took it to the Bahamas. It's about to get shipped to the UK to get mailed
Wow. It's been around the globe. We need to
all over the world.
We should get that spiralizer a passport. Just see where it's been. Like in Amelie, we could take photos with it everywhere.
Just think of the frequent flyer miles that damn thing could have earned by
And
now.
I'm pretty sure the person who gave it to me for my birthday also was regifting it, because I can't think of any other reason why they would have given it to me.
So Maddox, if you don't like the spiralizer and you want to send it to someone else, make sure it's another country, and then take a photo and send it to Joe of it in the UK so we can track its progress. Okay, so we got 17 big blind stack, 16 and a half.
Yep.
We got a couple 20 big blind, 20 and a 30. Okay, let's see what's going on here.
And you got Opalican, Gently, and Harder are all super deep.
Nice.
I can't believe there's dudes named Gently and Harder at the same table.
It's not Gentilly?
Oh, it's confusing because then people think Jennifer Tilly's at the table.
Oh, you're not kidding. But I just think Gentilly, right? It's like that would be how I don't know. I don't want to speak for
It's like if somebody had the last name Phillock.
Check.
Roger Phillock.
If Roger Phillock and Michael Gentili were at the table, that'd be great.
It'd be very bizarre.
Phillock raises and Gentili calls.
Oh.
I have a very pretty stack, though.
Oh, yes. Yeah, nobody wants to see them. They've been really bad. Okay.
No, so you've been doing some shooting
You saw the big
outside
ones. They
with
didn't hold
Fatima
up so
playing
good.
tennis. Did somebody shoot that?
Yeah, they shot at the end of the match.
Where are you from?
And unfortunately, Fatima did win, so we don't want to talk about it too
Are
much.
Are you guys a good match though?
Yeah, no, we're a great match. It really just like I'd been on vacation and drinking and eating everything for 3 weeks, so I wasn't surprised that she took it down this time. But we go back and forth, mostly based on who's been playing more at
You ever watch The Wire?
the moment.
Yeah. The Wire. Season 1.
It's actually like weirdly enough bad. It's like not great to play here because it's so windy. Like the courts are right next to the
It must have
ocean.
an effect, right? Yeah, when it's that windy.
Crazy.
Because it can move you as a human being. I can imagine the havoc it would wreak on a ball, especially a moonshot.
Yeah.
I want to get in there for like 5 minutes with you one time because I know you only want to play with people who are
No,
good.
I'll play with you.
I just want to see how, like, if I could even.
No, I'll play with you. I like to play with my friends and people that are good, but if you're not my friend, I don't want to play with you unless you're good.
Right, because that's just annoying. I hear you.
But I'll play with you.
Okay, cool. Because I think tennis is super fun. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know anything about, any real technique or anything.
I'll show you.
I'll
Do
certainly
a
take
little lesson.
Yeah.
Give me a. I don't know. What can you give me a lesson in? What can we do tradesies on? A little comedy, a little improv lesson?
You're married, so I can't teach you how to pick up chicks. Yeah, I can give you some.
Definitely
some
would
improv
not.
lessons.
I don't want a lesson on picking up chicks. I don't think.
The hilarious thing is I love the fact that the reason you can't do that is because Vanessa is married. You actually think that you actually have a qualification in teaching this.
Oh
That's
my
true.
god.
Probably not the best.
How's it going
course.
down here? How's Bahamian Tinder?
I had an interesting night last night.
Did you know too?
I'll just say this: like, I don't need to get tested, but it was a good distraction.
All right, there you go. So we're gonna do another competition. You guys are gonna put in Twitch what you think Joe did last night, and the winner is gonna get one of these other prizes. I'm just kidding. It's not. Well, I don't know. We could do that.
Joe is desperate to give away a lot of stuff. Meanwhile, Gently, the pre-flop aggressor, check on the flop, and now Opalican leads turn for 135,000.
I didn't know if your comment was like a hint about what happened last night.
No, I don't know if anything happened last night.
I
What
usually
happened
can't
last
tell
night.
James the story until after the event.
Got it.
Because then it's like in the past and doesn't really affect our workday that much.
All we know is that Joe likes to give away a lot of stuff. All right.
We always have to save stories for the podcast as well.
No one raises anymore. I want to see more raising.
You don't see a ton of post-flop raising, no.
Sad. Oh, this could be a raisey kind of card, though.
If it's good enough to call with, it's good enough to raise with. Did you ever get that one?
No, but I like it.
That's one of the first poker lessons.
I mean, that's like from all the books that were written around
Yeah.
2003, 2004.
But they're talking about like pre-flop, though. That
No,
means
they're talking about at any point.
No.
Isn't that what it used to be?
It's basically like always be raising. If someone puts a
Yeah.
bet in, raise them.
All right. If someone puts a bet in, raise them. You got it. I just got my first lesson from Joe, and then
Well,
we'll
I'm
do
not
the tennis.
actually saying. I'm just saying that was the trend at one point.
Oh, it's a healthy bet, 380. Are those? Is that right? Are those 70?
If it's not 380, you're dang close, like you were on the Funyuns.
380.
Boom! Spot on.
All right. That's good.
6 calls.
Well, Pelican calls.
Snap
All right.
He's probably got a flush.
Can you beat that?
No, Jack 4's good.
Can you beat that? No, he can't beat that. Oh, he can. He had the Jack 4.
Hey, as long as we're talking 2003, the big blind special.
I thought the snap call was like a,
Just call
it's
the
a good
river
spot
win.
to just check call with the flush.
So Pelican now second in chips with 5.1 million.
Fun way. Fun way to play. That's him.
Guys, I suggest we stop trying to bluff this guy. Just a thought.
Michael gently drops down to
Just a
third
thought.
in chips. Rasmus slowly edging into the danger zone.
Danger
Just a thought.
zone.
Just, making a suggestion for the better, the
5K
good,
more.
the better, the greater good, better good, the greater good.
5K more, small blind.
Vanessa, you have some fun with elephants recently?
I did.
You
I
give
would-
an elephant a bath?
I did. I gave a lot of elephants many
Yeah,
mud
dealer
beds.
change,
It was
please.
beautiful. It was
It's
wonderful.
irresistible.
Have you done that before?
Yeah, I
go
did it in
find
Sri
someone for
Lanka.
Nice. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I'm sure you went to a
Right,
place
right,
that was
okay.
legit. I just felt bad. It was called an elephant sanctuary, but it didn't seem like a sanctuary. Like they were, a lot of them were like chained up and stuff.
I
Oh.
had completely forgotten about that trip you made to Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
Million.
Yeah, the place we went was actually in Phuket. They opened it recently. It's like the same company that does the sanctuaries in Chiang Mai,
I got 20 big.
in Thailand, and so yeah, it felt like they were pretty. I mean, they're definitely like trying to make it more expansive by, giving them more room to roam and stuugh. But it felt like they were doing pretty good
Big
things.
guy back there. Nice guy.
Felt pretty good about it.
It's just, it's just irresistible though. You're
Kidding the red
when they're like,
big
"Do you want to
guy.
watch me?" You're like, "Yes,
They're
absolutely."
They're so cute. I never knew elephants were so
That guy
cute.
does it one more time. Horizon, and take him out.
You got that little smile sometimes.
We sat next to each other on day one, I think. Great guy.
Your girlfriend's a redhead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to have a girlfriend who looks just like her. This is a long time ago. It's like
You can have that one if you want her.
I'm engaged.
Huh?
I'm engaged.
The sister?
He's
or-
like, "No, seriously, I'm engaged. I can't."
For a price.
And I pay you?
That's fun. Depending on the week, yes. Great question.
Michael, we're live.
1 fold. 3 folds.
I'm engaged.
Yeah.
I'm saying that for the cameras.
For everybody to know, so she can see
my
it.
fiance knows I'm not engaging in any business transaction with you here.
I'm engaged, but
okay.
seriously, let's talk later.
Full jokes until they hear it on my
115?
live stream.
Yeah.
5 raise 115.
Congrats.
6
Thank you.
folds.
But it's
Play soul. Raise him from the
2 years,
cutoff.
yeah. So, like girlfriend.
Yeah, we've been
8
letting
folds.
that.
I started with 750, I think. Something like that. Yeah, I got 665 behind.
Looks like we're gonna see at least a defend.
9 calls.
Yeah. Michael calls. Rasmus has 675,000 behind an ace jack flop.
And it checks.
Action check to the razor. Rasmus loading up to continue.
5 bet 100.
It's a C bet of 100,000.
$100,000 into 290. Not the biggest C bet.
We'd have mentioned, by the way, when Brad Willis from the PokerStars blog was with us, that the guys are covering the 25K high roller right now. They've just tweeted that of the 8 previous high roller winners in the Bahamas, only Elke has a chance to score a second. He's the last former champ remaining. Check out the updates, PokerStarsblog.com.
Sweet little Elke. Like to see him book a win.
So it's 100,000 apiece on the flop. 8 of spades on the turn. Action goes check, check. The river's the 3 of clubs.
Gentile in the tank, first to act. What is going on?
And bet 285.
Thinking of a bet size, that's what's going on.
285,000. Half of Rasmus's remaining chips.
Looks like Laisel maybe has an ace here. Could be worried about the jack. Small continuation bet on the flop. He probably figures to get all the information he needs. Now that he's facing a bet, he's probably second guessing that. You can see there his flop continuation bet was for smaller than his pre-flop raise. And he gets away from it.
Leaving himself with 11 big blinds. He is now in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Still half this level to play. Blind still 25,000, 50,000 with a 5,000 ante.
Answer, please.
I just remember I did use that trophy as a door stopper for a long time when I lived in London, though. But now it's got a nice home.
I don't want to talk about it anymore. If I don't win another poker tournament in the next year, I might have
I'll
to
certainly give it back to you,
I might have
especially
to end the curse.
if you think it has something to do with your run good. I'd be more than happy to spend the money on the shipping to get you off the rail, Vanessa.
Oh no, I would pay for the shipping.
I will happily provide you with some complimentary surface wipes. I strongly recommend that you utilize them on that trophy before taking it anywhere near your own home.
That poker table, unfortunately, isn't bolted down correctly, so I can't use it for anything other than poker, like keeping old piles of mail. The few times a person's body has attempted to be placed upon it, it rocks off its hinges, so.
Oblique raising here.
Yeah, poker's fun. Let's do the fun poker dance.
I'm on camera, look, dude.
Oh, don't stop on our account. I kind of like these really tense final day bubbles where everyone's hanging on, and I mean, it doesn't look like Michael Vella's playing that cautiously, but you know, people are just sort of, you know, everybody wants to make it. Everybody wants to make it to the last day. Everybody wants to make the final 6.
Mm-hmm.
We just know at any moment this bubble could burst.
Yeah, so basically we got Cliff and Alan that are probably not going to play any hands, because now we have 2 very short stacks with 1. I mean, Michael Vela also should not really play hands at this point, just for ICM. I mean, you're looking at a pretty decent pay jump.
Yeah, this is a big one.
And, but you know, but that being said, if Michael Vela does get like a really good hand, he's obviously, you know, he's still going to try to play for the win and all that stuff. But should see him tighten up, although, you know, as you said, he doesn't seem shy, so I guess we'll see.
Do you know him from before this at all?
I've seen him around. I mean, he's I think he's from the East Coast, and he plays like East Coast tournaments and stuff. Yeah,
all in.
Not as shy as
9 folds.
Yeah.
All in there from Vela over the top of Gently's open. Gets a fold. So we are nearly done here in the Bahamas. Where is the PokerStars Championship going after that, I hear you ask? Yes, we will be going to Panama in mid-March.
Jamie Staples likes it. He's like, yep, Panama.
10th to the 20th of March.
First, 105.
Satellites are running for the main event, and there will be 5 days of live streaming. In the final 5 days of that tournament, yes, Joe, myself, Matt Broughton, we will be there, and you'll be able to watch the action on PokerStars TV.
I'm excited. And even though this is the first ever PokerStars Championship here in the Bahamas, we have given away trophies here before. We have never given away a trophy in Latin America. Very excited.
Vanessa, is that going to be on your schedule this year?
Which one?
Panama?
No. I had already booked a trip before PokerStars announced the tournaments. It's funny because I know most poker players like book everything at the last minute. I'm not one of them. And so I often, you know, like PokerStars will announce the tournaments like 3 months in advance sometimes. And I've, you know, already, I'm actually going, I'll be at the Indian Wells tennis tournament.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Man, I love Palm Springs. It's cool out there.
I'm going to try to play a sit-and-go, tennis sit-and-go to qualify into the main draw.
Really?
No.
Oh. I was so happy and excited for you.
I'm thinking that's not even a thing.
I was going to make her explain what it was. I wasn't like pretending like I knew what a tennis sit-and-go was.
Well, yeah, there's 128 seats in the tennis, you know, in the tournament draw. So 16 of those seats are actually spin-and-go qualifiers.
Thank you.
And you're just hoping it's a new thing that they've started to kind of open tennis up to the public. I'm hoping that I get in.
I'm in a complete different mode now.
Yes, it's a seat in Indian Wells.
Brown clay.
Huh?
Thank you.
You are certainly welcome. Later, when this is all over, you'll tell me what the hell my tells are, because clearly you picked one.
Tell us a joke.
When I bet with you, I'm turning around looking at those guys.
Actually, don't.
No, you know what? I gave him a hard time for the first joke I heard, but I like the effort. And the one he told today was pretty good.
Decision, you know?
Huh?
It was not easy decision for me.
Yeah.
When you say the one he told today, you mean the one he told today and yesterday and the day before?
It wasn't easy.
And the day before that?
No, he told a clean one today. It was cute.
It wasn't part of his decision.
No, he said it wasn't an easy decision.
Not easy decision.
Not easy.
Not easy.
Would have been cool to say it was easy.
It's one of the hardest for
Such an easy decision.
It's the hardest decision for all.
5:05, 5:55 total.
James, I don't know if you're in the booth when we got the tweet. One of his friends wrote in and said that he had recently beat cancer too, so he's riding high right now.
Michael
Can I use
Vella's
my one-time
biggest result to date was taking down the WPT event.
No.
Before you looked at your cards, it was on you in the big one.
I think it may well have been Foxwoods in one of the early seasons.
Christian Harder has now put Rasmus Gleisel all in.
He's thinking about it. I don't know this guy. Maybe it's like a queen 8 or a king 3 or a king 5 or something.
All hands you would give a think to?
Yeah. I mean, I would probably call with those, I'm guessing. I don't know.
What's the worst hand you'd call it?
Yeah, I mean, like right around there is why.
You know what I had there?
But I don't actually know. A medium king.
I don't know if I've ever seen you in this position, like just hanging out with.
Yeah, I don't know it super.
Blinds.
I don't know it super well because I don't do it very often.
Yeah.
But like a medium king, decent queen.
I think I snapped it on.
Check ship the river.
Definitely any A's, any pair, obviously.
Dude,
Most like decent suited characters.
Sure.
I don't think I can wait.
6 spot.
He's probably got like king 5 or something like that. I don't know. I've guessed hands twice at this final table so far, and I've been wrong twice. So I'm not even gonna. Right? He's probably got like ace jack, you know.
He can call me into this conversation. Yeah. But I have seen them lose.
Seen them lose? He doesn't have a pair, does he?
That's a stupid call, I think.
No.
That's a stupid call. Fucking deuces.
Oh.
Figured at this point.
Yeah. Could be 3.
Oh my god, yeah, he really does have a pair. Wow, that's
I've seen him lose
so
before. I thought you were deciding whether you were going to just call or ship all in.
Wow. Did he fold?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Poker is alive and well.
Is that
so It's just so bad. There's just way too much money out there, and Christian is shipping all in that spot with like maybe close to 100% of hands. Definitely, if he knows he's folding pocket deuces, he's definitely shoving all in with 100% of hands. But I would say before he saw that fold, he would probably be shipping all in with like 90% of hands.
I don't want it, I think.
I mean, you're talking about there's your 50 plus the Christian's 50 plus the antes. You know, that's a good 130, 135 that's in the pot that you're giving up. And you're ahead.
I have
most of the time.
I have no legitimate, logical, mathematical argument for you. I do have a human being argument, which is that like it's very easy for deuces
to lose.
That's true. And so you just feel terrible when they have 7-9 and they hit a 7, and you're like, why did I do that? I could have just folded.
I guess if you.
And like I said, you're 100% right. It's just such a sick spot for.
Did he call?
Yeah, it's all in.
He called with Queen 4.
Rasmus shoved small to big for 9 big blinds and got snap called by Opelican with Queen High.
Yeah, especially after seeing him fold the deuces. I don't know what he's doing with the Queen 4.
You've been winning.
But hey, you know, maybe he's bored.
I think you got it.
And for some reason, you just feel better getting it with Ace King than you do with deuces, and I don't know why, but you do.
Yeah, I really don't know. This is a really weird call. Like if I see a guy fold deuces, I'm just like really tanking with like Queen 9, Queen 10 kinds of hands. I'm actually probably folding those hands. Even King 10, I'm like not super happy about. He shoved it in instantly, you know.
It's never easy, is it?
Wow. Never easy.
Oh, ace high holding, but 4s, 5s, and queens all working for Alexei Opelican. All cards for Rasmus to fade.
There, that's no.
Chop it up.
Thanks, Cliff. All
the river card is an ace, and Rasmus Glassel gets the double up.
There you go. Good thing he folded those deuces.
Right?
There you go. But no, but the thing is, like, you know, if you're, I mean, you can just plug it in a poker calculator, but if you deuces against a range of like 95% of hands or 90% of hands, it's like, yeah.
And we've been playing together.
Hey, you're the one.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. He gets a nice double up, the very nice hand, and
we're gonna play results.
Mr. What's that guy's name that we saw the video?
Stieg Mog.
Stieg is a happy railbird right there, as well as that lady. But I only care about Stieg, whose name I just learned 10 seconds ago.
Stieg, by the way, in that interview, he seemed like he's a much better commentator than I am. He like knew exactly when Johnny Lawden was at a final table, like.
Oh yeah.
3 years ago.
Okay, let's play. What does Joe think about Lawden?
I would do the same with yours.
Final table.
Just kidding.
Can you quote them back? Do you know when he?
No, God, no. I don't know who made the last final table. I'm really bad with this stuff. Like the second I walk out the door, it just leaves my brain.
Well, it's good that it stays in there while you're here.
In Malta, I congratulated Max Silver for finishing second in a tournament that I watched him finish third in moments before. Fourth. See?
Oh.
Story checks out.
But at least he was at the final table.
He was at the final table, yes.
Who's at this final table, Joe?
Okay, Christian Harder.
I'm
Michael
covering his eyes.
Michael Vela.
Okay.
Rasmus. What's his last name?
He's
got the weird A-E in it.
Mm-hmm. It's good enough. We'll take it.
Alexei Olichkin.
Yep.
Cliff Josephy.
Okay.
Alan Allison.
Mm-hmm.
Am I still one more?
One more.
Yeah, now I
so we're on the right side of the table.
I'll give you a hint.
Yeah.
It's not Philok.
Oh yeah, Gentili.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Could have been embarrassing, or more embarrassing, I should say.
I don't know my push fold stuff 100%, but I know I'm folding my hand. Fold.
Alan Allison, by the way, did go deep in this tournament 2 years ago. He finished 14th in 2014, I believe. That was a 10K back then, though, so he has to finish 6th or better to make more money than he made that year.
Ja, det är tornet. Det är så bra med det tornet. Det är helt vitt. Ja, det är det. Ja.
Christian harder. Raising to 115,000. Opalikan calls. Action on Cliff Josephy. Nobody really calls him Johnny Backs anymore, do they?
I don't know.
Now this guy you've known for a while.
Yeah. I mean, I heard he made a final table this summer at the World Series.
Yes, that's true.
And, you know, he's been around forever doing all the backing stuff. So, yeah, I was never backed by him, but I think I'm one of, you know, 3 people in the poker world for whom that's true.
I told this story a couple days ago, but there may be some new people listening. That I was there in 2006 covering the World Series of Poker for Card Player when he won his stud bracelet, and it was the first time he had ever played stud.
You know what's funny though? I was actually just thinking of a story like that earlier today in a panel, and it's amazing how often you hear stories like that. You know, I won my 10-game bracelet, and I had never played No Limit Deuce or Badoogie before.
Really?
Yeah, and you know, I think there's something to be said. I mean, obviously there's 8 other games too, but there's something to be said for just like kind of knowing poker and kind of getting the concepts really well.
Just being good at games in general?
Yeah, well, just poker specifically. I mean, like when you're playing those other games, they are poker at their very core. And I mean, that, you know, a lot of the decisions, particularly with No Limit Deuce, it's just like, you know, people call it pure poker. But all the other decisions, I mean, it's like understanding relative hand strength based on people's positions and actions they take.
You're right, he's calling
And it's actually pretty cool because I find that when you play other games and you get away from No Limit Hold'em, your pure poker theory kind of takes over and kind of it's a good way to improve your just basic logical poker thinking, because you can fall into traps sometimes with if you're just playing No Limit where you're like your understanding of hand ranges is based on hands rather than based on like range strength, if that makes sense. And so if you play a game that has completely different kinds of situations, you kind of tune your thinking, if that makes sense.
So when you're playing one of these pure poker games and you're making your pure poker decisions, is it something that's innate in you? Like, can you explain it to yourself? Do you know why? Or do you just, is it just kind of like a beautiful mind where you just see like the answers on the board?
No, I mean, you could, I think some people have different capacities for like explaining. You mean like explaining it to someone else?
Yeah.
Or, yeah, I mean, for me, that's always been something that that's one of my strengths is the ability to like articulate, like break it down
logically. So even with a game you don't know that well, you can still articulate it.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice.
Definitely.
Slid right over the top.
Yeah. But it's, you know, not to someone who doesn't know the game. I mean, that's the thing. It's those other, I mean, I think people are a little bit scared of the other games because they seem really complicated when they have other rules. But when you're a poker player that plays a lot, you kind of, when the other stuff becomes easier and the rules, you know, they take maybe 15 minutes to learn, and the strategy stuff just, you figure it out pretty quickly.
I mean, it's got to be a great game for you, the 10-game thing, because probably people are terrible at some of them, and you having no experience is probably better than plenty of people who think they have experience in those games.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is right. Like I've always been more of a theoretically based player. I don't know like the math of the situations like as well. I don't study as much as other people. So like there are people out there that are better in any single game than me, but I have an advantage like when I'm playing all different games, and you'd see people that are like great at stud games and they just make the most disastrous mistakes in big bet or vice versa. And you know, yeah, it's rare to find people that are really, really good at all the games.
What year was that you won?
I don't remember. 2012?
See, it's hard to keep track, even of
2012.
even of your own stats.
2012.
Got one of those questions on Twitter, Joe, where someone's trying to be a know-it-all and they're wrong.
Oh, I love it.
Steve Mark says, have you gents sorted out your visas yet for Panama? Steve, both UK and US passport holders do not need a visa to enter the country of Panama.
I mean, unless he means my credit card, in which case I got a lot of work to do to get that thing ready for Panama.
Use the Amex, dude. You get more points.
Yeah, we got to pay it off every month. That's not happening. Oh, come on. We had a bet and a call on the river. Just aces.
Wow. The
Wow, Rasmus is on a roll.
Hey, buddy, you're welcome.
He was down to 9 big blinds, and now he's up to 32 bigs, middle of the pack.
You're welcome, my muck.
I love Michael Vella. He's in your home game. There's a Michael Vella in every home game.
Oh, jeez.
Being told, Vanessa, that we have to let you go because apparently you have an interview after this.
Well, can we just let Joe interview me instead?
Joe,
It's
imagine
been a long time since I've
imagine you're
interviewed
doing one of
Vanessa.
those kind of like really lame-ass, never met a poker player before interviews. Gone.
So what's it like being a woman in poker?
Well, you know, it's interesting because when I compare it to my time being a man in poker, it really, it's just there are so many differences, you know.
Do you count cards?
I don't count. I don't count on the cards coming necessarily, but sometimes they do.
James has got a good one.
Can you show me your best poker face?
Yes.
Have you ever had a royal flush?
Yes.
This is gonna be a great interview. Teen Vogue is all over this.
Can you ask her if they can just use these answers and send them to the... I don't want to leave. We're having a good time here. All right. Fine.
Vanessa, thank you very much for dropping by, and enjoy the rest of your time here in the Bahamas.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. This was a blast.
Thank you,
Enjoy your
Vanessa.
time.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Vanessa's about to show us why she's so good on the tennis court. Watch this. Check this out. So fast. Did you see that? How quick she got out of here? It's burn marks on the carpet here, which, by the way, is doing him a favor.
Yeah.
I think I could shove.
Free. Yeah, I can't call that obviously.
Vanessa's going to miss the 7th elimination.
As good as this one.
7th place elimination. It's been a few more than 7 the whole tournament.
Now, we talked about the average stack during the last level, Joe, and bear in mind that in 25 minutes' time, assuming we do get to the end of this level, we still won't have a 50 big blind average.
Hey, Goonies never say die, and neither do players who want to make the final 6.
No, I'm saying that the average stack will be in excess of 50 big blinds, even during the next level.
What I meant to say is, what a great structure. Huh? What a stellar structure here at the PokerStars Championship.
I wasn't such a freaking wuss.
No, it's all good.
Oh man, I gotta do final table intros tomorrow, I just realized.
So when you were rooting against, you know, like whatever it was earlier.
Say nice words.
Root against the player all in.
Yeah, try my best.
I'm sure that you have good words. You have many great words.
Some of the best words. Huge.
You're here for comedy.
The best words.
It's working.
The final table intros are gonna be great.
They're gonna be fantastic.
They're gonna be so good.
The best final intros.
I know how to play poker better than these poker players do.
Pelican has raised here to 115,000. Yeah. Thanks for that. Raise and take it. The Russian currently third in chips, just behind Michael Gentili. Christian Harder still dominates the stack of 5.8 million. More than 115 big blinds. Let's check out the stacks of all 7 players, shall we? Michael Vella is the shortest stack with 20 bigs. Cliff Josephine seems to have been hovering around that 30 big blind mark for like 2.5 levels. He's a survivor.
Yeah, sure is.
Oh, a Gibbons.
Oh, I love a good final table Gibbons.
Oh, Pelican limping under the gun. Gently calls. Glassel checks his option. 3-way to the flop. 6-6-5. Now, we've seen Pelican do this before, but he has yet to prove whether he is capable of executing a double Gibbons, which is to call a raise after you've limped under the gun. Everyone's been letting him get away with it.
Yeah, we haven't seen a double Gibbons in a while.
Pelican bets 90,000 on the flop. Called by Gently. Glazel's out, so it's heads up to the turn.
This thing Scott Seaver retweeted is one of the funniest things I've ever read. Oh man, you guys got to give Scott Seaver a follow if you're. Jeez, that's hilarious. And it's so weird. It's got to be true.
Make sure Matt sees that. He'll appreciate it.
Oh man.
Where are we at? Oh, ace of clubs on the turn. Michael takes over the betting here, 140,000. That's a fold from Alexei, so gently increases his stack up to near enough 5 million, near enough 100 big blinds. 20 minutes left on the level. Should we get to the end of the level?
I think we will.
We will air episode 3, the final installment of Poker in the Ears and Eyes. It will be Superfan time. And our superfan is one of the Spin and Go qualifiers who made it here to the Bahamas.
And if you are a fan of the Monty Python movies, you will probably be beating your head into a wall when you see how bad we are at answering questions about said movies.
Of course, once we've shown the video version here on PokerStars TV, the audio version of the podcast, available through all the usual channels. You can subscribe on iTunes, just search for Poker in the Ears. And of course, you can download from SoundCloud, soundcloud.com/PokerInTheEars.
I'll tell you what, I'll tell the story of my shenanigans last night on the next episode, on the audio-only version of Poker in the Ears.
Again. Oh,
Scared him
thank
off.
goodness.
I like Michael Vella. He's fun.
Wouldn't have been able to handle the sweat.
He's just having fun out there. I love that. Love it.
Yeah, we're going to record the next episode of the podcast next Thursday, I think it is. And we'll get Matt in for that one, and we'll do a proper Bahamas roundup.
And for some of us, it doesn't matter how many white chips he has.
I know. Yeah.
Hopefully there'll be some Bahama drama.
To others, it's important.
Suddenly it's down to 600 and you forgot, and then no, you wouldn't forget.
What?
Suddenly it's down to 600, and then you forget about it.
I don't think I can.
Oh, sorry.
Doing on Twitter that you want a hand. Putting on Twitter that you want a hand.
No, I don't tweet.
Oh.
I don't tweet, I don't FaceTime, I don't do that crap. I FaceTime, I don't Facebook. You either, right? Brock?
I don't do Twitch chat.
Twitch.
Twitch yourself?
No, I'm joking.
Are you a Twitcher?
Yeah, what is
I don't even know what Twitch means.
I don't do Snapbook.
It's like live video. Like people
Tinfoil.
Streaming.
Oh, really?
streaming.
I don't do Mario Run.
I just watch my nephews and nieces on stuff.
Okay.
I don't do text messages.
My kids don't tweet either. They're 19 and 16. I'm on Facebook. They don't tweet.
Here we go. We got a real Newbie question,
They're the
James.
opposite of that. Neither one of them's ever gotten in trouble at all. I tell my son, please, do
Wait till
something.
Mike's
Get in
done
trouble
talking.
Once. Mom. Otherwise, you keep accumulating, and it's just you're gonna go out and go on a rampage or something. He's such a good kid.
Yeah.
He's such. My daughter's just a rock star. She's
Must have
she's got a
done a good job.
103 average. Every
Sorry?
college in America wants her. Great swimmer. She's a rock star.
103 average?
103 average.
Yeah, he might be getting sold a bill of goods by his kids.
Above guys. She takes with the glasses. College courses while she's in high school. There's a 5-point curve on those. So if you get 100, they actually give you 105.
Brunson.
Yeah, so they give 105.
Wow. It's not him.
Just like alumni.
Yeah.
Sure, this isn't the setup for a joker. We're going to get a punchline any second now.
Funny because she's got my attitude completely. She's persona.
$50?
Aggressive.
That the guy that came in
beast
the
in the
wheelchair
pool.
walking that way is
never
the way
satisfied. My son is very even keeled. He's studying politics and things of that nature. He's going to be doing something along those lines. He'll be really great at it because he's got such a great even keel.
He's 16.
He's 19.
Oh, he's 19.
Daughter's 16.
He's in college?
Yeah, he's in college. He's up in Cortland. He's studying international studies.
Still 3-way on the turn.
My mom went to Cortland.
To learn Arabic.
He's on the move. He's on the move.
Smart kid, really smart. Didn't even reach his smartness peak until he went to college. In high school, he was an average student in high school. College, loves what he's doing. Yeah, he's young too, went to college very young. I probably should have had him start a year later in kindergarten. I pushed him in a little early. My daughter as well, but girls mature faster. So they're doing great. How about you? Got a kid?
Yeah, I got a couple of
Yeah.
Proud parents, pretty cute.
Working?
Yep.
Still 3-way as we go to the river.
Well, the one's in engineering university.
Yeah. At the end of the day, there's good kids because of good parents. I always laugh when people say he's a bad kid. Well, that means most likely it's a bad kid.
What do you do for a job?
I'm in the financial industry. I run the east coast of a financial firm. Actually, we're based out of Toronto.
Oh.
Yeah, Forrester's Financial.
So what is that? And what do you do?
We do college planning, retirement planning, financial planning.
Oh, I see.
Ace high?
Ace high. Like you're in management.
Yeah.
What we got here? Pair of 5s for Christian Harder, and that will win him the pot. Up over 6.1 million now. What was the question, Joe, that you wanted us to answer?
It was from the old gamer on Twitter. It says, can anyone tell me why the dealer always puts one card on the side on the flop, for example?
The burn card?
Yes.
So basically every time a street is dealt, the community cards, the flop, the turn, and the river, the top card is always burned. And that was always, I believe, in case that card was marked, and during the betting round beforehand, any player could potentially see what the next card would be.
It's more like a tradition now than anything.
Absolutely, yeah.
That was Kate giving Elise the signal to deal out the cooler.
No, definitely not.
He's in travel.
Who's that?
Doyle.
Oh.
Oh yeah?
I mean,
No,
not
that guy is not Doyle.
Yeah, I think he goes to like Montana or something maybe, and then goes to Vegas. We'd come there.
Which guy we talking?
I didn't know.
The guy in
When
the
I
wheelchair.
watching videos ago, he was okay.
He was.
He was okay.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know. Okay.
Raised to 115.
Christian Harder back in the action.
This guy right here.
Oh my God.
He's much skinnier.
Yeah, it doesn't look at all. Doesn't have a cowboy hat.
Thanks, man.
$5.
Yay.
50.
Oh, 50.
Yeah, pretty bad.
Guess I missed somebody sniffing their shoe. Twitch is going crazy over it.
Oh, it's that dude in the back who keeps doing the stuff with his hat and pulling faces and...
Oh, he came in a wheelchair.
Check.
It's actually quite adorable that some people still find having a camera pointed at them a
Without the hat,
novelty
he does look a little bit
and
like
feel the need to
and
perform
the wheelchair set you up.
like a monkey dancing to the beat
Are you
of its
specifically
master's drum.
trying to get me riled up right now? I resemble that remark. Both literally and figuratively, I'm quite ape-like. And I can't have a camera pointed in my direction without pulling some kind of stupid face.
Looks like not young.
Oh, true.
The old gamer on Twitter says, thanks. You're most welcome, our new friend. Play on PokerStars.
This is going to get checked to showdown. Christian continued the flop. Didn't bet the turn. Well, he has bet river, and that's a big bet. There's 430,000 in the middle, and Hard has made it 575,000.
I love it. I love a good confusing overbet.
Gentili lets it go. Christian Harder now up to 6.4 million. 10 minutes left on the level. Blinds will go to 30, 60, and the ante will double from 5K to 10K when we kick off level 27. There'll be a break beforehand, in which time you can watch the final part of the podcast.
This guy on Twitch, Spliff. He says, you want to see a stupid face? Look in a mirror. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Oh, man, Brown, you might have to take over my sides. Oh, somebody give me a blanket, because that was cold. Woo! It's freezing in here.
It's going to be a 30-minute break in 10 minutes' time. Assuming we get there, of course. If we do lose a player, we are done for the day. 6 will return to play down to a champion tomorrow. Cards Up coverage from 1 o'clock Eastern time. A raise from Upalican. Gets folds all around.
It was funny when we were doing the competition with Vanessa where all the numbers were flying by on the screen. It would be like 1057, 1171, 455, 227. These casters though, 222, 4 still like a good, just a nice little insult in between all the guesses.
What? No, service.
Well, this is Harder versus Upalican. Christian raised under the gun.
You bet 575.
He checks flop. Upalican checks it back, and we get the 4 of clubs on the turn.
It's straighty and it's flushy. Will it be paired?
By the way, it's now been over 2 hours since we lost John DeBella in 8th place.
This is probably the only level of the entire tournament that we haven't lost a player.
Okay.
Looks like we're going to see it. Oh, we did see a bet from Opalikin.
Yeah, 110K.
Kleisel calls. King on the river. Goes check, check. Oh, what am I talking about? Kleisel. He's not even in the hand. It's harder.
Opalikin wins that. The ace was good. Still second on the leaderboard with 4.7 million. No one really short stacked right now. Cliff Josephy has 25 big blinds. Michael Vella has 20 big blinds. Of course, that will change when those blinds go up at the end of this level, which is just 6 minutes away.
Jake has just written to me asking to rate his Tinder profile. I think he nailed it. I think it's great. No joke. Well done, buddy. It's better than mine.
So coming up in the break, more from the podcast. All things Monty Python is the subject of this week's edition of Superfan versus Stapes.
I mean, it's too clever for hot girls, but, you know, the rest of them you might have a shot.
You're generally just going to say that?
Yeah. Oh, look, I live in Los Angeles where people are pretty vapid, and being clever does not really get you very far. Having, like, a Ferrari in your profile or having, like, credits on IMDb, that's more what you're looking for. Heads up to this flop. Allison Harder. Phrase I find myself uttering for the second time in my life.
Wow. I gotta start playing the game. At 8-4 club. At 8-4 clubs.
Don't fold your hand.
Huh? Don't
No
fold.
good.
8-4 clubs is good there.
No good.
Absolutely good there.
That's the problem. You see, you folded pre-flop, and you need to always see a flop.
Always see a flop. You don't even know what's going to be on the flop.
I leave, the hell with it. I don't give a shit. That's just, I'm going to eat myself up from the inside, folding the hands that are winners.
You should walk away and not watch the hand.
You're right.
That's a better solution.
It's going to eat
Next
you up.
free roll.
That's why I can't stand near
Just make
a
sure you come
roulette
back
wheel.
So you get back when they're dealing.
Walk away.
I think I opened one pot.
What's that?
I think I opened one pot.
Yeah.
I mean, it must have been more.
Since the final tables, maybe like 3.
Opalikin opens
remember.
under the
Oh,
gun.
or you 3-bet.
Classic calls out of the big blind.
That was, yeah, I was at the beginning of the final table.
Not this level.
Jack 10-3,
Or I couldn't
all
shoot
hearts.
you. I didn't have it in me.
Uh, 1-4, I think, or 1-3 behind. Yeah, 1-3.
Socrates tweets in to say, great job tonight. Same for James Hardigan. Really enjoy the humor, including the borderline condescendence toward the viewers.
The deal is cooler. We can go home.
I didn't think it was borderline.
It's definitely not borderline.
Huh?
I agree.
If the deals are cooler, we're all going home.
I got nowhere better to go.
6 of us are coming back.
Don't give her any ideas, guys. There's a reason why we call her the ukulele playing Widowmaker.
Nowhere else to go.
Do we?
The only one who's gonna know that movie.
I do. I mean, starting now.
I mean, we've called her the Widowmaker for years,
might know
but the
that one.
ukulele bit we only learned about today.
Yeah, I just added
Oh
that
yeah,
part.
of course. That's
I saw it,
after
but I
my
don't
time.
remember.
That's
Richard Gere, when he's on the shelf, he wants him to get his DOA. He's beating him up. I got nowhere else to go.
Yeah. That's
That's an old reference. That's the word you were looking for there.
that's a hand.
Deborah Winger.
Was she in that one?
I think so. I don't remember.
More like Deborah Schwinger.
Just Richard Gere, I know. I know Richard Gere, but.
Yes, I would like to remind people that if you want to turn on your
whole
hole cards,
5 or 6.
follow the advice of FU House, who says press Alt and F4. Should bring him right up for you.
You got about $1 million?
Got $1 million, $1.2 million, $1.3 million over here, right?
There he is.
John's still reigning the action.
3.7.
What do you got? $1 million and change too?
Million,
Obviously.
million three.
You can't read that one right there.
Yeah, $1.3 million.
Still smiling.
Yeah, he's such a likable dude. Hey, and Ryan Reese, wow.
You got 9 whites.
A tale of two champs.
4 and 9.
Tigers are playing
9 and
tonight.
4,
Never miss a game.
Our producer's telling us that John DeBella had a piece of Ryan Reese and has a piece of Cliff Josephy.
John DeBella's doing all right.
Johnny gets baxed.
Hey, good luck.
Oh, triangle time.
Oh, okay.
Was it 5?
Yeah, I thought it was 5.
Ah.
Convinced me that it was only 475.
His hands are long. No? What, it's
Michael gently opened for 110,000. The shove is for just shy of $1 million. Michael on Michael action, and this will be the last hand of the level.
About $1 million, bud, straight.
Would it be the last hand of the day?
So fast.
985.
9, 25, 75, 990. Ooh. It's about $1 million. Had ace-ace the last time we had this situation.
He needs to stop talking.
I mucked it. I sent it out to everybody. They said, "What are you doing? Play to win. Don't play to freaking get to the level."
This could be an amazing reverse tell, but Vela is sending every signal right now that he does not want to call.
Yeah,
I'll
he
show
really
you.
is. Is that a call?
Ah, good fold.
You have an ace or a pair?
Ace. Yeah.
Oh, I take those back. Absolutely not. I'll take the pot.
He was fine with the call.
Well, that'll take us to the end of the level, and so kicks off a 30-minute break, during which time you will get to see the final installment of Poker in the Ears and Eyes. These are the stacks of the final 7 players. One more to lose today before we're done for day 5. And very soon, the markets will reopen on BetStars if you want to bet on the outcome of the Bahamas main event. So more action from this tournament in just under 30 minutes' time here on PokerStars TV. Enjoy the podcast.
Superfan versus Stakes.
Yes, we welcome to Poker in the Ears and Eyes. Superfan Richard Fremantle, ladies and gentlemen. Richard, you are one of the 135 players who earned their seat in the inaugural PokerStars Championship main event via a spin and go.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Talk to us about that spin and go experience. I want to know what that's like when you get. Hold on. When that comes up, what do you see? What do you see when it's? Does it say package? What is it?
Well, first of all, I opened Deuce 7 of Hearts. I was like, oh, it's just a spin and go. I'll just open this. And then I realized when I saw the lobby and it said package 10,500, and then you're just shaking. you're shaking all the way through.
Wait, when you say you opened deuce 7 of hearts, meaning you didn't realize what the prize was?
Yeah, you know, just playing for $20. Oh, yeah,
Really?
that'd be nice.
I don't think your story's unique, though. I think loads of people don't look at what the actual jackpot is when they start playing the game.
That's the most exciting bit for me.
Some people don't even realize until days
Oh, so
after.
you're just firing up spin and goes, doing other things in your computer, and you come back and start playing before you even look at what the prize is.
I actually just got out of the shower, so I was completely naked when I was playing.
So when did it? So after the first hand is when it kicked in, and then you got nervous, obviously.
Yeah, but I was super lucky. One guy blinded out, and the other guy was Whale, who like min bet like river, and I was like, "Oh, I have second pair." Oh, it's good. It's good. Oh, excellent.
Oh, so it was like you had basically a non-existent player and then a player who was almost non-existent.
I had the easiest spin and go I've ever played in my life.
That's
which is
incredible.
So fortunate.
So there's a $10,000 Bahamas package on the line, and one of the 3 players at the table is sitting out.
Wow.
Yes.
Good for you, man. Glad you made it. What,
Yeah,
what do
thank
you do
you.
in real life?
I'm a petrochemical chemist inspector.
So do you go around
So,
to gas stations and make sure they're not cheating you in your 87 octane?
We do, yes, pretty much. We do quality testing for like
talking a different language.
The diesel that comes on a big tanker ship.
I think I've had a stroke because I have no idea what's happening.
Sorry,
Matt, you know, I can't make that joke. You know how when you buy something that maybe isn't as pure as it should be, and you wish there was someone around who could test it for you?
This is the guy.
This is the guy.
guy.
Right. Okay.
So, Richard, you've been in touch with in the past. I know you watch the streams, you watch the TV shows. I know you watch the streams on Twitch. You're one of Joe's Twitch babies.
Yes.
Hello, my baby.
Thank you for having me.
But you also seem to travel the world playing poker, because I know that you got in touch like about 6 months ago to say you were going to Monaco and were interested in playing poker there. I think you went to Finland recently and were looking for somewhere to play in Helsinki.
Purely on holiday and looking to do something else.
See, this is not a guy who travels the world playing poker. This is a guy who ruins his vacations by having to find a poker room wherever he goes.
Yes, you've absolutely nailed it, States.
That's the one. So go ahead. What's your name on Twitch?
Rails to riches. The idea is I rail and I get to the riches. We're doing
here
the
he
first
is.
part.
Look at
We're
it.
doing the first part.
Well, who knows? Well, what was your main event experience? Are you still in?
No, I grinded. I was car dead for 9 hours, so the hype was built up, and then we just sat there. And then lost a flip. Standard.
Anybody interesting on your table? Any superstars you encountered along the way?
No, but I played the PokerStars Open yesterday, and I had Mike Lee on my right for the majority of the tournament, and he was lovely to play with.
You could do worse in that. Like, he's a pretty tough opponent, but at least he's on your right, and at least he's Mike Lee, so he's a super nice guy. Because there are other people that are like really tough to play against, and you can't get a word out of them. So.
And here's a hashtag fun fact. Mike Lear has more caches in the Bahamas than any other player.
Really?
14.
It makes sense that it would be a Canadian, right? Like, just how happy are you to get the out of Canada for a couple of weeks? I'm going to stay here as long as possible.
Now, obviously, I appreciate it's disappointing to bust out the main event, Richard, but, I mean, has the experience of being here, has the experience of the resort and the whole festival kind of made up for that?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I felt like Charlie Bucket getting his goal. And the Bahamas is my chocolate factory.
I want to see a heel click before the end. It's off over there somewhere.
So as far as taking on Joe Stapleton in this Superfan contest and competing for another chance to satellite to a main event, and, of course, the Everyone Loves a Chop Pot hoodie, which we saw modelled by someone earlier on. Not bitter.
Maybe
not
he
bitter.
bought it at a charity shop. You know what I mean?
Oh, come on.
A gift.
Just happened to be flying to the Bahamas. What have you chosen as your specialist subject?
I have chosen Monty Python.
Okay, so Matt, you have compiled questions about the movies, right? We're
The
not
movies.
flying circus.
I decided to try and keep it like accessible for a lot of the viewership as well. So I've just stuck to the movies.
Because you guys are Monty Python movie nerds.
I love it when I don't have to do any research because I'm a nerd enough. Do you remember? Although I'm worried because you remember the Tarantino one where it turned out that I was
all off the top of your head, and everyone's like, "What the movies are these about?"
Yeah. So I actually really enjoyed having the excuse to just watch Monty Python clips like all day long just to make sure I got the names right. But I knew really. But yes.
So, Richard, I really like your chances here because of the Monty Python movies, I think I've only seen 2 of them.
That's a disgrace.
Oh,
And-
I'd known that before.
And I do not think that I have ever even started Monty Python and the Holy Grail before 1 in the morning. And I'm like, me and some girl are hanging out. I'm like, what should we do now? Oh, this is a fun movie to watch. So.
Oh, yeah, I was born and raised on it.
Okay. Good luck to you, sir.
Okay, who's going first, Matt?
It's going to be Richard's going to kick this off.
Okay.
Superfan, versus State.
Okay, Richard, your first question. In the film, and now for something completely different, accountant Herbert...
I didn't even know that was
Right, okay,
the
this is a great
films.
start. Herbert Angevy visits the vocational guidance counsellor because he wants to change his job from an accountant to a what?
Hey, Jay, you're in for a chance.
Maybe, maybe I've got.
I'm going to have to pass on this one. Sorry.
I wants to change his job from an accountant
To
a male prostitute.
No. I want to be a...
Lion tamer.
I want to be a lion tamer.
Lion tamer.
Okay, there's a bonus. Now that you know that, just in case it's brought it back, when asked what qualification Arthur has to be a lion tamer, what does he say he has? Could be in trouble with James.
He has cats.
No, he's got a hat with lion tamer written on it and big neon lights. Right, okay, we're in trouble here. Okay, Joe, this is a multiple choice, so you might be okay.
This is an easy one.
In
This
the
is an
meaning of
easy
life,
question.
in the
Yep.
meaning of life, death arrives at a dinner party to collect the guests' souls. When asked how they all came to die at the same time, death answers simply with the sherry trifle, the prawn cocktail, the creme brulee, the salmon mousse. Which of those does he say?
Salmon mousse.
Yes.
Woo! We're on the board.
Those salmon.
Did you know that one?
I did. I knew that before even the option.
It's important.
Okay, in Life of Brian, Brian is caught writing the protest graffiti, Roman is in Dumas. What does Brian think that means?
Romans go home.
Correct.
Tie game.
When bonus here.
Oh.
What does the soldier threaten Brian with if he doesn't write it out 100 times by sunrise, having conjugated the verb to go?
He'll cut his balls off.
Yes, he will cut his balls off.
2-1.
Wow, the tide has turned very quickly.
Okay, you've got another multiple choice, so you do stand a
It's a
chance.
question about the film he's never watched.
No, the film I've never heard of, probably.
In the Holy Grail,
Oh no, I've seen this one.
the Black Knight fights King Arthur, refusing to acknowledge the fact that he is gradually having all his limbs hacked off. Which
Tis
of
but
the-
a scratch.
Well, which of these retorts is not given by the Black Knight? Which of these is not given? 'Tis but a scratch. I've had worse. I'm invincible. It'll grow back. Just a flesh wound.
I'm invincible.
Afraid it was it'll grow back. I made that one up. Okay, Richard, we have a blankety blank question for you, so you've got to fill in the blanks here.
Okay.
A French soldier brutally taunts King Arthur during the Holy Grail. Complete this one of many insults he shouts from the castle. Your mother was a boop, and your father smelt of boop. Your mother was a, and your father smelt of.
Your mother was a whore and she smelt of. It's not.
That's wrong. That's a really weird insight into your head. Do you want to take this one?
Your mother was a goat.
Closer.
Closer than it was an animal, yeah.
No.
And smelled of cheese.
No. James, do you want to give it to them?
Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries.
Oh,
Right.
elderberries.
Okay.
That'll.
Although there is a bonus option here. What does the French soldier first launch at King Arthur and his men where they won't leave the castle? Launches something from the castle.
On the catapult.
Yes.
A cow?
Correct.
Fetchy le bush.
Fetchy le bush. Okay, Joseph. The meaning of life stops to welcome viewers to the middle of the film and then asks the audience to find the what?
The clitoris.
Incorrect, sir.
It's a myth, anyway.
God, I'm a complete Python nerd.
I pass. I'm sorry.
Hello, Melton Midfield. Find the fish.
Fish.
Where is that fish? I did love him so.
Oh, with the long arms.
Yes.
Yes.
And according to Terry Jones, this is for you. You're never going to get it. According to Terry Jones's character, where did that fish go?
Can I ask a Hardigan?
Yes.
It went wherever I did go.
Correct. Exactly. Man, we should have done this.
3-2. Don't worry, Richard.
Right.
Still going to win.
Okay. Richard, in Life of Brian, Pontius Pilate has a very great friend in Rome called Bigus Dickus, which causes much laughter from the common soldiery. But can you tell me Bigus Dickus's wife's name?
Yes, that's Incontinentia buttocks.
Correct. Continentia. She has a wife, you know. Joe, there's 2 points here. Are you just completely out of this? In Life of Brian, our hero joins one of the various independent movements. What is the name of the group he joins, and what is the name of their arch rival group?
He joins the Harlem Globetrotters, and the arch rivals are the Washington Generals.
Correct. No, actually, no. Sorry, that's a different question. Can you tell me which one he joins?
The Judean People's Front.
Off. No, he joins the People's Front of Judea.
It's pretty close.
No, that's the point of the question.
The whole point. Oh,
Right,
I see.
okay, sorry. Perfectly set up. At the end of the meaning of life, Richard, the meaning of life is revealed in a golden envelope. Which of these is not listed, as the meaning of life? Try to be nice to people. Read a good book now and then. Get some walking in. Eat more fresh fruit. Try and live together in peace and harmony with people of all creeds and nations.
Read a good book.
No, that was actually one of them. Eat more fresh fruit, which I nicked out of a sketch from, and have something completely different. Joe, your final question. There is a quick fire round, but we have to decide if we've got time for it.
It is a quick fire round.
Throughout, and now for something completely different, and indeed all Monty Python productions, a giant weight often drops on people. What specific weight keeps appearing? Is it 16 tons, 18 tons, 20 tons, 22 tons, or 25 tons?
So many choices.
16, 18, 20, 22, 25. 5 choices to be specific.
18 tons.
Do you know? Just out of interest.
25.
No, 16. A lot of their box sets are called the 16.
That was my first.
Now, what's the score here?
The score is 4 points to Richard, 2 points to Joe.
Right. Okay. The quick fire is to do with what have the Romans ever done for us?
Okay.
That's from Life of Brian.
Yes.
I've seen that one.
Right. Okay. So when the People's Front of Judea, again, I mean, what have the Romans ever done for us? They list 10 things. I'm going to come backwards and forwards between you, so you potentially could both pick up 5 points here.
Okay.
So I'm going to come to our losing player, Joe, right now. Give me what have the Romans ever done for us?
Roads.
Correct. Richard.
Public sanitation.
Correct. Joe.
Aqueducts.
Correct. Richard.
Public health? No.
Yes. No, that's there. Joe.
Education.
Yes, that's there. What have the Romans ever done for us, Richard?
Judicial system?
No.
Voting.
No.
I kind of think they're both struck out.
Yeah. I'll give everyone one more chance.
Grapes.
Half a point.
Half point for wine.
Okay.
Language.
No. Could have had irrigation, public baths, public order, fresh water system.
Oh, fresh
water. I thought aqueducts was going to be part of all of
Well,
them.
no, they list those separately. I went through it quite anally, actually.
Don't argue with the screenplay of the movie. Point being, the final score is 4 points to Joe Stable. Sorry, 5 points to Joe Stable.
Very good.
But 6.5 points to Richard Fremantle. You have crushed this game of Superman versus Stape, so you will get
good for you.
all important satellite ticket plus the Everyone Loves a Chop Pot.
Well done.
Thank you very
thank
much
you
for coming
very
on the
much.
show.
No, it's been a pleasure.
Incidentally, fun fact, the Judean People's Front has its own Facebook group.
No.
And the tiebreaker was going to be how many followers does it have? 703. You're welcome.
Way more than I would have thought. Richard, thanks very much for being on the show. Hopefully you can have a cash here in the Bahamas before you get out of here. Any house cleaning?
We're all good. Until next time.
That's it. That's all the time we've got for the first ever episode of Poker in the Ears and Eyes. Next time will be just Poker in the Ears. We'll do a wrap-up of the Bahamas. Until then, thank you, Richard Fremantle. Thank you, James. Thank you, Matt. I am Joe Stapleton saying, smell you later.
Every game or sport has intense rivalries.
You're so bad, you don't even understand it.
I'm so happy to be so bad.
And poker is no exception.
You're the greatest, buddy. Hold on, let me get your signature.
It's when a conflict develops over time, when the competition becomes personal, and when adversaries become fierce foes.
What? He was after me at the time. I have no idea what.
Here are 5 of the most notorious rivalries.
Well, maybe we just get a little shippy right at the end.
Number 5 is less mano a mano and more man against machine. That man is an impatient Tony G.
I want to call the clock. I want to call the clock. Come on internet you play like in 1 second. But when you come here now, you come to my game and you're wasting my time.
And the machine is the computer-like brain of internet pro Andrew Roble.
Action on Negreanu. That's 18-5.
Three tens is a tough bluff to pull off, so Daniel is most likely trying to rep a big ace or maybe a straight. His bet is designed to bluff Roble off a king, maybe. I don't think Daniel thinks he could get Roble to fold a big ace, though.
I was so crushed after that final. I could cry.
I'm going to walk out. If these guys are going to come here, waste my time, I'm going to walk out of the game. It's a joke. F***ing hell, he's thinking 20 minutes every f***ing hand he's playing. F***ing nit.
Here comes floor man Tom Keene.
All right, Andrew, we're going to go through the same thing.
You play online, it's like quick. 2 seconds, bang, bang, they're pressing buttons. They come here, they freeze up.
Daniel's done a good job of making this look like a value bet, so Andrew has a legit decision to make. He seems to be doing a good job of tuning Tony out.
He folds.
What? After all that, he finally threw it away. I mean, I had a 6, but...
Daniel shows the bluff.
You qualified.
I was so happy you called the clock, Tony. High five for the assist there, just in case.
I don't think he had anything, and he had to move in himself.
While in recent years, Daniel has had a rivalry of his own with Erik Seidel. Yes, it's 1 and 2 on the all-time money list. They were far from friends, but frequently shared a table in super high rollers, and Daniel seemed to always get the better of his rival.
Erik and I are very different people. He's very quiet, I'm not. There's not much in terms of camaraderie or words said between us.
And let's not forget this 2-outer from the EPT8 Grand Final. Blinds are up to 10 and 20,000 with a 3,000 ante. Pocket tens for Daniel Negreanu. Wow, what's that, 4x raise?
More than.
84? 30? Holy misclicks.
The small baller accidentally decided to play with a bigger ball. Yep.
Erik Seidel with pocket kings will 3-bet to 210,000.
Gotta wonder if Daniel might think Eric's 3-betting because Daniel had that little freak out.
Come on.
Whoops.
Ay-ya.
I call.
Seidel obviously calls.
A misclick got me.
Oh, sick. Sick. That's kind of sick if you stick with tens too.
I know, right? Then I had to then it forced me to get a little crazier.
Yeah, because...
Really surprised to see the shove there. Daniel almost always just calls in spots like that.
You're gonna hit a 10.
So, that'd be good.
Seidel is the player at risk, but Negreanu is a huge underdog here. Even bigger dog now.
Really bad flop for Daniel. Can't even hit any running cards to save himself. He's still got the same 2 outs he started with, just 3 less chances to hit one.
Now just 1 chance, just 5%.
Sometimes that shove will make Daniel look like a genius. This time, not so much.
Seidel set for the double up, a 10 on the river!
You were right, thanks, Tobias. I run good. I got him covered.
Gross.
All right, good luck, everyone.
Erik Seidel sent to the rail in horrific fashion.
I thought you were right, too, but then it started to look scary.
Daniel busted him in the PCA super high roller also. Brutal.
Oh, that was fun.
From understated animosity to a more tumultuous tangling. The skirmish at number 3 occurred at the 2015 PCA, where Maurice Hawkins felt slighted by Sham Srinivasan, and things escalated quickly. Sham adds 63k to his stack. And seems happy about it.
Have you ever seen a man get that much value out of second pair with no kicker?
Is this where you like do a backdoor comment because you want to be the coolest guy at the table?
Nah.
You already snicker out there every damn hand I play. I don't say anything because I care less, but...
Don't take anything personally.
That's personal when you win a pot and you say, you ever seen somebody get value out of the second pair and fed flags? You're the greatest, buddy. Hold on, let me get your signature.
All right, gentlemen, let's go ahead and play ourselves some poker.
I concur.
Yeah, that's what we need to do and stop commentating like you. Hey, they got a mic back there somewhere.
I've got one.
Give him the mic, Richard. He can commentate himself. He's the greatest. How about you just make your money and keep your mouth shut?
Let's not drag Richard into this.
Get your ego involved. Why don't you get that? Because you already got a big ego.
This is great.
Queen Jack against King Jack. Maurice has raised.
I hope they're not done.
Ego in poker, ego broke. Yeah, I can say whatever I want, trust me. I play poker every day. Ego in poker, ego broke.
There's a 3-bet from Sham.
And you really don't need to 3-bet a hand that plays this well post-flop. Definitely some chatterbox play at work here.
How much more is it?
Does it matter? You're calling.
Let's find out how much value you're gonna get out of your hand now, buddy.
Oh dear.
Smart ass comment. Check, buddy. Go ahead. Manipulate the situation.
Top pair for Maurice.
This is yes.
Ah, I checked. I did the check thing.
He did. He already did.
Unfortunately for Sham, a c-bet here is what he's supposed to do.
He does continue for 31,000.
All in.
Wow.
Are you gonna count, please?
All in.
Yep.
Ego in poker, ego broke.
Actually, not a bad shove.
You better learn how to play poker without ego, buddy. Your ass will go broke eventually. Win, lose, or draw. Be a man, play a man's game.
He doesn't speak for all of us, ladies.
I hope I win. And I promise you, I'm gonna be a man. I won't say nothing. I just drag the pot like a champ, because I'm a born champ.
Sham folds.
Sham folds.
Ego in poker, ego broke.
We get it.
See how much value I got out of 10 high?
Well, some players prefer to let their chips do the talking. All their chips. At number 2, we find Vanessa Selbst and Dan Schack, both renowned for taking unconventional lines. Neither averse to taking risks. They can often be found playing big buy-in events and always seem to butt heads.
There's been a lot of drama.
I don't know, we just have a history of playing really big pots against each other. A couple of times recently, he's made some really big shoves.
I'm all in.
I know that I just had a good hand and called him. Oh.
But obviously it was a cooler situation for her.
Is that real?
And I feel bad because, you know, I consider her, you know, if not the best in the game, one of the best in the game right now.
I hope you get him.
Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate it.
He's had my number and number of a couple major final tables.
The super high roller back at the PCA, I was second in chips, she was first. I honestly had a bad read, thought I had the best hand. All in.
And Shaq shoves!
OMG, ICM suicide.
The announcer said it was ICM suicide on my part because it was on the bubble.
He's not representing that many hands. I have a really strong hand. It just boils down to one of those situations where I'm just gonna call every time. I call.
Vanessa calls! And Dan Schack is at risk of bubbling the super high roller.
She made an amazing call, but I knew in any case I had a lot of outs, and, you know, I'm not afraid to take a risk.
It's a 10!
That was not supposed to happen.
Given how absurd it was, given the situation with all this tiny stacks, we shouldn't have been playing that big a pot at that stage of the tournament. I just lost like 2 million chips. I lost 2 million chips.
You know, I obviously won the last 2 big confrontation hands with her, but over the years, she's probably has gotten the best of me way more than I've gotten the best of her.
And now Vanessa Selbst can celebrate.
These just have been a couple high-profile hands in key situations.
Now, is anyone shocked that Tony G appears twice on this list?
You know it.
He's had his fair share of verbal brawls at the tables.
You come to my game and you're wasting my time.
None more impassioned than his squabble with a multi-bracelet winning man-child.
I love you. You're the best, Phil.
You guys are the best.
I have to clean you out every time I play with you. I love it. Oh, I'm going to butcher you so badly. I hope you got lots of rebuys.
You're the worst player at the table. You
I love to be the worst player.
It's the rivalry so entertaining, the big game built an entire episode around it. At number 1, Tony G versus Phil Hellmuth Jr.
All right, I opened for the pot.
And you looked, right?
Well, I think I looked.
66.
Allegedly, I looked.
Tony. I'm all in.
Pot limit, brah.
Without looking?
Without looking.
Pretty sure he looked.
Well, you can't be all in. 66.
Tony repots it with ace king.
All right, all right. You slow down. You slow down a bit. You going to save the rest?
Not if he believes you haven't looked.
Wow, all that talking makes me think he's strong. I was for sure going to call before that.
15 on top, Tony.
He's saying he hasn't looked, though.
He most certainly looked. Did no one see him?
Did you look at your cards at all? I mean, it's...
Look, the people at home, no, I haven't looked.
Well, if you haven't looked, I guess I'll just move in.
Right. Phil ships and Tony calls.
All right, you're close. You're up there.
Oh, you lied.
Of course I lied. It's poker, Phil. What do you think this is?
Wow.
What do you think, I'm blind? How many times do you want to run
Well,
it?
I asked you if you had looked or not.
Do you want to run it how many times?
I'll let you choose, Tony.
Three
I
times.
Mean, I
Three
always
times.
lose, so. You kind of deserve to lose the first one.
I do deserve. I hope you win one.
Why would you lie? I mean, no, let's consider totally not uncool, man. I mean, it's not right.
I feel it's just a game.
That's etiquette, though. I mean, you don't
Phil,
say you were blind.
what happens on this table in play is just a game. We tell whatever we want. When do you tell
the
the
rules
truth?
of poker are just thrown out the window?
Well,
for you.
Call the floorman. If you think my hand might be dead, then.
You don't say you haven't looked at your cards when you haven't looked at your cards. You don't do that.
Okay, well,
it's like a rule of poker. It's like it's horrible etiquette. Because I thought you hadn't looked at your cards.
Come on, Phil.
Well, if you want 25,000 this bad, you can have it.
You have to pay attention to the game, Phil. If you're a professional player, you would pay attention to me looking at my hand.
Karmically, he deserves to lose all three. What a villain. I drink your milkshake.
So they're going to run it 3 times with the winner of each run taking a third of the pot. Flop. King 9 tray.
Tony pairs his king. Phil drawing nearly dead.
How happy are you now that it's not running once?
Turns a jack.
That's bad for me. I need that jack on the next round.
Yeah.
That's really bad for me.
Unless you get one now.
Yeah, unless I get
You
one
won't
now.
get any more. Win any more.
Terrible card for Phil. One less jack he can hit on the next run.
Give him the jack.
River, ace of diamonds.
That's kind of fair. Let's even out the deck a bit. You know, Phil, for me, I just want to undersell my hand. I don't know if the way I do it any way I can because it's a heads-up pot. That's me. I'm sorry that that's
You just
me.
admitted it was bad etiquette. You want to retract?
I'm sorry if I bullied you. I'm sorry. I don't want to bully you. I'm sorry. I feel
Tony,
bad.
Look, no problem. Nice hand, man. I mean, you know, you showed your true colors, which is bad for you here.
Here comes flop number 2. 7, 5, 10. No help to Phil.
That's not
you really. I don't think you're the kind of guy that wants to show your true colors all the time.
Well, it's just your true colors can't escape you. You are who you are, Phil.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's the way I am.
Turn number 2. Ace of clubs.
Phil's not even holding a club, so no flush draw can save him. He's looking for one of the 2 remaining jacks.
River, another 5, and Tony G takes the second run.
Don't rush. Don't rush. We might keep you in.
Flop number 3. Queen, queen, king, and Phil picks up some outs.
I have a good feeling about this one, but the math is just so strong against. How can I get there?
No, you'll get there.
How can I get there?
You will. You will.
It's just too.
Everyone wants you to get there.
Turn 7, no help to Phil.
Okay, the last 10. 3 10s. You can take insurance too.
Yet another needle from Tony.
Our final river, Phil's gonna need a 10. It's a jack.
Whoa, you got there!
That's not cool.
No, he didn't.
No. Sorry. I was just joking, Phil. Did you believe me again? Was that bad etiquette too?
So, Tony, look, you're loaning me 50,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay, look, I don't accept it.
Okay, no problem.
But good game, man.
All right, I'm sorry, Phil. I really am. I'm sorry. I think you should retire. I think it's over. I think you're not there anymore, Phil.
And one of those 2 is now an elected representative of the people.
Get the hell out of here.
Well, I hope you enjoyed our countdown of ripping rivalries. Check out our other top 5s at PokerStars.tv.
Well, despite the music, we are still in the Bahamas.
Slightly confusing and contrasting input there, but welcome back, everybody, to the PokerStars Championship. I'm pretty sure still from the Bahamas. It is main event day 5, the penultimate day of the championship event. And we are down to the last 7 players, and we need to lose just one more before we wrap things up for the day. I am Matt Brown. Here's Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Hope you also enjoyed that part of the, what's it called again? Poker in the ears and eyes. It was a good one. Hope you've enjoyed that today. I'm sure we'll be pushing that out again tomorrow during the breaks. This is how our final table looks. Christian Harder, top of the table, 6.4 million. Alexei Apollokin, 5.1. Shortest stack, Cliff Josephy, but only by a little bit. Michael Vella just ahead of him. Rasmus Glessel ahead of that with 22 bigs. You can see we've got 4 players here with 23 big blinds and less. So considering we're now at 30,000, 60,000 with a 10K ante, I think it's fair to say we're unlikely to get through another hour and a half level without losing one player. I could be wrong, but I think looking at those stacks, it's unlikely to be the case. Wow. Alexei nearly missed the first hand of this next level.
You made it.
But we're off. And I'd forgotten how close you were there in the old Superfan versus Stapes, despite it being his chosen subject. What was it in the end? 5 versus 6.5. Pretty good.
I got all the way up to because of the quick fire round, which I think
Yeah.
was a really good addition. Good work on that.
Thank you very much.
Four raises, 140.
I have a feeling we're going to not go very far into this level, Matt. I had a feeling we were going to get through the last level, and I think this level, we are not going to be here very long.
6 folds.
Yeah. Well, as mentioned, from Alan Allison and his 23 stack down through Rasmus, Michael, Vella, and Cliff. Pretty short stacked. And it's probably only going to take one serious pot for either of those 4 players to mean that they'll be looking for an opportunity to shove it all in the middle. As you can see, the next exit will gather themselves $76,400 for the 7th place. And then it will be back tomorrow. Everyone guaranteed 6-figure sums.
9 checks.
We've seen Harder and Gently go at it a few times.
Make up your mind.
Well, that's 130. 9
Harder, Gently, Harder. That's kind of what I feel like when I'm getting a massage. I wish that I had like a little dial and I could just...
Yeah.
Nope, that a little harder there. No, softer there now.
Just a little thumb button, just like a little panic button that goes, that's lovely, that's lovely. That's hurting me more than life itself. Could you give that a little bit more willy? No, stop.
That's how I know I could never actually be like a spy or withstand any sort of actual torture whatsoever, because I can't even handle a too hard massage.
Yeah, I must say, as a strong British man, I would of course never say anything. And I do remember having a massage many years ago where this guy was going to town on my calf muscles, literally like he was trying to make a steak and was trying to like flatten it. And it was the most painful thing. And I thought, no, don't say anything, because it's probably good for me. But I think he was just kind of, I wonder if I can make this guy scream. I don't even know if he was actually a masseur.
I collect them.
I collect your tears.
I collect British screams.
I feed them to dragons. Folded round to Rasmus. Onto Alexei. Mr. Apollokin. Not a pelican. 5.1 million for him. Very comfortably in the top 2 of our remaining 7 players.
Remain a 7-player zone.
You resemble that remark.
Probably tested that one out with us.
Should have ran that one
break.
by, somebody before I did it. Okay.
Radovan says, any chance of getting one of those everyone, he's called it everybody loves a chop pot hoodies. First and foremost, it's everyone loves a chop pot. Also, yes, there is a way, is you come on the show and be a super fan and play against Stapes. And if you beat him, what's the, is there an email or do they just do it through Twitter? Anyone that wants to apply to be a
Twitter,
super fan?
yeah. I guess.
Just
hashtag poker in the ears, I guess, would be the new
karma.
Yeah.
Hashtag.
Actually, I didn't know to do. I was playing right until
made it this far.
Email ideas at PokerStars.com as well. She's always happy to receive any
No,
emails.
you're right, but just thinking to myself. But I came in with 1-8 today, right? Yeah.
Don't know why we've chosen to do so, but
my friend over there,
just a reminder of what Poker in the Ears is all about. Bottom of your screen.
With his spidey senses.
Like to keep you entertained in between hands with interviews and celebrity poker playing friends.
4 folds.
We don't have any poker playing friends, let's be honest. Just acquaintances and people that we found wandering around the lobby that said they'd come and sit on the table for half hour.
8 raises, 130. 9 folds. 1 fold.
Well, Johnny backs.
It's a double win for you right there.
Raise and take it.
3 folds.
Slightly confusing tweet from PokerStars Live Twitter feed saying that we're on the final table bubble. We actually are already through it.
Oh, you get shorter? I'm not
Is
interested
our
in your
official
getting
final
shorter. I'm
table is, of
interested in
course, the
getting all
last
chips.
8.
I'm not playing like that, but I'm interested in getting more.
I think what they're talking about is the fact that
like I need the pay jump.
we come back tomorrow for our final day of coverage. Cards up from 1 p.m. Eastern Time,
You'd think the same thing about
7 p.m. Central European Time.
How's it guys want, boss?
Painful, I really do.
Huh? No, I'm going to sit here and look for 2 good cards and play them strong. I'm not real hopeful with my main man Gus in there.
Five raises, 135.
Blades of Glory saying, how can you watch when they don't show the cards? I don't know, you tell me. I mean,
with your eyes?
Thank you for your question.
What are you playing? 1, 2.5, I think. 1, 2, 1, 3.
Under the gun raise from Rasmus, 135,000. Michael Gently is thinking about it right now in the cutoff. He is also incredibly comfortably stacked, 4.4 million nearly, 73 big blinds.
9 re-raise, 305.
Hey, Matt.
Yep.
Professor Mo on Twitch says, stop talking over the players.
Do you know what? I'm sorry. We try not to do it, but also a lot of the time, we do it.
No, let's stop talking over the players.
Okay. What now?
Just don't say anything in case the players talk.
Okay.
It's a simple request.
What now? What about humming?
So, with all that you play, obviously you're on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
You got people watching you?
There's some people watching me. Not about 1 million, but...
I mean, is it a big number?
So anyway, blinds are...
I don't know.
I don't even know what a big
He
number
means
is.
Twitch.
What do you mean? I don't even know what you mean, really.
I mean, I hear about
People-
followers.
Yeah. I don't have that. I mean, I don't have 1 million followers. That's a lot of followers.
But I'm saying I don't know the number. I don't do it.
He's very popular online. He's modest.
I know. Yeah, he's being very modest.
No, but like that's...
He also spends a lot of time on there.
That's an outrageous number, though, obviously.
1,000
What?
followers?
On
No,
Twitter?
I said 1 million.
Oh, 1 million.
I mean, I don't know what's a big number.
Yeah, that's
So
false.
somebody tell me what's a big number.
8 folds.
Do celebrities even have that many?
Yes.
I'm sure Kardashian does.
Oh, yeah, they have the most, probably.
Johnny Bax's face at the utterance of the word Kardashian is amazing.
On Twitter? For a poker player? Yeah. Probably anything over 10,000. Anything over 10 or 15,000.
3 folds.
Okay.
I don't know.
Four folds, 5 folds.
Race 130 appears to be doing the job. Yep, that's all it took from Michael Gentili. Michael Vella and Rasmus Glassel, I worry for them. They are almost identically stacked, just 17 big blinds. Nobody wants to go out next, apart from the fact that it's a pretty sizable jump. 7th getting 76,400. 6th getting $103,780. So it's a whopping jump. But also the prestige of coming back for our final day of coverage, final 6 in the first PokerStars Championship event. They've all got their medals now.
I think that's really cool.
I do. I like it a lot. I'm generally an absolute cynic But I think that's a good thing to do. I think it's a huge achievement to make the official final table, and I think it's nice to come away with something as an individual, especially for anybody who's like a qualifier, or, you know, sometimes we get these guys that are just living the dream. It's like our boy Alexi that he's got the biggest cash recorded, $400 or something.
That was someone else.
Oh, was that? Oh, that was Karpovsky. Excuse me.
Right, but Alexi
Sorry.
also is an amateur.
So
here on vacation.
You know,
4 raises,
maybe
350.
Jason Mercier isn't
Fine
going to
is
think
all
too
in.
much about middle. This is a 4-bet shove.
A cold 4-bet shove from the shortest stack of the table.
Yeah, Michael Gentili made it 130. Christian Harden made it 350. And now a shove from Rasmus.
Actually, he's barely not the shortest stack of the table. He's got like 2 anti-chips more than Michael Vella.
1,085,000.
With the ICM considerations and the payout and the impact and everything that coming 7th rather than 6th means, I am quite confident this is not going to be Bluffington McBluff move. Just depends how strong was Christian Harder and whether he's just in the tank to make it look like he is not 3-betting lightly in this sort of situation.
Looks like Leisel's doing his best to control his breathing. Tense spot no matter what you've got.
Yep, adopting a familiar pose, just shut down, stir at your cards. Just pray there isn't an enormous vein sticking out the side of your throat about a foot, pumping away.
Charter, obviously, can't take this decision too lightly. Over 10% of his stack to call, but he does have the opportunity to eliminate a player, move everyone up a pay jump, get us to tomorrow. Mega Donor is calling this the David Bowie pose. Does that mean anything to you?
Collusion.
Or fold.
I call
There's an album
collusion.
cover with him folded.
I call collusion.
I paid him in the break, yeah.
Oh my God.
And the weight lifts from his shoulders. And that's great news for him because it means he is now 4th from the top, 4th from the bottom, middle of the pack. Still only 28 big blinds, but certainly attention on Michael Vella and Cliff Josephy.
You didn't have aces.
You think I was flat aces?
Yeah, you flatted aces before.
It's highly unlikely you had.
No, I never
He was saying that Christian didn't have aces. That's what his comment was.
You think?
Oh, he didn't have aces?
Oh, man. Oh, that was it. Well in his range.
Oh, not many kings left. If you had kings, sure.
Being asked by Aces Full to tell my Bandioki story, I'm afraid you will have to go back to an old episode of Back Way, if you can remember when the podcast used to be called EPT Not Live. I'm guessing those old episodes are still called EPT Not Live, or will they have kind of translated? Because everything,
take a look.
Everything on my podcast software on my iPhone has just immediately changed all of my subscription. Just changed everything I had. So I don't know if you want to go back to old episodes. What you need to check. My colleague Joe Stapleton is taking a look himself now. But that was, I believe, a story I told, I guess, after Prague.
All of the titles have been changed now.
Oh, okay. And what about the episode numbers then? Because
the episode numbers are still the same, and I think we're going to continue on by calling. So this will be episode number 70 or something. I think was the one we just recorded.
Okay, so even though you're calling it episode 1 of Poker in the Years,
71,
kinda. You're gonna have to probably get used to telling everyone both the number we like and the number that iTunes calls it.
No, we are giving it those episode numbers as well.
Oh, I see. We're not starting over.
Nope.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
So Poker in the Ears on iTunes. That's where I get mine. I don't know what happens on Stitcher or Pound Hound or whatever.
So yeah, if anyone wants to catch up with that story, I think it's a couple of episodes. Oh no, actually, it will be the last episode. We didn't do any more podcasts since the post Prague one. Did you guys?
No, we had the whole
No?
time off. It's very nice.
So yeah, so you have a brand new episode. I don't know when the audio version will go out for the one that we've been screening today, possibly even today.
Almost.
But that will certainly be up
I
by
wonder,
the time
I wonder
we
which
leave
one of
the
these is
Bahamas.
the 6 and which
Totally
one's the 2.
amazing what
That's what I'm wondering. Which one's the 6, which one's the 2? That's what I'm wondering.
One fold.
Guess Michael Vella's been running bad. Phew.
3 folds. Four raises to 135. 5 folds. Six folds. 8 folds.
Harder. Gently.
Which one, Joe? Trying to make you happy.
It's not possible.
9 calls.
A raise then from Christian Harder to 135,000, called by Mr. Gently. Ace 9 deuce.
9 checks.
Get ready for a good Badugi hand on the turn. 370,000 in the middle.
4 bets. 105.
105, very considered bet sizing.
Yeah, small, real small.
Smalley Smallington.
Dry board. I think he's going to get all the information he needs from this one bet.
Yeah, no need to go to war with one of the other big stacks of the table when there are still so many short stacks. Just a bit of pot control, keep things easy, and as you say, now he kind of knows what he's up against to a degree.
So the board finally has a little moisture to it. Some wheel draws out there. Still no flush draw.
It is, as I predicted, a great Badugi hand, though. I mean, it's not great, but it's good. You can chuck the 9, see if you can improve. Ah, we've paired it. We'll go with the 9.
And gently checks.
4 checks.
And looks like Charter is going to muck when he sees the ace-jack. Michael Gently, and just like I said, he made a bet on the flop.
One more, baby.
Got all the information he needed. Knew he did not have the best hand, did not invest one more diamond to the pot, and then didn't even bother to expose his hand on the end. He knew.
He knew. Hand 126, coming at you like a storm, like a laser.
Bayek on Twitch asks, is that Ike Haxton? I don't know.
Seat change,
Depends
please.
what you're looking
Seat
at.
change button.
If you're looking at like a photo of Ike Haxton, yes. If you've just Googled Ike Haxton, then yes. If you're like sitting having dinner with Ike Haxton, then yes. If you're watching this stream, then probably not. Thank you for your question. Pelican is going to be first to act here from the cutoff. 3 folds ahead of him.
6 raises to 145.
Boom.
8 is all in.
And Cliff Josephy announces all in over the 145,000.
1 folds.
Back on Alexi.
We've not seen him call very often at all in these spots, even when he was getting an incredible price to do so.
1.145.
I wonder if Cliff Josephy knows this.
It's the first hand from these 3 hours for me, yeah?
Wow. Oh, he does look sorely tempted. Sorely tempted.
I mean, he had to have made a couple of pretty tight
You know what
folds
I-
yesterday when he was folding to 8 big blind shoves in this situation.
Yeah. Doesn't fancy it this
Yeah,
time.
I know what I have. I don't know.
I want to say ace queen, but
You can say whatever you want, mate.
I mean, he did say ace queen, really.
Well, he said he wanted to, but he didn't actually say it.
Touche.
Well, he did. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what he wanted to say.
Well, yeah, all we know is what he wanted to say. We don't know what he said because he didn't say
No,
anything.
but we wouldn't even know what he wanted to say unless he said it.
More.
I think what you're doing is missing the point. You're clearly not
Ace jack?
understanding him.
I understand that he wanted to say ace queen.
I didn't
Exactly,
have
but he didn't,
Right.
did he?
Well, he did, and by
I've had to turn Joe's microphone off
ring.
because I think
Did not
he
have
just isn't understanding what I'm trying to say to him. I'm going to bring him back in, give him another chance. Joining me in the booth now, Joe Stapleton.
I want to say I do understand
Right, okay, well, you're just... Are you
what
gonna
you're saying.
Are you going to let it go?
I want to read a tweet.
Right, okay. I'm going to read a tweet from Jack Jones. Joining me now in the booth, Joe Stapleton.
When Stapes favorites your harder, gentle joke and then steals it to use on air, shocking. First of all, because I have a massive reputation for stealing jokes.
Yeah.
Secondly, can you really put a patent on saying two players' last names? Is that really a joke one can write?
No.
And thirdly, why do you think that you're the first person to come up with this?
Exactly. And also, let's be honest, we're pretty good at finding the puns. If there was like in seat 5 is Derek Bottom and in seat 6 is George Smelly,
I will
it's not going to take us long to put that together and have some fun with it.
You're lucky. You're lucky I favorited your tweet. You should be thanking me.
I would go back and unfavorite.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to. Say it like that. Suck on that, Paragon Poker.
I got a question for you, Joe.
Unliked.
The young lady in the background here.
Yes.
How many seats has she occupied before she found the one that gave her maximum exposure on the cameras? And I know the answer because I've watched it.
Is that her third?
Fourth. She started off behind Michael Vella, realized that she was constantly blocked by his head, then moved one seat to the right, realized that you couldn't see enough of her. And now she's kind of happy, but she has to
Actually, I did
stoop
check.
forward.
He checked behind. I checked dark.
no, you bet.
Yeah, you checked talking about.
Oh, that's right. No,
She'd be gutted if she knew that she was blocked out by the current
I know my
payout.
blood sugar was a little low on the break. I better get some more sugar in me.
I think so.
Well, she's not a fan of her forehead.
Oh, my memory was gone.
It's perfect.
Yeah, mine's blood
See,
sugar.
look, we've even taken it away just so that she gets full
Long-term.
screen. Oh, now the dealer's in the way. Unbelievable. So that's a nice little pickup from Michael Vella, but it doesn't really get him out of the dirt. 22 big blinds.
I remember phone numbers that are meaningless from 45 years ago.
I remember phone
Tell
numbers.
us some of them
I
now.
remember phone numbers when I was a kid too. It's stupid.
It's just taking up. It's taking up space that we need for other stuff.
I agree. How do we go get that cleared?
I don't know.
Where's that reset button?
It's so easy.
Well, you guys don't remember phone numbers. You guys all have cell phones. You guys grew up with
Yeah,
cell
it's
phones.
different.
Yeah, I know one phone number.
It's 911.
612. My home, just my home, the home number. 8 folds. 9 folds.
Say that too. You know 911.
I'm all in.
That is an all-in announced by the aforementioned Michael Vella. Blind on blind. Is Christian Harder going to find something to end this day? Well, or at least put us in a position to the end of the day. No.
4 folds.
And that's nice. And Michael picks up 2 in a row. 25 big blinds now. Kind of getting a little bit safer.
Alan Allison, who's on death watch right now. We're about to show you.
Yep. 1.115 for Alan Allison. Shortest stack at the table. Michael Vella just kind of poking his head out of the danger zone.
Danger zone.
But still pretty dangerous zonally.
Yeah.
5.5 million for Christian.
Stay
5.12
away.
for Michael Gently. It's kind of really just those 4 guys at the bottom. Rasmus, Michael, Cliff, and Alan gonna just be praying that one or the
probably
other
getting a walk
get into
now.
a big fight.
Very likely to happen.
You want to walk?
You want
I
to
wanna,
walk?
yeah, I want to leave.
Get out of your chair and go get
I'm
me
just
a
saying
walk.
Christian will never let me out and walk.
Here, here's your walk.
6 folds.
Yeah, let's go.
You want to walk over there and get me a water?
1 folds.
You guys can do it.
3 folds.
They're trying.
Do something sick.
I don't think Christian Harder's going to
Commentators
give
are
him a
gonna
walk.
go, wow.
It's not the way things are done these days.
That's sick.
That is
Walks
sick.
in 2017.
Amazing.
I mean, do it, but only do it ironically. You know, like having a laugh with everyone. Don't do it as your actual turn.
4 checks.
110.
5F 110.
So, limpage ahoy before the flop, and now Rasmus from the big blind.
I had 8-5 on the
Bets
button.
110.
Yeah, what?
8-5 on the button.
Takes it down.
Good fold.
Oh, good stuff.
You should just open jam every single hand.
Every
when
hand.
You're going to get there.
Yep, thank you, sir.
And that way it takes the decision making out of it.
Oh.
We should stop believing you soon.
Huh?
I mean, you flop the nuts every time you don't play.
Swear to God, I had 8-5 on my children.
Then I believe you. I should have checked that flop.
I should have raised on the button. Stop being a freaking wuss.
Fold.
I should have raised pre-flop.
Yeah.
Edgar King on Twitch asks, "Hey Stapes, when will you be back streaming?" I'm streaming right now.
Is that it?
Thank you for your question. What are you watching?
112.
I'll be a big shot though.
3 folds. Four calls.
130,000 raised by Michael Gently. Called now by Christian Harder on the button. Rasmus is out, as is Alexei. Heads up to the flop. Christian is going to have position. Ace 3, deuce. I mean, this is a real good Badoogie hand. This is really, this is shaping up. Right now, I am just going to max this pot
What's
out.
the nuts? 1, 2, 3, 4, all 4 suits?
Correct.
Let's go.
I mean, this is as good as it gets. But it's at this point where you just keep drawing aces, or like, you know, another deuce, or just you know, the king of spades, and you're just like, do you know what? How have I managed to turn such a great starting position into such a dreadful?
Check, check.
See, now we got to throw that away. We're going to end up with a
No.
three card hand. Unbelievable.
Is a 3-card hand not as good as a 4-card hand?
No. I mean, a lot of the time you do end up playing 3 cards against 3 cards.
Is Ace 2, 3 better than 1, 2, 3, 7?
9 checks.
Well, you're effectively playing 1, 2, 3, 7 because the second spade doesn't count.
4 checks.
Do you get me?
I really don't. I have no clue what Badoogie's all about.
Okay. So right now we're just playing Ace 2, 3 because we've already got the hearts, we've already got the spades, so I've got to pick my best 3-card hand here. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It's a really good one. It's the nuts in 3 cards. Badoogie. Anyway, you're watching PokerStars TV. Check, check, post turn. And now it looks like it is check, check. After the river. Pocket sixes.
Unimproved.
That's going to be a winner-winner, and the rich get richer. 5.73 million for Christian Harder now.
Check it down and win.
Flat the open and check it down and win every time.
Hey, Mike, way to make it easy.
Oh, I've been folding them.
Different situation for you.
Yeah.
Ben, oh, sorry, go on. You, please.
No, you
first.
go.
No, okay. The old gambler is on hashtag PokerStars TV on Twitter asking, what is your favorite moment of the championship so far? My favorite moment is James Hartigan wrecking the virtual reality suite.
That was pretty awesome.
That is going to take a long while to beat.
I like the aces versus kings versus queens hand that Aaron Paul was so bewildered by that he had to take a photo of it. That was cute.
Yeah, that's nice. When you see someone who is just like at that, I'm just in love with this game stage, and they're still seeing new things and totally excited by it all.
I was going to read Ben's tweet that says, get the graphics guys to show a rolling leaderboard at the top of the screen like at the World Series of Poker final table. Now I'm going to say to you what my dad said to me when I said, hey, can you make the grilled cheese the way Mom makes it? And he said, if you want your grilled cheese that way, why don't you go to your mom and Tony's house?
Oh, did he spit at you and leave the room?
No, but he did push me out the front door with a backpack.
Well, there you are. 13 years on, look at you now.
So Ben, why don't you go watch the World Series of Poker final table if you want it the way they do things over there? Go over to World Series of Poker and Tony's.
I don't think everyone lives with Tony Like, I don't think everyone.
Well, they should have to.
Right.
Because it's tough sometimes.
Okay.
Smoke's in the house.
Right. Okay. Listen, I think why don't you take a little break, friend? Yeah, buddy.
His car doesn't even have the proper seatbelts for a kid.
No, that's fine. Well, that's fine. Well,
Trans Am thinks he's so cool.
Let's chat about this a little bit later on. I would say let's put this one in the bank.
For sure, I agree.
All right.
It's always nice to share, but we've got upwards of 27 people watching us, so let's just dial it down for the moment.
Just gonna do one of my breathing exercises.
Could you do it, or shall I just turn you off? Are you okay?
Yeah, just give me a minute.
Yeah, just go.
Find a little shuffleboard over here you are with these things.
Who the F is Tony, says
Most of
what's
thinking about
WOD?
poker.
That's what my dad wanted to know.
Oh, God.
Come on, this game is boring.
Spice things up, Mikey. Tell us a joke.
Now, for a cash game.
So there's Jesus, Moses, and this old guy.
135.
And they're playing a game of golf.
Has he told that story more than once?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, gosh, yeah. We've had it. In fact, half of the audience for the second telling of the day were the ones that had already been hit by.
Oh, I'm first on 1-7, I guess. A little less, maybe.
Rasmus Glessel makes it a 135,000. Just the big blind of Michael Gentili to get through. Denmark stroke Norway versus Canada. I believe that's how it's pronounced. Quite a tricky word for an English person. We are Queen 9-4, 2 diamonds, 370,000 up for grabs.
5-6.
Just give us the table chat for God's sake, says Paranoid Void Android. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Take a bottle of water.
Take a bottle of water.
What a great anecdote by Christian Harder there. The old "I'll have a bottle of water" story.
No, don't forget. No, it was take a bottle of water. It's
Take
even
a bottle
better.
of water.
Take a bottle of water. Even better. Even better.
That's a good one. I love it when he does that one.
Queen on the turn, brought check. Now 7 of clubs on the river. Everyone's lost interest.
Cockroach24 on Twitch says, Stapes probably wrote down the joke since he used up all his material in 2012. You thought my material lasted until 2012? Thank you.
Playing like a pea.
You have to pay tax on what you take home from this?
I don't know. I've never won one out of the country.
Yeah, you gotta pay taxes.
I mean, you're supposed to pay
You do
taxes.
as a professional, right? It's your business.
Him too.
You don't want to mess around here in the
I actually
Bahamas.
am licensed that way too, just for tax purposes.
You're a
I'll tell you,
licensed gambler.
the year that I won, that was the last year that they didn't take anything from me. They didn't really watch it.
Once again, Michael Vella, we are live.
They don't rake it now immediately, do they?
No.
Yeah. It's my responsibility to pay the taxes.
You do your own.
Yeah, it's my responsibility to pay the taxes.
See 3 folds.
I go into that final table in Foxwoods. You got Schulman, you got Medic, you got Dwan. So I said, dude, guys, what do you do with the taxes? Schulman says, taxes? It's all in play. But in all the casinos, it's all in play. I was like, really? I don't think I can do that. I work for a living.
5 raises, 135.
Schulman says, nice shot, Dad.
Because I guess that was the system. As long as you guys were in play, it wasn't.
Raise from Rasmus Glessel up to 135.
Eight folds. Nine folds. 1 folds.
Well, that'll be doing the job then.
You can't make everybody happy. Now sitting out is saying STFU and play. So he's saying no stories at all. Just play poker.
I mean, you want to listen to the table chat, but then as soon as they talk, you want them to shut up. Well, you guys are never happy. Maybe we can make you happy with a bit of T-Coop action. Yeah? You feel me? You hear me? Because the Turbo Championship of Online Poker is going to kick off the 18th to the 29th of January on PokerStars, surprisingly. 65 events, $15 million in guaranteed prize money. The satellites are all up and running now. That's about as much as I can tell you. But I'm sure if you do a tiny bit of research, you will find out all the different events, find one that suits your timing, your style, and your purse.
So for Scoop, you win a watch. For W Coop, you win a bracelet. For T Coop, you win a Chihuahua. The T Coop Chihuahua.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't think you get any of those things anymore. I don't think you get a bracelet for W Coop anymore.
No?
No.
Yeah, like sweet tea. Oh, okay. Red, yellow, green, whatever. And it was
they melted them all down to make the medals for the final table list as we see Michael Vella go all in and win. All in and win. Win and all in.
All like
that's all it takes.
fruit is just in the store.
I mean, the good news for him is if he just can do that once and all then,
yeah.
he's just going to, well, I mean, I'm not, you know, he can just keep his head above water until he finds a real monster and there's some sort of car crash.
That just
Because
blows my mind.
Annan Allison isn't even doing that much and he's down to 15 bigs.
It's 100 grand over here.
Yeah, there's no taxes, half price.
Dude, that is sick.
I'm with Yellow Hannah. We really need to shut up over these tax stories.
No, just ordered an electric. New BMW i3. That's the big thing in
See,
all.
Yellow Hannah's a fan of Holtzman.
now.
Yeah, I love that. That was my favorite part in the whole movie. Did you see the Lady Ghostbusters?
Yeah.
This right here, I like fist pumped. I was like, just loved it.
I miss going to the cinema with you. You're like such an explosive creature.
I just am so happy, and then I walk out and go, nah, it's all right.
I know.
I'm gonna let you have this one.
Although the one film we went and saw together that I think neither of us had any emotional response to was Troll
Yeah,
Hunter.
obviously you're gonna play that
Remember
one.
up in Edinburgh, we went and saw Troll Hunter.
I thought I saw Troll Hunter with James. What I saw in Edinburgh with you was Attack the Block.
I've never seen that. We definitely saw Troll Hunter. I have we doubt at all.
Was James with us?
No, we were up doing the radio show. It was one of the first times we worked together. We were bonding. You said, let's go to the cinema. I was like, yeah, man. Blooming yank.
We've seen a bunch of movies together. We saw The World's End.
Saw The World's End, Troll Hunter, something else.
We saw a couple of the Marvel movies together. I think we saw...
yeah, because you got the Iron Man slushy, didn't you?
Yep, we saw, I think, one of the Thors together.
So
I think we saw Thor 2 together.
The technology is
possibly.
And we saw one of the Avengers. We saw the second Avengers movie together.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's where you bought the...
that was when I got the Iron Man
Slurpee
cup, yeah.
People are saying Troll Hunter was amazing. I like the idea of it, but I didn't expect them to kind of look like cartoon characters. They looked a bit like Smurfs, just really big Smurfs.
I don't like the found footage movies, to be honest. I prefer regular, traditional cinema.
I don't mind the found footage. I think if it's done well, it's fine.
There's only one movie I loved that was found footage, which was...
Cloverfield?
Hated it.
Oh, really?
No, it was the superhero one.
Oh, Chronicle.
Yeah, that was sick.
That was superb. Allison finally makes a raise, incidentally. I was bemoaning that he was going to sit and blind away, but he's finally found the hand. Still the shortest stack on our table. Troll Hunter. Troll.
Looks like you were thinking about it.
That's 7-6 is
I
good.
could have sworn I saw that with James.
Honestly, I guarantee you.
No, I believe you. I'm way more likely to be wrong than you.
Same hand I had when you had the hand that I had this time. You remember?
Check. Raise king.
No.
All right, if you guys don't want to hear any more about movies Matt and I have seen together, press 1. But if you do want to hear about movies Matt and I have seen together, press 1.
Right, the only problem is I've got nothing else to say about it.
Today?
But we can try.
So when they press 1, that we have nothing left to talk about.
So make sure you press 1.
Yeah.
So that we don't talk about it.
Doctor.
Man, Twitch chat's on fire. Burning down the house. Michael Vella has made it 135. He is no longer in shoving mode. He's going to try and actually play this legit. Again, just pick up the blinds and antes every orbit or so. Keep his head above water. It's working for him so far.
You know what I think, Matt? I think this table talk is very taxing.
That's one of your best. That is brilliant, mate. You come up with some incredible stuff.
I went some good jokes.
You do. Well done,
pretty
you.
good jokes.
Well done, you. 9-8-6. Christian versus Alexi.
6 checks.
Anthony Harrison would like a recap of the blinds and antes, if you will, Matt.
Certainly. 30,000, 60,000 with a 10K ante. 50 minutes left on the clock. Check brings the deuce of hearts.
He's in the middle of a night shift right now. Sorry, Anthony.
Oof. Hope we're helping, mate. Hope we're helping. I used to do night shifts, and I used to love having the radio on, so I kind of hope that somewhere there's a number of people doing kind of quite horrid jobs at a horrid time of day, and that having us to kind of keep you company is some slight pleasure.
There used to be this radio show called The Third Shift that was on midnight in LA. And when me and my co-host would get done doing our podcast, we would put it on in the car on the way home and we would prank call them.
Oh, you beauties.
It was called The John and Jeff Show, and my friend had this character. I can't remember the name of the characters. I think his character was called Reggie, and he would go, "Hello, Jonathan. Hello, Jeffrey."
You guys.
And then we would record it and play it back on our radio show the next week. Oh, good times.
Making content by being content. That's how we work.
The man wants to put more money in the pot, leave him alone.
Excuse me?
Maybe they're working on it last longer.
Could be.
1 folds, 1 folds. 3 folds.
Christian gonna make a move. Some blue lagoons and a white Russian. I'm not describing the table, by the way. It's not the players. I'm not saying anything particular.
There's one white Russian. No blue lagoons yet.
5 folds.
Alexei Opalakin hoping for something juicy. He has got lots of chips, so there's just no reason for him to get involved if he doesn't fancy it.
What's going on?
One player left to get through for Christian Harder, the second shortest stack at the table.
Ambushing us or something.
And Christian doing exactly what you meant to do in this position, just keeping the pressure on the short stacks where the ICM is just pounding them in the brain.
Johnny's gonna peel.
Gonna take a look.
Queen 8 tray.
8 checks.
Backs checks.
Or about 125.
Christian keeping the pressure on. Ooh, well, this is starting to be a pretty serious investment for Cliff now. Got 980,000 behind with 620 in the middle, and now a king of clubs down on the turn. Woo. What well, Clefto? It's a cliffhanger. Thanks very much. Okay, things slowing down a touch. Now the ace of clubs. Cliff's going to be brave and put 200 out there. We just check it down for showdown. I mean, I just don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. He checks. Check, check. Best hand wins. Looks like it's Chris. Huh. No, they've actually both got the same hand, which technically means they will share an equal amount of the chips. It's what we call a chop pot. And you know what they say, Joe? Everyone loves a chop pot. Everybody loves it.
Now, if you were in the hedge fund business, you would have.
That's my first time seeing that. I have no pithy rejoinder.
Really?
Nope.
Have you been to the doctor about it?
Doc, I'm having a problem with my pithy rejoinder.
Good day, gentlemen.
Thanks.
They have like this gel that they can put that into you now. It's like a solid kind of thing, but it feels very realistic.
Squirt it right in.
Yeah.
All the pith.
Yeah.
Taking the pith. Kim on Twitter says, casters who can't figure out how to cast the event they're casting are infuriating. Do your damn jobs at least 50% of the time.
Yeah, I favorited that.
I'm pretty sure we got to be right around 50%.
Well, I don't know about right. I mean, I think we're pretty much doing what we're meant to be doing 50% of the time. That seems like pretty low. I think we're probably getting there a good 65%.
You think it's 65?
I reckon so.
Does reading that tweet count?
Well, yeah, because one of the parts of the job is reading out, you know, the hate mail from people clearly decided to spend their time.
It's not that we can't figure out how to cast the event we're casting. Try using the word cast more, too, I think.
I mean, have you seen some of Kim's retweets? There's not a lot going on there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think we need to worry about this.
I mean, Kim did chastise us to all 113 of Kim's followers. Thanks.
Michael Vella has raised it again. I like that Michael's doing this. He seems to be doing it with just enough regularity to keep himself around the 25 big blind mark.
135.
For all we know, he's actually got premium hands and he does want to make something of it.
You can fold the big blind?
9 fold.
Seems to be picking on Michael's big blind a couple of times. I could be wrong, but it feels like he's pushed in on Michael Gentili a few times now. Halfway through the level, kind of surprised, I must admit. I wasn't sure that it would take very long when we came back from the last break.
Yep.
But these guys are kind of taking a few chips off the top. We've got Alan Allison with 16 big blinds, Cliff Josephy with 20, Rasmus Glasser with 25, Michael Vella with 29. So again, still the focus on those 4 shorter stacks. But if one of these guys makes a hand and gets a customer, this could easily become a 2 or 3 short stack situation.
Got to give him credit for the pace of play, though. The pace of play has been just fine, considering that, you know, people are hanging on for dear life.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so. I mean, I'm loving it. We've been quite fortunate, I would say, considering we spend a lot of our time bemoaning, staring at these guys taking 4 minutes to, like, you know, under the gun check. Very pleased with the players we've seen. Keep it up, guys.
Andy Avalanche on Twitch asks, who is the hottie in the background on the right side of the screen? That would be our executive producer, Francine Watson.
Yep, we've talked about her now. You've seen her.
Out of turn all in. Okay.
Gentili looking for a quick estimate of Allison's chip stack. He is the shortest stack, 16 big blinds. When he raises here, he's got to be prepared for a shove to the top, which he does receive. And a quick call.
Right.
On their backs.
Let's see what we got to fight with here, boys and girls. Is pocket 4s for Allison.
All right, boys, I took 1.
9s for Gentili. Wow. So a huge favorite in this. This could see Alan Allison leave us in 7th spot and define the final 6.
Right now is what he's doing. I love that game. I do it all the time. I trick the spirits. I trick the spirits.
Reaching in there for a 4. No. So Alan Allison is going to need to find a 4, or he's going to leave us.
Unlucky spot for Alan Allison, unless he happens to get lucky.
Remind you, the pay jump, 7th spot gets 76,400. 6th gets 103,780. So a big difference.
Ooh.
And there is a 9 on the flop. Going to be really hard to come back, but still 18% chance. No, it isn't. It's 4. Sorry, I was thinking, hang on a minute.
He can hit running clubs.
Do you know, I was thinking there might be a club that I'd missed and there was more clubs, but no, that's right. It is pretty tough. Pretty tough.
What do you think, Michael? You want a club out there for the sweat?
You hit the ace yesterday. That was a
spade is ending right now.
Maybe this is a big one time.
Oh, okay.
Just need a club, right?
All right, guys. See you all later.
Well, I'm afraid to say that he is drawing dead on the turn. And so we do have our final 6. Alan Allison is going to be 7th place.
And yourself great.
Congratulations to him. Made the final table, got the medal, and $76,400.
Finally.
But that means we are done for the day, boys and girls.
Fuck yeah. Wondering how long that was going to take. Is there any turbo is there any one-day turbo we can register for now?
It's hard to come down from all this when that adrenaline's pumping.
Like a 330 you could play.
Johnny Bax is going to go puke in the corner for an hour.
What about a flip?
All right, we don't have to watch this. Having a private moment, Rasmus.
I would like to keep watching. Now get him. Come on.
And good job by Michael Villa. He kept himself going, was one of the short stacks, but has made it through. He will bag them up. And Christian Harder ends the day second in chips, just shy of 6 million.
I'm at PokerStars party yet? Oh yeah.
Out back.
That's right, players party tonight.
What? I didn't get invited, but then again, I'm not a player. I'm not even a player.
Drinks. Yeah.
Where is it? Do you have some pens?
I'll be at Nova. I'll be at Nova.
So let's take a look at our final 6 players here in the PokerStars Championship Bahamas main event. Final table is set. Michael Gentili, 6.1 million. Christian Harder, second with 5.99 million. Alexei, Michael, Rasmus, Cliff make up the rest of the playership. 20 bigs for Cliff. It's not a glorious place, but he's got 40 minutes left on this level when we come back tomorrow. Rasmus with 25 bigs. Don't forget, if you want to catch up on any of the events of today, cover the high roller, any of the stories Brad Willis and his team will be bringing to you, the PokerStarsblog.com is the place to go. There's Howard, in fact, look, moving in like a vulture. Don't forget that you can join us tomorrow from 1 p.m. Eastern Time, that's 7 p.m. Central European Time. We will be live bringing you Cards Up coverage. But for James Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, and myself, Matt Brown, it is good night from the Bahamas.
And we need to do now to prepare for another one.
To the clouds, to the sky, let's go. We don't know, but that's fine. We got lost out.